Llamando su lista de ausentes.
everyone. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a special meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Monday, May 19, 2003.
Lunes, mayo 10,
The City
2003.
Council
El Concilio
normally
se
meets
normalmente se
Tuesday,
junta
Wednesday,
martes,
Friday
miércoles y viernes
at 10
a
a.m.
las 10 de la mañana.
Meetings are open to the
La junta
public.
está abierta
This
para
is
el
a
público.
special
Esta es
meeting
una
of the
junta
City
especial para el
Council,
Concilio de la Ciudad,
specifically to consider
específicamente para considerar
the proposed budget for fiscal year 2003-2004.
presupuesto del
This meeting
2003-2004. Esta
is being
junta
aired live
está
on
siendo
Channel
en vivo
35,
por
your
Canal
cable station.
35.
This meeting can also be
Esta junta
viewed
puede
via
ser vista
webcast from the
por
city's homepage or monitored via council phone. Madam Clerk, please call the
Por
roll.
favor, hacer la lista.
Burnson, Belantra, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Holden, Labange, Mizikowski, Pacheco, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Weinstein, Padilla, 12
Tenemos
members
lista
present.
de
The quorum is
presentes.
President.
Thank you
De
very much,
acuerdo, muchas
colleagues. If I
gracias,
can
colegas. Si
have
puedo
everybody's
tener
attention for a
atención de
minute,
todos por un minuto.
let me speak
Déjenme
to
hablar
the format or
Al
procedures
formato,
for
procedimientos
today.
para hoy.
As you all know, we have
Como todos
one
saben,
item
tenemos un asunto
agenda
de
for
agenda
consideration
de
of the
consideración
proposed
del
budget for fiscal year
propuesta
2003-2004.
del presupuesto
We have
del
before us for
año fiscal
consideration a committee
2003-2004. Tenemos
report.
un reporte
The
del
Budget and
comité.
Finance Committee has
El
deliberated
comité
on
ha
this matter for a
deliberado en
couple of
esta
weeks now and has a
asunto por un par de
comprehensive
semanas
report
en tu reporte
recommended
comprensivo
for the
recomendado
Council's
de
consideration
la
and
consideración del
approval.
Concilio y aprobación.
Many of you will also
Muchos de ustedes
reference
también están en referencia
and point to
y
the
apuntan
mayor's proposed
a la
budget, which was
propuesta del
released,
presupuesto del
I believe it
alcalde.
was April
Creo que fue
18th.
abril 18 cuando se propuso.
Before we get
Antes de que
started,
empecemos,
let me just suggest that we
déjenme
proceed as
sugerir que el
follows.
procedimiento como
To
sigue.
begin with,
Para
what I'd like to
empezar,
do
lo
is
que me
once
gustaría
again, as we
hacer es
did
una
on
vez
Friday,
más, nos hacen
recognize
bien
the
es
chair of the
reconocer
Budget
al
and Finance
presidente
Committee,
del
Councilmember
Comité de
Pacheco,
Concejal
for a
Pacheco,
brief
para una
presentation and
presentación
overview of the
sobre
budget.
vista del
We do have
presupuesto.
a number of speaker
Tenemos
cards
un
that have
número
been
de
submitted by
tarjetas que han
members of the
sometido por
public.
miembros del
We can
público,
go to those
pero
next,
esos
hear from members of the public,
vamos a oír
and then
del
finally
público y luego
return
finalmente regresar
to council
a
discussion
las
and
discusiones del
deliberations
Concilio y
on the
deliberaciones
proposed
en
budget.
la propuesta del
When we get to
presupuesto.
that
Cuando
point,
lleguemos a
what
ese
I would like
punto,
to
lo
do
que
is
me gustaría
proceed
hacer
through
es
the budget
proceder con el
document,
documento del
the
presupuesto,
recommendations of the
las
Budget and Finance
recomendaciones
Committee
del
report,
reporte de
page by
finanzas,
page,
página por página.
each page having a
Cada
different
página
number
tiene un diferente
of
número de
recommendations listed on it.
recomendaciones puestas
We
en
go
él.
through each
Vamos
page
a
and
repasar
call
cada
specific
propuesta,
recommendations special,
recomendaciones específicas
but
especiales,
on matters not
pero
called
en asuntos
special,
no llamadas
I believe we
especiales
can
creo
act
que
on
podemos
those
actuar en esas
as consent items and
como
dispense with those rather quickly,
asuntos de
and then
consenso y
return to
deshacernos de esos
specific
rápidamente y regresar a
recommendations
las recomendaciones
called
específicas
special
que llamadas
for
especiales
discussion
para
and
discusión
potential votes.
y votos
So unless
potenciales.
there's an
Entonces, a
objection,
menos que haya una objeción,
or are there any questions at
si
this
hay algunas
point?
preguntas en
In
este
terms of
punto,
procedure,
vamos en términos de
seeing no
procedimientos, y si
questions,
no hay
let's go ahead
preguntas,
and begin then.
vamos
Let
a
me
empezar a
recognize the
reconocer
chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee,
al
Councilmember
presidente
Pacheco.
del comité de presidente, el señor
All right,
Pacheco.
colleagues,
Está bien,
we're here
colega,
to
estamos
discuss
ahora en
the committee
discutir
report
el reporte del comité.
on the budget,
El
and really,
presupuesto,
what I
y
would
en
like to
realidad lo
do
que
is
me
do it
gustaría
the same way
hacer
we
es
did
hacerlo
in
de la manera
committee.
que lo hicimos en el
And that
comité, y
is to
eso es
recommend that we
recomendar
adopt
que
the
adoptemos el
committee report as a
reporte del
whole,
comité en todo junto,
and then from
y entonces
there,
de ahí
start to cherry
empezar
pick whatever
a hablar
items
de
you
cualquier
feel
asunto que
you
ustedes
want
crean
to
que ustedes
alter.
quieran alterar.
So my suggestion
Entonces,
is
mi
we start with
sugerencia
the
es que
global
empecemos con el
picture,
retrato
and then
global y luego
after we've
entonces
adopted
ya
the
que
global
adoptemos
picture
el
on
retrato
terms of
global en
what's
términos de
going
lo
on,
que está pasando,
individual motions,
emociones
individual council
individuales,
members can
miembros
make
del Consejo
motions
individuos pueden hacer
to
mociones,
tweak or alter
alterar
the
o
big picture,
el
but
retrato, pero
basically, that
básicamente
seems to be
eso
the game
parece
plan that
ser
worked
el
in committee.
juego que
We
vamos a
move
trabajar en el
forward
comité y vamos a para
in terms of the
adelante.
big picture,
En
and
temas
then
del
we
retrato
allow each
grande vamos a dejar a
council
cada
member
miembro del Consejo
to make the appropriate
que hagan
amendments
los
as they
amendamientos
see fit
apropiados
after
como
we
los
adopt
vean
the
ellos
entire
después de que
report.
demos todo el reporte.
Now,
Ahora,
now that I've given you sort of the game plan of
le
how
voy
we
a
should
ver cómo
proceed,
debemos de proceder.
let me just tell you
Déjenme
that
decirles que
in the recent
la
days, there's been
días
much to
recientes ha
do
habido mucho
and
que
much
hacer
rhetoric
y mucha
about
retórica
what this
acerca
committee
de lo que
report
este reporte del comité
represents.
representa.
Let me tell you
Déjenme decirles
basically what it does
básicamente lo que
represent, what it
hace y
does not.
representa y lo que no.
The proposed budget, for
La
example,
propuesta,
one of the big issues that
Por
everyone
ejemplo,
keeps
una de
talking
las
about
cuestiones de
is
los
our
que están
police
hablando en
officers.
los oficiales de policía.
The proposed budget
El
has a
presupuesto
hiring
del
plan for
El proyecto tiene para
720
contratar
officers.
720 oficiales.
The committee
El
report
reporte del
has a hiring
comité hay un plan
for
de
720
contratar por
officers. So there is
720,
agreement
entonces un
on
acuerdo
the hiring plan in
en el
terms
plan de
of
contratación pues, de
720.
720.
Where there is disagreement
Donde hay
is
desacuerdo
very
es
basically
básicamente
the personnel
el
department came
presupuesto
forward
personal
in
vino
committee
en
and
comité
indicated
y indicó
that they could not
que ellos no
hire
podían contratar
more than
más de
400
400
officers, the number that we
oficiales, el
believe
número
will
que
be
nosotros creamos que
leaving
iba a
the
ser,
department any
se va a ir del
faster
departamento más rápido
than by January
que
of
para
next year.
enero del año que entra.
So between July
Entonces, entre
and
julio y
December,
diciembre,
they can handle
ellos pueden llevar
400 new
400
officers.
nuevos oficiales.
So the committee
Entonces, el
authorized
comité
them
autorizó
moving
que se
forward
movieran para
to
adelante
hire
para
400 new
contratar 400
officers
nuevos oficiales,
beginning July 1
empezando julio
through
1
December.
hasta diciembre.
The 320
Los 320
officers in the hiring
oficiales en el plan
plan
de
that remain
contratamiento que
have
quedan
begun to be
van
hired.
empezarían a
in
contratar
January.
en enero
The committee
El
put that
comité puso
into
eso
the unappropriate balance
en el balance
account.
inapropiado de la cuenta.
Basically waiting to
Básicamente
see
esperando ver
how the
A,
economy,
cómo es que la
what the
economía,
state,
cuál es el estado,
how the city's
cómo la
projected
ciudad está,
revenues were coming to
ganancias de
fruition,
la ciudad
and
mediana,
B, whether or
y
not
ve que
attrition
si
was actually going to be
de veras
400.
la contratación iba a ser
Because,
400
colleagues,
porque
one of the
colegas,
goals that we
una de
have
las
to
metas que
recognize is
tenemos que
that this
reconocer es que
budget
este
is
presupuesto
preparing for
está preparando para
320 net
320 en neto
officers.
oficiales.
So if it turns
Entonces,
out
si sale
that we hire
que nosotros
400 by
contratamos
December,
400 para
and
diciembre
we're only going to
y solo
lose
vamos a perder
200
200
officers to
oficiales
retirement and
a
transfers,
retiro y a transferencias,
then we only need to
entonces
hire
nomás tenemos que
another
contratar unos
120
120
in the
más
balance of
en
the
el
fiscal
balance
year
del año fiscal
to get the
para agarrar los
320
320
net new
netos
officers
nuevos
on our police
oficiales en
force
nuestra
to
fuerza de
expand
policía
to
para expandir
9,500.
9.500.
Since we have been
Como
given
hemos estado
credible
dando
information
información
and
creíble
professional
y
predictions
predicciones
on the number of
profesionales en el
officers who
número
are
de
going to
oficiales
leave,
que van a salir,
it just seemed more prudent
entonces se ve más prudente
to authorize
para
400 new
autorizar
officers
400 nuevos
in the first
oficiales
6
en
months,
los primeros 6
make an
meses,
assessment,
hacer un
and then we
arreglo
can
y
get to our growth to
evaluación y llegar a nuestro
95,
crecimiento de
33 if
95
we can afford
33 si
it,
podemos pagarlos
and then
y
ultimately,
últimamente
if we can
si
carry that
podemos
into the
llevar
outlying
eso
years.
a los años adelante.
One of the basic
Una de
questions
las
that has
cuestiones,
remained unanswered in this whole
que se han quedado no
process
contestadas en todo
is
este
the fact
proceso es
that
el hecho
after
de que
next
después del
year,
año que entra
we're going to be
nosotros
carrying
vamos a estar llevando
$104 million
$140 millones de
worth
dólares
of new
de nuevos
officers
oficiales
because our
porque
department
nuestro
will have grown
departamento
by
va a crecer para
1,000
1,000
officers in the
oficiales
neighborhoods.
en el vecindario.
And where do we get
¿Y
the
los,
1,000
dónde agarramos
from?
los 1,000?
500 more
500 más
today
hoy
than we
de
predicted a
lo
year
que
ago.
predijimos
We
el
thought
año
we would
pasado.
be at
Nosotros creímos que vamos a
8,700 and we're actually at
86,000 y ahora
9,200.
estamos a 9,200.
So that's 500 there.
Entonces son 500,
200 more
200
coming from
más
the
viniendo del
MTA
MTA,
contract that we lost.
contrato que
That's
perdimos,
700.
esos son de 700.
And if the hiring plan
Y el
goes
plan
as
de
we
contratamiento
anticipate
que
next year and
anticipamos el año que
the
entra,
market and the economy
mercado de la
goes
economía
as
sigue,
the mayor's
como el
proposed
alcalde
budget predicts, we'll hire another
predije,
300.
nos vamos a contratar
That's
300.
1,000
Son 1,000
officers
oficiales
more
más
in the neighborhoods
en el vecindario
than before,
que
than
antes.
1 year from now.
de un
Now
año
that's
para
great
adelante. Eso
in
está muy
terms of
bien en
having more
términos de
officers.
tener más oficiales.
But the challenge we
Pero
face is
El reto que
that we have
tenemos es
not
que no
done
hemos hecho
anything
nada
today
hoy
to offset
para
$104 million
para los
worth of
140 millones de dólares
employees.
de empleados,
of expenses.
de gastos.
So the committee
Entonces, el
report
reporte del
recommends
comité
that we
recomienda
stay
que
on track
nosotros
with our
quedamos
hiring plan, but that we not
lista, pero que
overspend
no
and put ourselves in a
gastemos y
position
nos pongamos en
like
la
the state,
posición como el Estado,
where we have to lay
donde
off.
tenemos que descansar.
I understand the
Creo que
state is
entiendo que el
predicting
Estado está
10,000
prediciendo
employees
despedir
statewide will have to
10,000
be laid
empleados
off
en por todo el
to
Estado que
balance
van a
their
descansar
budget.
para balancear su presupuesto.
I don't want you
Yo
to
no
be in a
quiero que estén
position,
en la
as chairman of
posición
the
como
committee, I don't want
presidente
you
del
to be in a
comité, no quiero
position
estar en la
6 months
posición
from
en 6
now
meses de hoy
deciding which
decidiendo
library,
qué
which
biblioteca,
park,
qué parque,
and which staffers
y qué
have to get laid off
equipos de
because
staff
we've
tienen que
overhired
descansarlo porque
or because we've gone too far.
contratamos o porque hemos ido muy
I
lejos.
just want to make
Nomás
sure
quiero
that we're
estar
doing the
seguro de que
balanced
estamos
approach
haciendo
in this whole
el
picture.
balance en todo este.
The only other thing I'll share with you, colleagues,
Otra cosa que
is that
compartiría con
because
ustedes,
we feel
colegas, porque
confident
nosotros sentimos
that the
confidentes
400
de que los
officers
400
are
oficiales van
going to
a
be a major improvement
un mejoramiento
from last year.
mayor del año pasado.
The committee voted
El
4 to
comité
1
votó 4-1
to approve the
para
CLA's
aprobar
approach. So I would simply
Pero
say,
sí,
once
entonces
again,
me
let's
dice una vez
approve the
más, vamos a
CLA
aprobar
recommendations
la
globally,
recomendación
and then I
globalmente y
understand that
luego yo
people have
entiendo que la
motions
gente
on
tiene
details.
emociones en
Thank you,
detalles.
Mr. President.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
Pacheco.
señor Pacheco.
Our next step then
Más
will be to
próximo va a ser
proceed to
para
speaker
proceder a
cards and hear from
tarjetas
members
de
of the public
oradores. Vamos a ir a gente del
on the
público
proposed budget.
en la propuesta
A
de
reminder,
propuesta. Le voy a
colleagues, I know
recordar,
there
colegas, que hay
possibly will be
posiblemente
budget
va a haber
amending motions
mociones de
introduced
amendamiento de
today
presentadas
for
hoy
consideration
para
later today.
consideración más adelante hoy.
As Mr. Pacheco
Como el señor
mentioned
Pacheco
last Friday and
mencionó
again
el
this
viernes
morning,
pasado y esta vez esta
any
mañana,
motions
cualquier
that call
moción
for
que
new
llamen
spending
para nuevo
must
expendimiento deben de
include
incluir
a parallel motion for
moción
where that
paralela para
spending or where those
gastos
dollars will
y
come
dónde
from,
van a venir
source of
esos
funds,
dólares
if you're
de
proposing
esos
any
fondos si
new
proponen
spending.
algunos otros gastos nuevos
Now let's go
gastos.
to
Ahora
the
vamos
speaker
a
cards. The council
tarjetas
calls
de
for at
oradores.
this
Llama para
time
adelante
Mr.
ahorita
Todd
el señor
Martin,
Todd Martin,
to be followed by Monica
seguida por
Harmon,
Mónica Harmon,
Grant Lavinia,
Grant Lavinia,
and Jamie Wilson,
Jamie Wilson,
with other speakers to
otros
follow. But if I can
oradores
ask
para
those
seguir.
members of the
Si no
public to
puedo pedir
please come
esos que por
forward
favor vengan
and
para
begin to
adelante
form
y
a line
empiecen
behind
a
the
formar
podium.
una línea tras
Mr.
del
Martin.
podio. Gracias, Martin.
Good morning. My name is Todd
Buenos días,
Martin.
yo soy Martin.
You'll forgive my
Van a
ignorance.
disculpar mi
how to
ignorancia
address
de
the
cómo
Honorable
le
City-
hablamos a la
Honorable
ciudad
City Council
honorable, al
members.
Concilio de la Ciudad miembros.
I speak in
Yo
favor
hablo en
of
favor
the increasing
del
the
aumento de
police force
la fuerza de policía
to the greatest degree possible.
al grado más alto posible.
We have hired
Nosotros
a
hemos
great
contratado a un gran
new chief.
nuevo jefe.
He's put forward
Él
a
ha puesto
plan
un
that
plan
seems
que
to answer
parece
a great many
contestar
needs,
muchas necesidades.
and to hobble him at
Y
this
para
point by budget
honorarlo
cutting
por cortos de
would seem to be
presupuesto
very
para él, lo que es
counterproductive.
contraproductivo.
The health, safety, and welfare of the public
Viene
is
la
guaranteed
salud del pueblo está
generally
garantizada
by the
generalmente
police
por la
and the
policía,
fire department.
el departamento de bomberos.
And to cut the budgets of
Para
either
cortar
of
el
those
presupuesto en esos
departments, and
departamentos,
especially the police
especialmente el
department, with
departamento de
the
policía,
crime rate as it is in
los crímenes como
the city
están
of Los
en la ciudad de Los
Angeles,
Ángeles,
would certainly seem to be
ciertamente pareciera
counterproductive.
contraproductivo.
I would urge the
Yo le
city
sugeriría al
council
Concilio de la Ciudad
to trim the budgets
que
of any
corten
other
el presupuesto
departments
de
that
otros
it
departamentos
finds
que
it might be able to
lo
do
podría hacer
in favor
en
of
favor
increasing
de
the
aumentar
police
el
department's
departamento de policía,
number of officers.
número de oficiales.
Thank you.
Thank you
Gracias.
very much.
Muchas
Next
gracias.
speaker, please.
Próximo orador, por favor.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
I strongly
Yo
support Mayor
fuertemente
Hahn in his
soporto
proposal
al
to
alcalde
hire
Hahn en contratar
320 additional
320 oficiales
officers. It
adicionales.
would be great for
Sería
an additional
maravilloso
1,000
para
because that's what the
1,000 más
LAPD
porque eso es lo
needs.
que la policía de
I
Los
want to
Ángeles
thank
necesita.
Chief
Quiero dar las
Bratton for his
gracias al
remarkable
jefe
job
Brown por
he's
su
done
trabajo
in
que
the
ha
short
hecho
time he's
en
been
poco
here,
tiempo que ha estado
restructuring the
aquí reestructurando al
LAPD
cuerpo
and
de
bringing new
policía
life
y
into a
trayendo nueva
stale
vida en un
and deteriorating department.
departamento
Officers
deteriorado.
have asked me to
Oficiales me han
thank him for
pedido
giving
que
them
le dé
back
las
their
gracias
pride and
por
respect
darles el
for wearing
orgullo y
their
respeto
badges.
de ponerse
I'm
sus
astonished that this city council wants
gafetas.
to
Yo
halt
creo
the
que este
great
concilio debe de
momentum now
de
moving
momento
forward
ahora
in the
moverse para
department
el
with
departamento
positive steps.
con
Recruitment and
pasos
morale are up.
cruciales. Moral
Officers
de los
aren't leaving
oficiales
at
no se
record
están
numbers,
yendo en
but then
récords
again,
números, pero
we
otra
have
vez
been short
nosotros hemos
officers for a
cortos de
very long
oficiales por
time.
mucho tiempo.
You want us to wait
Quieren
8
que
months
esperemos
to
8
hire
meses para
additional
contratar
officers.
oficiales
We are coming
adicionales.
up
Nosotros
on the
estamos
peak
viniendo
summer
en el
months when
verano,
crime goes
donde el
up. And
crimen
maybe
sube
some
y
of you
quizás
don't
algunos de ustedes
realize
no
it
se dan
because you live
cuenta
in
porque
nice
ustedes viven en
neighborhoods. But
vecindarios
try
buenos,
walking
pero
out the
traten de
doors in
caminar
Boyle
fuera de
Heights where
Boyle
some of the
Heights.
seniors
Para
hear
algunos de los
gunshots nightly
gente de
and are
tercera edad
afraid
que
to
oyen
walk
balazos
outside
diario y
after dark.
caminan con miedo afuera.
My
La
friends in
seguridad,
South
amigos
Central
en
who
el
are
South
here have
Central
seen
que
enough
están aquí,
bloodshed that they
siguen
care
bastante
to.
sangre de la
Our
que más les
officers
importaría.
need the help.
Nuestros oficiales
You are
necesitan la
sending
ayuda.
the
Ustedes están
wrong
mandando
message
el
whether
mensaje
you
equivocado si
realize
se
it or
den
not.
cuenta o
You are
no.
sending
Están
potential
mandando
recruits and candidates
potenciales y
stating that
candidatos diciendo
LAPD
que la
will not
policía de
be
Los Ángeles no va a
hiring.
estar contratando.
You are basically telling
Básicamente están
them that they should
diciéndoles
go
que ellos
look
deberían de ir a
elsewhere.
alguna otra parte.
If you think differently,
Ustedes creen
then you need a
diferente de lo
reality
que un
check.
cheque
You are
de
sending the
realidad.
message
Están
to our
mandando
officers
mensaje a
on the
los
street that
oficiales
you
en
don't
las
think
calles que
public
ustedes no
safety
creen
is
que la seguridad del
important
pueblo
enough
es
and they're not
importante
important
y no
enough to
son
get the help.
importantes para
I know
exigir
I've
la
been an
ayuda. Yo sé
LAPD
que estoy
volunteer with the
dentro
domestic
de la
abuse
parte de policía
advocate team for 5
por
years.
5
I've
años
been with
y yo he
Holmbeck,
estado
Newton,
con
and
Holmbeck
Northeast.
y
When there's a
Nordeste cuando
parameter
sus
set up, there's
parámetros
officers
pusieron
that
hay
don't
oficiales
have
que
the
no
help.
tienen la ayuda.
Last year, we
El año
fought hard
pasado
for a new chief.
peleamos
We got the best of the best with Chief
duro para
Bratton.
un
We were
nuevo
vocal
jefe.
in speaking
Agarramos
out
al
on
jefe
issues that
Branda y hemos
affected our
hablado
officers. We support this
cuestiones que
department.
afectan a nuestros
Other big
oficiales.
cities
Otras ciudades
throughout
grandes por
America
toda
put
América
public
ponen
safety at the
seguridad
top of the
pública
agenda.
arriba de la
This city
agenda. Esta
council
ciudad
needs to do that.
necesita
That
hacer
is
eso.
a
Eso
priority
es
and
una
should be
prioridad
of
y
this
debe de
city.
ser de la
I read
ciudad.
in the paper
Yo
where
leí en
you
el
think
periódico
it's
que
more of
ustedes
a
creen que es
priority
más una prioridad más
to
grande
renovate a
renovar
coliseum
un
for a city
coliseo
that does
para la
not even
ciudad
have
que
a
ni siquiera
team
tiene un
with
equipo
$400
con
million in
400
projects private
millones de dólares
donations.
en
You should be
donaciones privadas deben de ser
politicking, getting those private
politicando y de
donations to
esas
give it
donaciones
back to
públicas para
LAPD and
regresar a
put
la
the money
parte de
where it
policía
belongs
donde
in public safety.
pertenece en
Ma'am,
seguridad
can I ask you
pública.
to
¿Le puedes
conclude,
que concluya?
I urge you to
Les sugiero
support
que
the mayor.
soporten al alcalde.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Grant Lavinia to be
Grant
followed by
Lavinia,
Jamie
seguida por Jamie
Wilson,
Wilson,
Nina Royale,
Piña Royal
and Phil
y
Tabby.
Phil Tabby.
Thank you very much for this
Muchas gracias
opportunity.
por esta
I'm a
oportunidad.
volunteer
Yo,
for the
el
crisis
voluntario
response
del
team for the city
responde
of
de
Los Angeles.
para la ciudad de Los
And we
Ángeles
work
y
firsthand with
trabajamos
law enforcement and fire
mano a mano con el
personnel
departamento de
to
policía y
respond
los
to
bomberos para
homicides,
responder a
suicides,
homicidios,
any
suicidios,
type of
cualquier
traumatic
clase
events
de
or
evento
violence,
traumático.
death that somebody should come and support the community.
Comentarios para soportar a la
Basically, we
comunidad.
have a
Básicamente
job
tenemos un
because
trabajo
as
porque
volunteers,
como
because
voluntarios
there aren't enough
no
law
hay
enforcement out there
suficientes
to do their
oficiales
job.
afuera para hacer su trabajo.
I do
Yo
want to ask that you
quiero
guys support
pedir que
Mayor
soporten
Han's
al alcalde Han
proposed
la
budget for
propuesta
law
del
enforcement,
presupuesto
so we have
para
more out
la
there. I
policía
also
para
feel
tener
that
más
you
y
are
yo siento
sending a
que usted
mixed
está
message.
mandando un
The
mensaje
biggest responsibility
revuelto
that
de
the
la
city council
responsabilidad
has
del
is to
concilio
protect
tiene
its
es proteger a
citizens.
sus
And
ciudadanos
by not hiring
y por
enough
no
law enforcement
contratando
to do that
suficientes
job,
oficiales para
I
hacer
think
ese
you're doing
trabajo
a
que lo
strong
están
disservice
haciendo
to the
un
city.
mal servicio para
So
la
thank you for this
ciudad. Entonces muchas
opportunity,
gracias por esta
and
oportunidad
don't take the
y no
hiring,
tomen eso de contratación.
out of Chief Bratton. Let him have the
Fuera del jefe
responsibility of
Brand,
doing what he
dejen
needs
la
to be doing.
responsabilidad
That's
de
his
que tiene
job.
hacer lo que tiene que hacer él. Eso es su
speaker,
trabajo. Gracias. El próximo orador, por favor.
Good morning,
Buenos
President
días,
Padilla, Honorable City
Padilla,
Council, and my
honorable
councilman, Janice
consejero,
Hahn. I'm Jamie Wilson, I'm president of the San Pedro Peninsula Chamber of Commerce
de
and
la
the San Pedro Business
Cámara de
Improvement
Comercio de
District.
San Pedro.
I'm here to support
Estoy
the
aquí para
mayor's budget
soportar la
request for the additional
petición de
police officers
presupuesto
that our city so
de lo que
desperately
la ciudad
needs.
necesita
I'm also here to
desesperadamente
support the work
para
of Chief
soportar
Bratton and all the police
trabajo
officers that
de
work so hard for our
Pedro
community.
Brand, que trabajan
Public
para la
safety is the
comunidad.
most
Seguridad
important service that
del
local
público
government
es
provides. It's the
lo que
foundation
es
of
la
economic
fundación
development
de
for our
desarrollo
community.
económico para nuestra
We need
comunidad.
a budget for more
Necesitamos el
police
presupuesto más
officers.
oficiales de
Thank you very
policía.
much for
Muchas
your
gracias por su
consideration.
consideración.
Good morning, ladies
Buenos
and
días,
gentlemen,
damas
council
y caballeros,
members.
miembros del
My
Consejo.
name is Nina
Mi nombre
Royal.
es Nina Royal.
I'm with the
Yo
Community
estoy con la
Supervisory Board
versión
for the Foothill Division.
de la Comisión Federal.
My son is a
Mi
police officer. I am
mi
also
hijo
the
es oficial
safety
de policía,
coordinator
yo
for
la
the
coordinadora de
Summertime
seguridad de
Neighborhood
Tajanga.
Council. What I have in front of me,
Lo que tengo enfrente de mí,
if you all look,
si todos
are
ven,
police
es
victim
un reporte
reports.
de víctimas
You
de
know who
reporte.
these
Y
are?
el que
They
son
belong
estos,
to me.
me
In the
pertenece
last
a mí y en
2
los últimos 2
months,
meses
I have had
he tenido
4 crimes
4
committed against me.
crímenes cometidos en contra de mí.
Why? Because we don't
¿Por qué?
have enough
Porque no tenemos
officers.
suficientes oficiales.
We hire the best police
Contratamos a los
chief there
mejores
is
jefes de
that's
policía que
available
hay, que está
in the United
disponible en los
States.
Estados Unidos.
Let him make the
Déjenlo a él que
decisions
haga
on
las
what that
decisiones de
department
lo que ese
needs.
departamento
Our
necesita.
department is
Nuestro
thoroughly
departamento
understaffed. My
está
son
bajo
presently
equipo.
is a
Mi hijo
bicycle
está-
rider through the projects of
anda en
Pacoima.
bicicleta por los
If
valles
there
de
is
Pacoima
not
si no hay
adequate backup
Adecuado.
in a sufficient amount of time,
soporte
and
en
something
tiempo
happens to
suficiente y
these
algo le pasa a
officers,
estos
any of these
oficiales, a cualquiera de estos
officers, the city
oficiales, la
council should be held
Consejo de la Ciudad
accountable.
debe ser
You've had the
responsable.
money to
Han
do
tenido el
other
dinero
things
para hacer
with.
otras
We
cosas,
had money
han
that we
tenido
voted
dinero
in
que
for
votamos
911.
para
That's
911.
not completed.
Eso no está completado.
1989,
En
we passed a
1989
bond issue to build
pasamos
the
una
Northeast Valley
versión para el
Police
noreste
Station.
del
That's
valle.
just now getting
Eso está
completed. This is the year
terminado. Esto es un año
2003. What are you
2003.
doing with the
Lo que
bloody
está
money?
haciendo con el dinero.
Take that money that
Tomen
you're
ese
spending
dinero que están
elsewhere.
gastando en otras
Sidewalks can
partes.
even wait. How
Pueden
much
perder
is a human
cuánto
being's
es
life
la vida de un
worth?
ser humano vale.
Do something to get them their
Están
police
esperando a que
officers
los
now because
oficiales
of the
ahora,
attrition
porque
rate.
Ya
700
estos
officers probably
800
won't get you
oficiales no van a
300 officers.
agarrar
I
300
encourage you
oficiales. Yo
and I
les
am pleading
urjo y
with
les
you,
estoy
please do the right thing.
pidiendo que hagan la
Pass the
cosa bien,
budget as
pasen
Mayor
el
Han put
presupuesto
it.
como el
Don't be playing
alcalde Han,
games
no
like
jueguen
roulette
juegos
with
como
people's
ruleta
lives.
con la
Thank
vida de
you.
la
very
gente.
much.
Muchas gracias.
Phil Tabby, followed by
Tabby,
Oscar
seguido por
Garcia,
Oscar Garcia,
Jim
Jim
McQuiston,
McQuiston,
John Edwards,
John Edwards,
and Victoria
y
Torres.
Victoria
If you can
Torres.
come
Si
forward at
pueden
this
venir para
time,
adelante,
please.
por favor.
Thank you. My name is
Gracias,
Phil
mi nombre es
Chabby. I'm the
Phil Chabby. Yo
co-chair
soy
for the
presidente
CPAB
para el
Foothill
CPAB
Division.
de División de PIA.
I came here today
Yo vine
in
hoy aquí
favor
en favor
of the mayor's budget
Del
because
presupuesto del alcalde porque
we need
no sé,
the
tenemos
officers.
a los
I do a
oficiales.
citizen patrol in my
yo
neighborhood
hago
by myself. And
patrullas
the
de
reason why I
ciudadano
do
por
it
mí
is
solo y lo
because
único
there's
que
not
lo hago
enough
es porque no hay
officers out
suficientes
there
oficiales ahí
to
para
go in my
pasar
neighborhood
por
as
mi
well as all the
vecindario
other
también como los
neighborhoods.
otros vecindarios.
350 officers
350
sounds like a
oficiales suena
lot,
como como muchos,
take that
pero
and
tomen
divide it by
eso y
all the
divídanlos por
stations we
todas las
have. That-
estaciones que
You do the
tenemos.
math. That's not
Hagan
that
el
many
la
officers per
matemática, eso
station.
no es muchos oficiales por estación.
I had a whole bunch
Yo
of
tenía muchas
statistics, but you know what?
estadísticas,
You
pero
guys know the
ustedes saben a las
statistics. But I'll
estadísticas.
tell you a story
Pero les
that
voy a
just
decir una
happened this
historia que acaba de
weekend.
pasar
Michelle
este fin de semana.
Rodriguez is
Michelle
one of the
Rodríguez es una de
officers
los
that
oficiales
did a street racer task force this weekend.
la fuerza
She
de
came in
carreras. Ella
Saturday
vino el
and she
sábado
pulled her shift.
y ella hizo su
She
horario.
got off at
Ese
2
salió a las 2
o'clock
de la
in the
mañana de
afternoon.
la tarde.
She went home,
Se fue a casa,
she rested, she came
descansó,
back at
regresó
4
a las
o'clock
4 de la
to do the
tarde para
racer task
hacer
force. She worked all night doing that. She went to
hizo toda
sleep
la
in
noche,
the
se durmió en la
station
estación.
on a cot because she had to
en un
pull her
colchón
shift
porque
on
tenía que
Sunday.
hacer su horario
Now,
el domingo.
This is one
Esto
officer
es un
of
oficial
many
de
officers that
muchos
did that
oficiales
for
que
this
hacen eso
weekend.
este fin
Is
de
this what we
semana.
want our
Esto es lo que
officers to
queremos
do,
que
pull
nuestros
3
oficiales
days
hagan,
in
que
a
hagan
row
3 días
because
seguidos,
there's not enough
porque no hay
officers out there
suficientes oficiales
to
ahí
help
para
them out?
ayudarlos.
Excuse me?
Perdón.
But anyways,
Pero de cualquier
I'm for
manera,
it.
estoy
We need the
por esto,
officers.
necesitamos los oficiales.
350 isn't a lot.
350 no es mucho.
Thank you, sir.
And
Gracias,
safety
señor.
is
Y
the main
seguridad
thing.
es la
Thank you
cosa
very
mayor.
much.
Muchas gracias.
Next speaker.
Próximo orador.
My name is
Mi
Oscar
nombre es
Garcia, and
García.
I'm president of the
Soy
Lincoln Heights Neighborhood
presidente del
Council.
vecindario del
And I'm
Consejo
coming
del
to you
Lincoln
here
Heights. Yo vengo aquí
from doing the
de
outreach prior
ser,
to being elected as
de ser
president
elegido
of our
como
neighborhood
presidente en
council.
el concilio del vecindario.
And I understand that
Yo
money is
entiendo que el
definitely an
dinero es
issue. I
definitivamente una
understand
cuestión.
that
Yo
also
entiendo que también
that it's a social
es
problem
un
that is going
problema
on in our
social que está
community,
pasando en nuestra
specifically
comunidad,
Lincoln Heights.
específicamente en Lincoln Heights.
And I understand that we're
Yo
not going to be able to
entiendo que
solve
no
this by
vamos a
putting
poder
more
resolver
police
eso poniendo
officers
más
on the
oficiales
street.
en las calles.
However, I do
Pero yo
understand
entiendo
is that by having
es
less
que
police
teniendo
officers
menos
in our
oficiales
community,
en nuestra
that it is going
comunidad
to be a
que va a
major
ser
issue.
una cuestión
In Lincoln
mayor.
Heights,
En
we only
Lincoln
have
Heights
one car
solamente tenemos
patrolling
una patrulla
32,000
de
people
carros patrullando 3,000
at
gentes
any given
en
time.
cualquier
And I
hora.
find that as
Y yo
a
encuentro
huge
como que es
excuse
una excusa
for us to
mayor para
have
que nosotros
14
tengamos
homicides over
14
the past year.
homicidios
That's a
en el año
horrible
pasado. Es horrible
result.
resultado.
And so I
Entonces,
urge the city
surjo
council
al
members to take
Concilio
a
de
hard
la
look
que tomen una vista
and see how
dura
they
y
can
que vean
increase
cómo
it,
es que pueden
the amount of
aumentar
police
la cantidad de
officers,
oficiales
but
de
bring it
policía,
back
pero
to our
traiganlo otra
community
vez a nuestra
and not
comunidad
just
y no
overall
solo
increase to the police officers.
aumentar
Make
los
sure that
oficiales
the
de
areas
policía.
that
Estén
truly
seguros
need
de
it
que las
are the
áreas
ones
que
that
de
are going
verdad
to
lo
get it.
necesitan son los que lo
And
van
I
a agarrar
urge you
y los urjo
to vote
que voten
and to put more police
y
officers
pongan
in
más
our streets.
oficiales en nuestras
Thank you.
calles.
Thank you very
Gracias.
much.
Muchas gracias.
Your
Good
name?
morning.
Su
My name is
nombre, buenos
Victoria
días. Mi
Torres. I'm
nombre es
a
Victoria Torres.
resident of
Yo
Boyle
soy
Heights.
residente de
I
Boyle
find it
Heights. Yo
appalling
encuentro
that none of these
vergonzoso que
councils
nadie
are
de estos
sitting at their
concejales están
seats and
poniendo
listening
sus
to the
asientos
people.
oyendo a la
We
gente.
took our time to
Nosotros
come here.
tomamos nuestro
This
tiempo
is
para
your
venir.
job.
Este es su
You should be
trabajo.
sitting here
Ustedes
listening to us.
sentados oyéndonos
We're
a nosotros.
asking
Estamos
for your
pidiendo
help.
a su ayuda.
I am
Yo
appalled
estoy
at this
avergonzada
council
de este
for
consejo
not
por
going with
no
the decision
ir con
of the
las
mayor
decisiones
and
del alcalde y
also Chief
también
Bratton to put more
el
officers
jefe de
on our
Brandon
street.
poner más oficiales
Are
en
you going to
nuestras
put
calles.
this on
Van a poner
hold? Are
esto,
you going to put
van a
crime on hold
detener el
also?
crimen también, detenerlo.
I don't think so.
Yo no creo.
Matters that are important to
Asuntos que
the
son
quality of
importantes para
life
la calidad
issues
de
for the
vida
city and the
para la
surrounding
ciudad y
communities
las
that are
comunidades
made up
alrededor
of
que
the
han
city.
hecho esta ciudad.
Nosotros
We
are the payers,
los
taxpayers that
que
deserve
pagamos
the
los
service of
impuestos
the
que
LAPD.
merecemos el
I
servicio de la Policía de Los
have been
Ángeles. Yo he
before the
estado
city
aquí antes
council
del
and
Consejo
seen
de
their
la Ciudad, he
agenda.
visto
City
sus agendas.
council
El Consejo de la
has
Ciudad
made
ha
decisions
hecho
to absorb
decisiones para
costs of
absorber
city
costos
walks,
de
runs, fairs, street
ferias
closures,
de
and
estos
other
ciudadanos y
things
otras
that cost
cosas
city
que
up to
cuestan a la ciudad hasta
$20,000 or
$20,000
more for
o
one
más por
event.
un evento.
Why can't this
¿Por
money
qué
be
no este
used for
dinero puede ser
officers on
usado
our
para
street?
oficiales en nuestras calles?
All of these
Todos
events
estos
absorbed by
eventos
the city
absorben
add
por
up
la
to money
ciudad.
over time.
O sea,
Even at a
ayuden
time when it
al
is not
dinero
safe
de
to
la
walk
ciudad,
our
aunque no es
streets
seguro para
for
caminar las
due to the
calles
lack of officers.
falta de
City council
oficiales.
is
El
looking
Consejo
at
le está
an
viendo
NFL team
a un
to come
equipo
to the
de NFL que venga al
Coliseum that
Coliseo
will cost
que
between
va a costar
350
entre
to 400
150
million
y
to fix.
400 millones
Has the
para
city
el
council
Consejo
looked
les ha
to how
visto
many
para
times
cuántas
the
veces
Coliseum has
el
been
Coliseo
used
ha
since
sido
the
usado desde
1980s, since the
1980
Olympics
cuando
has
las
been here?
Olimpiadas estuvieron aquí.
The city council
El
has
Consejo
made
les ha
darn mistakes
hecho
at times, and if
errores
this happens
horribles
that
y esto
officers are
pasa que
not
los fieles no
hired
son
and put on our
contratados y
streets,
puestos
this
en
will
las
be the
calles. Esto
straw
va a
that
ser
breaks the camel's back.
esto es
Ma'am,
lo
if
que
I
va a
can
ser
ask you to
la
conclude,
baja que
please.
rompa
You
la
are not
espalda del
supporting
camello.
Chief
Usted no ha
Bratton or Mayor
soportado al
Hahn on their
jefe mayor
decision
en
to
su
the
decisión
LAPD
al
and the hiring
alcalde
of more officers
contratar
into
más
the
oficiales
department.
y al
These are
departamento.
issues that
Son
we have fought
cuestiones
for.
que hemos peleado.
Mr. McQuiston.
Gracias, señor McQuiston.
Following Jim McQuiston
Siguiendo
will be
McQuiston
John
va a ser
Edwards,
John Edwards,
Arthur Torres,
Arthur Torres,
Jennifer
Jennifer
Zivkovic,
Zivkovic,
and Noah Modisette.
No, Morrison.
Jim McQuiston,
Jim
East
McQuiston,
Hollywood
él
Community
es comunidad
Association.
del
I do
este del
support
colegio,
the
soporto
Budget Committee's
el comité,
recommendation.
por
I want
supuesto
to
del
point out
comité
to
quiero
people
apuntar a la
here that
gente
the
aquí
chief
que
has said
el jefe ha dicho
they can only
que
have
solamente pueden
7
tener 100
training sessions this year,
sesiones
55
de
officers
55
each,
oficiales cada
and they were
una,
given
y
more
ellos
money
les
than
dieron más
that
dinero
to
que eso
hire
para
officers.
contratar
The
oficiales.
chief just
El
doesn't
jefe
understand
no
arithmetic.
entiende la aritmética.
And the budget
El
committee said that
comité de
they're going to take a
presupuesto que
look
van
at
a
this
van a ver
after the
esto
state
después de que el
decides
Estado
how much
decida
money
cuánto
they're going to
dinero
take
van
away
a
from us,
quitar de nosotros.
and they're going to
Y
adjust
ellos
the
van a
budget to
ajustar el
make sure that the
presupuesto para
police
asegurarse que la
are
policía
adequately
está
represented
adecuadamente
on our
representada
streets.
en nuestras calles.
However, we
Pero
still
todavía
have a
tenemos
deficit budget of
un déficit de
$640 million
$640 millones de
this year.
dólares este año.
That means that
Eso
we're
quiere
spending
decir que
that money
estamos
out of
gastando
our
ese dinero
pockets.
fuera de nuestros
We're not going to get
bolsillos, no
interest
vamos a
on
agarrar
that money
intereses
next
en ese
year.
dinero el año que
That
entra.
means we're going
Eso
to
quiere
have
decir que
an
vamos a
even bigger
tener
hole
un
in our
hoyo más
budget.
grande en nuestro
And next
presupuesto
year,
y
we
el
will
próximo
not
año no
have
vamos
those
a
funds
tener
to
esos fondos
support
para
aging,
soportar a la
senior
gente de tercera
services,
edad.
neighborhood councils,
Consejos del
you name it,
vecindario,
we'll have to
lo
cut
vamos a
everything
tener que
down.
cortar todo.
So we've got to
Entonces
remember
tenemos que
that
recordar
we have
que
to
nosotros
put
tenemos
priorities
que tener
on. The chief
prioridades.
is
El
getting
jefe
all
está
the money he
agarrando todo el
can
dinero que
use.
puede usar.
And
Y
the budget
nosotros, el
also
presupuesto
says that
también
once you're
dice que una
given
vez
that
que dan
money,
ese
you can
dinero
spend it
pueden gastarlo
immediately.
inmediatamente.
Any general manager that
Cualquier
doesn't
gerente
spend
general
it
que no
on
se lo
July
gasta en
2nd
julio 2
ought to be fired
debe ser
under those
despedido bajo
conditions
esas
because he
condiciones
knows
porque él
he's not
sabe que
going to
no
have
está
that
a
money.
tener ese dinero.
And so if he spends it
Entonces si lo
first,
gasta primero,
the other departments are
los
going to
otros
go begging
departamentos
and
van
not
a
him.
rogar y
So
no
we
él.
have
Entonces
to
tenemos que
realize that
darnos
this
cuenta de
is
que
our
esto es
budget
nuestro
deficit year.
fallo de
And we have
déficit de
to
presupuesto y
make
tenemos
sure
que
that
estar
money is
seguros
in
de
the
que ese
reserve
dinero en
fund
el
rather
fondo de
than
reserva
for immediate
en vez de
availability
para
to spend by
habilidad
the general
disponible
managers.
por los
The
gerentes
budget
generales.
committee did the
El
wise
comité hizo
thing
la
in
cosa
saying,
inteligente en
we'll
decir,
only release
solo
a little
vamos a
bit of
dejar
that
un
at
poquito de
first,
eso
so you
primero
can't
para que no
overwhelm us with
puedan
deficits.
comenzarlos con
And
déficits.
then if we have
Y
that
luego si
money,
tenemos ese
we'll
dinero,
let you spend
entonces
it a
dejamos que
little
lo
bit
gasten
later.
un poquito más
And that
tarde.
is a
Y
very
eso
wise
es una
decision by
decisión
our
muy
very wise budget
inteligente
and
por
finance committee.
el Comité de Finanzas y Presupuesto.
Good morning. My name
Buenos
is
días,
John
mi nombre
Edwards,
es John
and
Edwards.
I'm a
Y yo
president
soy
of a
presidente de
Northeast Neighborhood Council.
Northeast, el Concilio del
I'm also a
Vecindario. Yo
publisher of
también
a
soy
regional newspaper.
publicista de un periódico.
I live in the
Yo
14th
vivo en el
district with
14
my very
distrito
good
con mi
councilman
buena
Nick
concejal
Pacheco, who
Nick
we
Pacheco,
endorse.
que
But on this
endorsamos, pero
occasion,
en
I
esta
have to
ocasión
disagree with
tenemos
him
que
and
estar
his
de
committee
desacuerdo y
and
su
support
comité
the
en
mayor
soporta al alcalde.
and Chief
Y
Bratton.
el jefe Bratton.
In fact, I believe
En
a lot
hecho,
of
yo
you
creo
do.
que muchos
You
de ustedes
certainly did
también,
in
ustedes
October
probablemente
when
lo
he was
hicieron en
appointed.
octubre cuando fue apuntado.
Last October,
El
the
octubre
economic
pasado, la
situation was
situación
really
económica
bad. We knew
estaba
that
muy
as
mal,
businessmen,
sabíamos
we
eso
knew
como
that. So you as a
de
council
negocio,
must
usted
have
como
known
concejal
that.
deben haber sabido
And
eso.
I'd like to know how many of you told Chief
¿Cuántos de
Bratton at
ustedes
that
dijeron al jefe
time
Bratton
you will
en
not be
aquel
getting
tiempo?
extra men?
No van a agarrar nombres extras.
Councilmember
El
Wise
concejal
was
Wise,
quoted as saying,
él dijo que
Chief Bratton
el
will
Chief
come to
Bratton
Los
va a venir a
Angeles and
Los
turn the
Ángeles y
LAPD
voltear el
around.
policía al
He
revés.
won't do that
Él
without
no
new
va a hacerlo
resources.
sin los nuevos
He deserves these additional
hombres. Él
resources.
necesita estos nuevos hombres.
And as I say, I
Como
understand it's
dije, yo
difficult
entiendo que
times,
es tiempos
but quite
dificultosos,
frankly,
pero francamente,
in my area of
en mi
Cypress
área
Park,
de Cypress
we
Park
have
nosotros
a
tenemos
tremendous amount of graffiti
una
going up
cantidad
again.
tremenda de graffiti otra
Gang
vez.
activity is on the rise, although we have a gang
Actividad de
injunction. Now, these
pandillas
people are
están, tenemos
terrorizing
solución
us,
de
but they are
pandillas, se lo están
challenging
terrorizando,
you,
pero
the
lo están
city.
retando ustedes a la ciudad.
If you do not stand up to
ustedes
that
no
challenge, if you do not
no
allow
tratan
Chief
eso,
Bratton
si no dejan que
to
el
have
Chief
his
Bratton, el
resources,
jefe Bratton que
you're
tenga
going to
sus
fail
hombres, van a
once
fallar
again
una vez
with
más
crime in
con
this city.
crimen en esta ciudad.
And quite
Y
frankly,
francamente,
we've had already
hemos
Chief
tenido ya
Parks,
muchos al jefe Parks.
and now if
Y ahora,
Chief Bratton
si
fails,
el
we
jefe
will
Bratton
have
falla,
serious
vamos a tener
problems.
problemas
At
serios.
last Friday's
El
council
viernes
hearing,
pasado en la audiencia, el
Councilmember
concilio, el miembro
Holden
concejal
said
Holden
the
dijo
people
que
should
la
remember
gente debe de
that
recordar que
67%
66%
is already going of the
ya
budget is already
este
going on public
presupuesto ya
safety.
de seguridad
I remember
pública. Yo
Councilmember
recuerdo
Eric
al concejal
Garcetti
Eric
saying that
Garcetti
in his
diciendo
election
eso y en su elección.
battle. The problem is
El
probably you
problema es que
haven't
ustedes no
increased
han
revenues.
aumentado las
Sir, if I can ask
ganancias.
you to
Sí,
conclude,
puedo
Of course,
pedirle
yeah.
que concluya.
So the fact
Claro.
is we
El
have
hecho
to
es
have
que
these
tenemos
police
que
forces. I
tener
understand that's
de
what Chief
policía, es
Bratton
lo
came
que
here
Bratton hizo,
for.
por
I
lo que
believe
vino,
most of you
y creo que
supported that
todos
at,
lo
this
soportaron
at that
eso en
time,
aquel tiempo
and you should support it
y
now.
deben
Thank
de
you very much.
soportarlo ahora. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, council members.
Buenos
My
días,
name
miembros
is
del
Arthur
consejo. Mi nombre
Torres.
es
I
Arthur
reside in
Torres. Yo
Boyle
resido
Heights.
en Boyle Heights.
I'm a member of the
Yo
Boyle
soy
Heights
miembro del
Neighborhood Council.
concilio de la ciudad de Boyle Heights.
In the past, I've
En el
supported
pasado
Mayor
yo
Jim
soporté
Hahn's
al
decision
alcalde
to move
Robert Hunt en
for a
mover
new
la
chief of
decisión para el
police.
nuevo jefe de policía.
This decision
Esta
was the right thing
decisión
to
fue
do
la
for the
cosa
city of
bien para
Los
hacer la ciudad de
Angeles.
Los Ángeles.
I took a hard look
Yo
at
tomé,
those
vi
who
a
applied for the
esos que
position of
aplicaron
chief
para
of
la
police.
posición de jefes
There were
de
many
policía. Había
qualified
muchos
applicants for this
calificantes
position.
para
However,
esta
at the
opción,
time,
pero
my
el tiempo
opinion
y mi
that
opinión
Mr.
de que el
William
señor
Bratton
William
would be the
Bratton
best
sería el
choice for the
mejor
city of Los
elegido para la
Angeles
ciudad de Los
Police
Ángeles
Department.
Departamento de Policía.
Again, I
Otra
supported
vez yo soporté
Jim Hahn's
al
appointment
alcalde
Mr. Bratton
Jim Hunt del
as
señor
the new
Bratton
chief of
como nuevo
police.
jefe de
When Los
policía.
Angeles
Cuando Los
faced
Ángeles
secession
se vieron
efforts, I
la
supported
yo
Jim
soporté a
Hahn's
Jim Hunt.
hard work to keep
Trabajó
Los
duro para
Angeles
mantener a
whole.
Los Ángeles entero.
Jim Hahn's police
Jim
chief,
Hunt, el
William
jefe de
Bratton,
policía William Bratton,
their support staff
su equipo de
have made
soporte ha
positive
hecho un
progress.
proceso
However,
positivo,
there
pero
remains much work
se queda
ahead.
mucho trabajo adelante.
Once again,
Una
I
vez más, yo
support
soporto
Jim Hahn,
a Jim Hahn,
Chief William Bratton,
Chief William
the rank and
Bratton,
file.
el policía
Council
blanco,
members
el
do
miembro
not
del concilio
circumvent
no
our goal,
circunventen nuestras
safety,
metas para
prosperity,
seguridad,
and
prosperidad
positive quality of
y
life.
calidad
Thank you.
positiva de vida. Gracias.
Our next speaker is
Nuestro próximo orador es
Jennifer
Jennifer
Zivkovic. Did I pronounce that all right?
Yes.
Sí.
Followed by Noah
Seguida
Mariset,
por Noah Mariset,
Rita Chaidas,
Chaidas,
Jan
Jen
Armstrong,
Armstrong
and Jay
y
Sloan. If
James
you can
Sloan.
come
Sí, por
forward.
favor, pueden venir para adelante. por
Good
favor.
morning, Council
Buenos días,
President
presidente del
Padilla,
Consejo
honorable
Padilla,
council members. My name is
miembros
Jennifer
honorables del Consejo. Mi nombre
Sivkovich.
es
I am a
Jennifer
resident
Sivkovich. Yo
of
soy
San
residente
Pedro,
de San
and I
Pedro.
am a member of the
Yo soy
governing
miembro
board of the
del
Coastal San Pedro
del
Neighborhood
gobierno del
Council.
Concilio del
I'm here
Vecindario.
as an
Estoy aquí como un
individual
individuo
to urge
para
you to
urgir los que
support the mayor's
soporten a la
proposed
propuesta
budget.
del alcalde
The hiring of
de contratar a
320 officers
320
would be a
oficiales
significant
sería
step in the right direction,
paso significante en la dirección
considering
correcta,
we've
considerando
lost
que hemos
over
perdido
900 in the last
900
few
en los
years.
últimos cuantos años.
I
Yo
recently
recientemente
called for a
llamé
unit
para
to come
una
out to
unidad
my
para que
neighborhood
viniera a
for
mi
a valid
vecindario,
reason
pero
and was
por una
told
razón válida me dijeron
that
que
since there was a
como
homicide,
había
they
un homicidio
couldn't
no podía
guarantee that a unit
garantizar
would
que
be
una
sent
unidad iba a
out
ser
because
mandada
it tapped their
porque
resources so
porque tenían
severely.
todos sus
So
recursos, se habían
I
cortado
believe that your most
equipos.
important
Seguramente lo más
responsibility is public
importante
safety.
es
So again, I
seguridad
urge you
pública.
to
Les
support
urjo que
the mayor's
soporten
budget
la
proposal.
propuesta del
and,
alcalde
thank you.
y gracias.
I'm Noah Maruset.
Yo soy
I'm a
Maruset. Yo
member of the board of the Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council, and I'm also a leader in the Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, which
La
includes
unión de
the
consejos de
current
los
69 certified councils.
69
As an
consejos.
individual, I'm going to say the
Voy a
obvious.
decir lo obvio.
We need more
Necesitamos
good
más
officers on the police force, and
oficiales
we
en la
need
fuerza de
fewer
policía.
bad officers.
Necesitamos muy malos
I would hope
oficiales.
that
Yo
at some
esperaría que
time in the future, you would address the second half of
el
that
segundo de ese
with more light of
con
day
más
brought on
cuidado que
professional
traiga
standards
estándares
at the Bureau
profesionales, su cámara,
and on whether or
y
not the
que
LA
si o no
Times
el
was accurate
periódico
this
Los
morning.
Ángeles estuvo bien esta mañana.
Whether or not the
Pues,
LA Times was accurate this
el periódico
morning in
estuvo bien esta
contending that
mañana,
96
diciendo de 96
officers
oficiales
should have been
deberían de
dismissed,
haber
but
sido
we're not even
despedidos, pero ni
brought
siquiera
to
retraídos
justice.
de la justicia.
Today, you have an
Hoy
opportunity
tienen la
to work on
oportunidad
the
de ir a
positive
trabajar
side
en
of
el
it, and
lado
that is
positivo.
to bring
Eso
more
es que
forces
traer
to
más
bear where we
fuerzas
need
para
them.
ponerlos donde necesitamos.
We right now are in
Nosotros ahorita
a
estamos
situation
en
in
una
which
situación en la cual
we're
Estamos
hiring and,
contratando
vetting and hiring a full academy
una academia
on a repetitive
completa.
basis.
Va a
We
ser
need to keep that
repetitiva, necesitamos
momentum
mantener
up.
ese
We have to
momento.
continue to
Necesitamos
move the
que
troops
continuemos moviendo
forward
las tropas
to the
para
front
las tropas
line.
para adelante, para la
The
línea
current
enfrente.
front line is
La
pretty
línea
much as
enfrente
Jennifer
es,
just said.
como Jennifer acaba
If
de
a
decir,
crime
si un crimen
occurs,
ocurre,
individual officers are
individuos
involved
oficiales
in
están
maintaining
envueltos
the
en
crime
mantener
scene,
la escena del crimen,
keeping it from being
manteniéndola de
violated,
ser violada.
other officers
Otros
on
oficiales,
finding out other
encontrando
information,
otras
and
información.
very soon you
Y
don't
muy
have
pronto ya
anybody
no
left
tienen a nadie
to meet any other
para hacer
need
algunas
in the
otras
immediate
necesidades en
area.
el área inmediata.
So bring
Entonces,
these
traigan
officers
estos
up on board.
oficiales.
You can address the
Pueden
budget
hacer el
issue in
presupuesto
front of you on
enfrente
an
de
annual
ustedes,
basis
en
as you
bases
do
anuales como lo
and
hacen.
get another
Y
grip on it in
otro
another
año,
year,
otro año.
but we have to move
Pero nos
forward.
hemos mover para
Thank you.
adelante. Gracias.
Next speaker, please.
Próximo orador, por favor.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
My name is Rita
Mi nombre es
Chaides.
Rita
I
Chaides.
represent
Yo
the families,
represento a las familias
residents of Dolores
residentes de
Mission
Dolores
Community.
Mission Community.
We come
Nosotros
here
venimos
before you
aquí
to ask
ante
that you
usted para
support Mayor
pedir que
Hans' budget
soporten
to
el
hire
presupuesto del
350
alcalde
officers.
mayor.
I spoke with Father Greg Boyle this morning.
Hablé con el padre Boyle
He would
esta
have been
mañana y
here,
hubiera
but
estado aquí, pero
as you all know,
como
he
todos
has
saben, él
cancer.
tiene cáncer.
But he conveyed that
Pero
to me
dijo
that this is much needed in our communities. We are not about suppression, but opportunities for
pero
youth.
oportunidades para la juventud.
The presence of in the
presencia
relationship
y
that we have
relaciones que
established with the
hemos
police
establecido con el
department
departamento
for
de
2.5
policía,
years
son 2
has
años y
been key
medio,
in our
ha
community.
sido clave en nuestra
We
comunidad.
have not
Nosotros no
had a
hemos-
homicide since
en
May
los
of last
homicidios
year.
de mayo del año pasado.
So that for us in the
Eso es para
community
nosotros en la
is a
comunidad,
great
ese es un gran
victory because
victoria,
we have
porque
been fighting
nosotros
for
estamos peleando
peace in
por
our
eso,
community.
por paz en nuestra comunidad.
We would also like
Nosotros
to
también
know,
nos gustaría saber
as community,
como
what happened with
comunidad
the
qué pasó
money
con el
to hire
dinero
900
para contratar
officers.
900 oficiales.
Please,
Por favor,
I plead with you to
les suplico que
support Mayor Han
soporten al
and Chief Brown
alcalde
to
Ani, el
hire
jefe
these
Brian,
police
para contratar
officers.
oficiales de
Thank you very
policía.
much.
The children
Muchas
need
gracias.
a
Los
safe
niños
place to play.
necesitan un lugar
Thank
seguro
you.
para jugar. Gracias.
Jan Armstrong,
Jan
followed by
Armstrong,
Jay
seguida por Jay
Sloan,
Sloan,
Donna
Donna
Ethington,
Ethington,
Joe McKinney,
Joe McKinney,
or Betty Joe
Betty
McKinney,
Joe McKinney,
and Art Placencia.
y Ar Porcencia.
I'm Jan Armstrong.
Armstrong.
I'm with the
Yo estoy
Mesa
con
Heights Community
la
Council
comunidad de Arts
and
Mesa,
currently
la
serving
comunidad
as chair
sirviendo
of their
como presidenta
infrastructure
de
task
su
force.
fuerza de
The charge of the task force was to
infraestructura.
drive
Para
each street
traer
in
cada
zip code
calle en zona postal
90043 and assess the
90043.
infrastructure.
Y
And as
evaluar
we
la
did that
infraestructura y
work,
cómo hicimos ese
we
trabajo,
understood that
entendimos
it's
que
crumbling,
es-
deteriorating,
es-
and has
es
very
haciéndose,
pressing needs that
desmoronándose,
must
estamos
be
de
met.
presente.
I'm
Necesidades
not
que se ven,
here
yo no estoy
to
aquí
speak
para
against
hablar en
public
contra de
safety
seguridad
or the
pública,
hiring of police
contratar a los
officers.
oficiales de
I'm
policía.
here to
Estoy
urge
aquí
the
para
committee
urgir al
to
comité
consider
que
creative
consideren
ways
maneras
to address
creativas
the
para
needs
llevar
and
las
to hire
necesidades y para
police
contratar
officers.
oficiales de policía.
And to maybe put
Y
this on
quizás
hold
poner esto,
until
detenerlo hasta que
we can figure out
podemos figurar
how
cómo
to meet all of the
cómo
needs in
llegar
very
a todas las
creative ways
necesidades en maneras
so that
creativas
budget
para
cuts
que
don't
las
negatively
cortes de
impact public
presupuesto no
safety or
impacten
infrastructure
negativamente a
needs.
las
Thanks.
infraestructura o necesidades. Gracias.
My name is Jay
Mi nombre es
Sloan.
Jay
I'm
Sloan. Yo
president of the
soy
60th Street
presidente
Block
de
Club and also a member of
Club
the
de Black,
Crenshaw
y también presidente de
Planning
Crenshaw
Committee
Planning,
over
Comité de
there.
Planeamiento allá.
And I'm
Y
concerned
yo estoy
about
preocupado acerca de
the cuts in police officers.
las
Of course, I
cortes
have
de
a hard
oficiales de
time
policía.
understanding
Tengo
why.
No
After
entiendo
all these years,
precisamente
we
porque
can't
después de estos años no
get to the
podemos
10,000
llegar a
number
los
we talked
10,000
talked about in the
que
90s. We've been
hablamos en
trying
los
it for a
90,
long
hemos
time.
tratado eso por
And we
muchos
seem to
años,
keep
pero
coming up
hemos
with
visto
reasons
que
we can't
vienen
never
con
get to the
razones por qué nunca
10,000
podemos
number. It
llegar a
seems
los
to be
números de
something we
10,000.
just can't
Es
reach.
algo que no podemos
But I'm
llegar,
also
pero
concerned
también estoy
about
preocupado por
infrastructure cuts.
cortes de
In the Crenshaw
infraestructura.
area,
El área de
as you know,
Crenshaw, como saben,
back in the 70s,
en los
Crenshaw was
70s Crenshaw
a
era
busy area, had a
un
whole lot
área
of
muy
businesses and
ocupada, tenía
everything.
muchos
But
negocios
everything's
y todo,
closed
pero
up, and
todo se
some blight
cerró.
came in, and we've been fighting
Vino
the
la
fight the
ruina y
blight.
hemos
And now if we take
peleando
away the
la
resources,
ruina
we
y
won't
ahora
be
se
able to
quitan la
continue to fight
policía,
the
no
blight
vamos a
as we have been doing for
poder
the last
seguido
few years.
peleando
I'd like you
ruinas
to,
en los
give
últimos años,
consideration
que
about
tengan
putting back some
consideración para
infrastructure
poner
money so that
infraestructura,
we'll be able
dinero
to keep
para
our
que podamos
community
mantener a nuestra comunidad
looking
viéndose
well,
bien,
so that we feel proud
para
about
que se
where
nos
we
parte de
live.
donde
Thank you very
vivimos.
much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Next speaker, please.
Próximo orador, por favor.
Donna Ethington,
Donna
editor of the
Ethington,
Wilmington
editora de
Community
la
News
Comunidad de
and board
Wilmington
member of the
y
Wilmington
camarada
Neighborhood
del
Council.
Concilio del Vecindario
I've come
de
here this
Wilmington.
morning to
Vine esta
support
mañana para soportar
Mayor Hahn's proposed
una
budget to
propuesta
hire more
del
police officers and
alcalde
first
Maján para
responders.
contratar
Writing a community newspaper is a
oficiales,
real
los periódicos
education.
deben ser una
It takes you
educación.
to the people
Se
who
llevan
are
a la
living in the
gente que
real
están
world.
viviendo en el mundo real.
Thanks to Mayor Hahn,
Gracias al
our
alcalde
councilwoman
Hahn,
Janice
la
Hahn, and the
concejal
Port of Los
en la
Angeles, a
parte de
large
Los Ángeles,
parcel of
una
property was
propiedad
given to the
parcial se le
community
dio
of
a la
Wilmington
comunidad
to
de
develop
Wilmington para
in
desarrollar
any manner the community
cualquier manera que la
chooses.
comunidad
As
escogiera.
chair of the
Como
Wilmington
presidente
Waterfront
de la
Development Subcommittee, I wanted to be certain that our children's wishes were considered. So this year's fifth grade essay contest was entitled My Wish List for Wilmington. I suggested a number of things to choose from: amusement centers, recreation and sports, water activities, parks, restaurants. What I got from these 9 and 10-year-old children was, please help us get rid of the gangs, graffiti, and trash so our parents will let us go out and play. I have in my hand here just a few of about 70 essays. Nearly all of them are saying the same thing. You know, I tried to give these kids all these different alternatives to choose from, and all they want us to do is get rid of the gangs. One little girl talks about a body found in a container, an abandoned car set afire in her alley. One says a sidewalk in front of her school is covered with graffiti, and she's afraid that parents won't let their children go to that school. There's numerous ones that talk about shootings, killings, and violence. One other child says gang members shouldn't be accepted in public schools, so other kids can learn well. They want a shopping mall with security guards at every entrance to make it safer for the people to shop. And the community of Wilmington, these are chronic problems. When I wrote an editorial 2 years ago in support of the Wilmington gang injunction, I received gunshots on my answer machine, computer viruses by email.
If I can ask you to conclude, ma'am.
This isn't to say that our officers aren't doing an incredible job. We've held numerous events to honor them. Last year, every community in the city fought for the Senior Lead Officer Program to keep our officers out in the community. One of the philosophies behind this was to make residents feel secure enough to confide in our officers and help solve crimes. In order for this to happen, residents have to know they will be protected. In Wilmington, gang members outnumber officers by 400 to 1 on any given shift. City Council appears to be basing its decision to reject the mayor's proposed Pichetto's
de la
budget
propuesta del
on predictions of a
alcalde,
poor economy, but
predicciones de una
those same
economía
predictions
pobre,
were
pero esas
made
predicciones se hicieron
when the voters approved
cuando
a
los votantes
$4.3
aprobaron
billion
4.1
bond
millones de
debt
dólares
to improve our
para
water,
mejorar
$600
nuestros
million to
600
build new
millones
police
para
and fire
oficinas
stations,
y estaciones de
voted to
policía
save
y
our trauma
bomberos,
centers and build new
centros de
schools.
trauma y
Once
construir
the
más escuelas.
officers
Son
are
los
out
que
in the
los
field,
ustedes
does
están
anyone
afuera.
believe the
¿Alguien cree
voters
que
would
los
defeat a
votantes
bond
van a...
measure to keep them there?
Esa es la medida para mantenerlos ahí. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Betty
Próximo
Jo
orador es Betty
McKinney,
Jo
followed by
McKinney,
Art
seguida por
Plasencia,
Art Plasencia,
Henry Leon,
Henry Leon,
Patricia Jones,
Patricia
and
Jones
Doris
y
Spates.
Doris
You can
Spates.
come
Sí,
forward
pueden
at this
venir para
time.
adelante, por favor.
President
Presidenta
Padilla,
Padilla,
members of the
miembros del
council,
concilio,
I am
yo
Betty
soy
Jo
Betty Jo
McKinney.
McKinney.
I'm elected
Yo
as
estoy
resident
elegida como
representative
representante de
to the
residentes
Park Mesa Heights Community
de la
Council.
comunidad del concilio.
I also
También
serve
sirvo
as a membership
como
recruitment
miembro de
and
reclutamiento
outreach coordinator for
y
the Hyde
coordinadora
Park
para el Hyde
Crenshaw
Park Crenshaw
Merchants Association.
Asociación de Marchantes.
Park Mesa Heights
Park Mesa Heights
represents zip
representa
code
zona postal
90043 in its
90043
entirety
en toda su
within the
entera
LA city
dentro de
boundaries.
las
And it's
fronteras de
more
Los
than
Ángeles y es más que
45,000
45,000
stakeholders within the
que están
communities
dentro de las
of
comunidades de
Hyde Park,
Hyde Park,
Angeles Mesa,
Ángeles Mesa
and View
y
Heights.
View Heights.
We do support
Nosotros
our local
soportamos a
police,
nuestra policía local,
but our stakeholders
pero
do
nuestros
have
estados tienen
concerns
preocupaciones
about the
acerca
impact
del impacto
on our infrastructure
en nuestras
needs,
necesidades de
and
infraestructura
also
y también
the increase in
el aumento
taxes
de
on
impuestos
sewer
en
services
servicios de
and also
drenaje
trash
y también
collections
colecciones de basura.
and those.
Y
And
esos.
so we certainly
Entonces
ask
nosotros
you
ciertamente les pedimos
to consider
que consideren
our plight
el flight
as you make your decisions in
cuando hacen
these
su
matters,
decisión en estos
and
asuntos
also
y
to
también
allow our
que
neighborhood
dejen a
councils to
nuestros
have
auxilios del
more
vecindario que
input
tengan más
as advisories
como
on these
consejeros en
decisions.
estas
Thank you.
decisiones. Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Morning.
Buenos días.
My name is
Mi
Detective
nombre
Art
es Detective
Plasencia.
Art Plasencia.
I'm a 35-year veteran
Yo
of the
soy
Los
veterano
Angeles
de
Police
30 años
Department,
de Departamento de Policía,
but I'm here
pero estoy
to
aquí
speak
para hablar
on behalf
como parte
of the Latin American
de
Law
la
Enforcement Association, better
Asociación
known to you as
Latinoamericanos de
LA.
Policías como LA.
We advocate for
Nosotros
33% of
abogamos
the
por
police department,
33% de
which
Departamento
are
de Policía
Latinos,
que son latinos,
3,300.
33.
And I was here 7 months
Yo estuve
ago
hace 7 meses aquí
to support the
para
appointment
soportar
of Chief
la petición
Bratton,
del jefe Bratton.
and at that time
Y
I
en aquel
told
tiempo
you,
yo
or
les
I
dije,
said that we
yo
would
dije que
see
íbamos a
how
ver
we feel 6
cómo se
months from
sentía
now.
de 6 meses después.
Well, 6 months from now,
Unos 6
we
meses
support
después
this man even
soportamos a este
more
hombre hasta
than
más
we supported
de
him
lo que
then.
soportamos en aquel tiempo.
You asked this man to come to our
Nosotros
house to
pedimos a
repair
este
it.
hombre que viniera a nuestra casa para
This
que la
house
reparara esta casa.
Was in major
Estaba en
disarray.
mayor
It needed new color in the
desastre,
walls.
necesitamos de nuevo color en
The
las
windows
paredes,
were
las
so
ventanas
shut, there was
estaban
not a
tan
breath of
cerradas que
fresh
no había
air.
aire
But most
fresco,
of all,
pero más
he
que nada
fixed the doors.
arregló las
The
puertas.
doors now
Las
open
puertas se
both
abren
ways.
para los dos lados.
This is about commitment.
Esto es cerca de
This is
dedicación,
about
esto es
promises.
cerca de promesas.
6 months ago, you
Hace
told
6
this
meses
man
usted le
that you were
dijeron a
going
ese
to
hombre
help
que
him
iban a ayudarlo
fix this
para
department. Well, that's what he's trying to
todo lo
do.
que está tratando de hacer.
So what you did
Entonces, lo que
is
ustedes
you've hired a
hicieron,
man
lo
to do a
encontraron un hombre
job,
para hacer un trabajo.
and now 6 months
Y ahora,
later,
6 meses
you're
después,
telling him
le
that
están
you don't want to
diciendo
give him
que
the
no
rest of the
quieren
money
dar
to
el
fix
resto del
it.
dinero para arreglarlo.
So I'm not asking
Entonces,
you
no les
for
estoy
him,
pidiendo por él.
and I'm not here
Y no
for the
estoy aquí
mayor.
por el
I'm
alcalde,
here for the
estoy por aquí por los
citizens.
ciudadanos.
I'm here for the police
Estoy aquí por los
officers.
oficiales de policía.
And I'm here because
Y
we
estoy
work
aquí
hard every
porque
day
trabajamos duro
trying to
todos los
make
días
sure
para
that this
estar
city is
seguro de que
safe.
esta ciudad esté segura.
So what you're telling
Entonces, lo que me
me
están diciendo
and what you're
ahorita,
telling
lo
my
que
fellow
están
officers is,
diciendo
hey,
es, hey,
just hold off. 6 months from now, we'll try to give you the money.
vamos a tratar de dar el dinero.
Well, that's not
Eso
fair,
no es justo.
because 6 months ago
Porque
you
hace
said you
6
were.
meses ustedes dijeron que lo iban a
And
hacer.
now the
Y
prediction
ahora la
is
predicción
that
es
6
que
months from
6
now
meses
you don't
no
know
saben
where the funding is going to
dónde
be.
están
So
los
what were your
fondos. Entonces,
predictions
¿cuáles
6
son las
months ago when you
predicciones
gave
hace
this
6
man
meses
the
cuando le
job
diste un
and told him
trabajo
you
y
were
le
going to
dijeron
help
que
put
iban a
this
ayudarlo a
department
hacer
together?
este departamento?
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Your name, please, ma'am?
Su nombre, por favor.
My name is
Mi nombre
Patricia
es
Jones,
Patricia Jones.
and I represent
Yo
the
represento
neighborhood,
al
the Southwest
vecindario del
Neighborhood
Southwest
Development Council,
Consejo
that
de Desarrollo.
Bernard Parks is
Que
the
Bernard Parker es
councilman
el
there.
concejal ahí.
Our major concern concerns.
Nuestra
We have
preocupación
we
más
have a
alta
lot of
nuestra-
concerns,
muchas
but right now we
preocupaciones,
don't
pero
have
ahorita
time
no
to address
tenemos
all
tiempo
those.
de
But we
ver
have
todas
three
esas,
major
pero tenemos
concerns
preocupaciones
that
mayores
is so
que son
important,
tan
and it was brought up
importantes y
years
trajo
ago.
hace varios años.
within that
Dentro de
proposal
esa
to have more
propuesta
police
de tener
officers
más
on the street,
oficiales en las
we
calles,
know
nosotros
that in our
sabemos que en
area,
nuestra área
our rate is high as far as
nuestra- es más
homicides, as
alto en
far as
homicidios,
killings, as far as shootings.
asesinatos,
We
de
go out of our
disparos,
door and there's
vamos
a
a esta
shooting,
puerta
there's
y hay
a
un
yellow
disparo
tape
y
ribbon.
una-
So we know for sure that we need something to be done. But
muy amarillo, ya
along
sabemos
with
que tenemos
that,
que
we
hacer
need
eso,
race
también
relations
necesitamos
done.
relaciones entre razas.
Race relations is a
Relaciones
must.
entre
We need
razas
to make
debe
sure
de
that
ser
those
seguro
police
que
officers
esos oficiales de
get
policía
trained and they're
sean
educated
entrenados, sean
into
educados,
the concerns
entiendan las
of our
preocupaciones
community,
de
our
nuestras
neighborhoods,
comunidades,
the
los
8th, the 9th,
el
the
8,
10th,
9,
and
el
also
10
the
y también el
14th.
14.
Along with that,
También con
we
eso
also need the
también
police
estamos a
officers
los
coming
de
from
policía que
our
vengan de
city,
nuestra
not
ciudad,
from the state,
del
not
estado,
from another
no de
entity.
otro
We need them coming from our
entidad,
city.
quiero que vengan
And
de
if they
nuestra
can't
ciudad, y
come
si
from
no
our
pueden venir
city,
de nuestra ciudad,
which we live in,
donde vivimos
then we
nosotros,
can
entonces
choose to go
podemos
to the state
escoger
or
al
somewhere
estado o
else.
alguna otra parte.
Number 3,
Número
upon my
3,
conclusion,
en mi conclusión,
we need these
necesitamos los
services and these
servicios y
resources to
estas
be equitable
fuerzas para que sean igualadas.
and
Y
in our community,
nuestras
not
comunidades,
just have a
no
budget
solo
set
tener el
and
presupuesto
then
que se ponga y los
services go
servicios se
to
vayan
Beverly Hills or
a
other
Beverly Hills
areas.
y a otras
We
áreas.
need the services go
Necesitamos
to
los
the
servicios
areas
que
that
vayan
in
a las
dire
áreas que
need.
están en necesidad.
And we like to say
Y nos
thank you.
suele decir gracias.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
My name is Doris
nombre
J.
es Doris
Spates,
J.
and
Spates.
I am here
Yo estoy aquí
representing the Empowerment
representando
Congress
representando el
Community
Congreso
Standards
de
Council.
Standards.
This
El
council is a
este
makeup
concilio
of the
está
entire
hecho
8th
de
District.
todo el
There's a
distrito
representative
octavo
from each
representante de
area.
cada área.
And our concern
nuestras
is that
preocupaciones que
we should not be
no
so much
debemos
concerned
estar
with whether or not we
preocupados de que si
support
somos
Mayor
soportamos al
or
alcalde
Chief Bratton,
o al jefe
but we're
Bratton,
asking
pero
you,
estamos
City
pidiéndole a
Council,
ustedes
to be concerned
conciliadores
with whether
de
or
que se
not
preocupen de que si
you are
ustedes estén
representing and
representando
being accountable and
y ser
taking care of your
responsables de cuidar a sus
constituents.
constituyentes.
We're concerned
Estamos
that
preocupados
not
de que
all of
nada,
us
todos
want
nosotros
public safety.
queremos
That's
seguridad
without a
pública, no
question.
todos lo
However,
permiten.
we're concerned
Pero
about
estamos
the
preocupados de
methodologies
las
that are
metodologías que
used.
están
Has
usadas.
the police
La
department
Departamento de
really
Policía de
done
veras ha hecho
everything that it can
todo lo
do
que pueda hacer
before we put
antes de que
ourselves
pongamos
again in
nos
debt?
pongamos otra vez
Because
en
as you
deuda,
know,
porque
we in
saben
South Los
ustedes en
Angeles
el
carry
sur de
the
Los
same
Ángeles llevamos las
burdens
mismas
as any other
preocupaciones que
area,
cualquier otra área,
yet we get the
pero no
less
se doble la
attention.
atención
It's like
menos
buying a
es
pair
como
of
encontrar
shoes
un
that
par
we
de
pay
zapatos
for.
que los que
You get
pagamos
your pair of shoes
agarran
and
su
they
par de
tell us,
zapatos y
well,
dan
we'll
los
repair
días y vamos
yours,
a
and
reparar
when
los
we get
suyos y
them
cuando
in, we'll get
agarramos
them to you.
los
We
que
cannot
vengan aquí se
accept
los damos,
that.
no podemos
So our
aceptar eso.
concern
Entonces
is
nuestra
this.
posición es
In
esta.
our council,
En
we
nuestra
have
concilio
building and
tenemos
safety
seguridad
and
de
public
construcción
works in
y
there
trabajos
every
fuertes y
month,
cada mes.
hounding them about those things that they're not taking care
Casándolos
of.
de cosas que no han
Yet you
hecho,
are not
pero ustedes
considering
no están
those
considerando
things,
esas
particularly in
cosas,
South Los
particularmente en el sur de
Angeles,
Los
as
Ángeles.
far as
En
cutting the budget for
cortar el
them.
presupuesto para
Now,
ellos.
they tell us the
Ahora
same
nos
thing
dicen
that
las mismas
LAPD is
cosas que el
saying,
departamento
well,
de
there's a
policía está
budget
diciendo que hay un
cut. We're
corte de
asking that
presupuesto,
you
pidiendo
be
que ustedes
equitable in what
sean
you
iguales
do.
en lo que
We're
hacen ustedes.
asking
Estamos
that you
pidiendo
really
que de veras
evaluate the
evalúen
LAPD
el
as
departamento de
to
policía
are they
en esto,
really
de
doing the
veras están
things that they
haciendo
can
las
do
cosas que
first
pueden hacer
before
primero
we
antes de que
start paying
nosotros empezamos
fees
a pagar
that people
cuotas
in our
y
area
la
that
gente
are
en nuestra área,
retired, such as
retenidos
I
y tal
now,
como yo
know
ahora,
what it's like to have
no
to be on
saben
a
lo que es
fixed
estar en
income, yet you pay the
ganancias
same
arriba, pero
fees
ustedes
that
ganan las
others
mismas
are
cuotas que
paying,
otros
and
están
you do
pagando
not get the
y ustedes no
services.
ganan los
So we're
servicios.
asking
Estamos
you,
pidiéndole a
City
ustedes,
Council,
miembros
to
del
be,
concilio,
please
que
be
por favor sean
considerate that
considerados,
you are
de que ustedes
concerned
están
with your
preocupados con sus
constituents, your
constituyentes,
accountability to
su
them,
accountabilidad para
not so
ellos,
much
no
whether
tanto
who
que
we
desde
support, whether
otras
it be Mayor
soportamos que
Bradley,
sea el alcalde,
I'm sorry, Mayor Hahn,
el alcalde Hahn
or
o
Chief Bratton.
o jefe
Thank
Bratton.
you.
Muy
Thank you very
gracias.
much. Our
Muchas
next speaker is
gracias.
Henry
Nuestro gobernador
Leon,
es Henry Leon,
followed by Robert
seguida por
Cole,
Robert Cole,
Willie Solomon,
Willie Sullivan,
Gwendolyn Wood,
Gwendolyn Wood,
and Robert
y
Wynn.
Robert Wynn.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Council members,
Miembros del concilio.
for as long as I can
Que no
remember
usted puede recordar
being involved
estar
with
envuelta con
community safety issues
ciertas
as
cuestiones de
co-chair
seguridad.
of the Asian Pacific Islander Advisory Council to the Chief,
Underneath the
a
chair.
co-chair for our Central Community Police Advisory Board, president of CPSA, and now I'm president-elect of the
Presidente electo
Chinese Chamber of Commerce.
Comercio de-
And then as well as I'm the founding member of the Chinatown Public Safety Association
Asociación de
Public
Seguridad.
Safety Patrol.
Patrulla
I
de
mention all
seguridad.
these
Menciono
things
todas
because
estas
I've been
cosas porque yo he estado
involved
envuelto
with public safety
en seguridad
issues
pública
for at least 7
por lo
years now.
menos hace 7 años.
And then every time that
Y
we
cada
come
vez que
together, we have
venimos
meetings
juntos,
with our
tenemos juntas con
officers,
nuestros oficiales.
and all we want
Y
is
todo lo que queremos
to look
es que
after
vean después de
little issues such as prevention.
issues de prevención.
And all we
Y
need
todo
to
lo
be
que
able to do is
necesitamos hacer,
to have them to have a
tener
little bit more better
un poquito
response
de
time.
mejor respuesta al
And
tiempo.
every time
Y
the
cada
officers
vez
are
que los
saying that they
oficiales
just
están
don't have the
diciendo que no tienen
responses,
las respuestas,
in order to be able to
para
respond
ver
to
su
us as
respuesta para
citizens.
nosotros como
Now,
ciudadanos.
one of the things that,
Una de las cosas que
you know, I've heard for a
he
long
oído
time
por
was
mucho
that
tiempo
we're
es
supposed
que
to
debemos nosotros
be at 10,000
10,000
officers,
oficiales.
and that's a figure that a
Y es un
long
figura
time
que
ago
hace mucho
we've heard
tiempo
about, and
preferimos no molestar.
we're never going to ever get to
Nunca vamos
be
a
able to hear
llegar
that.
a oír eso.
But
Pero
for as long as I can remember,
en lo que yo
we've been
puedo
short on
recordar, hemos estado
resources, and
cortos
now
y
to
ahora
even just make a little token,
nada más hacer
300 some
por
officers,
300 oficiales.
it's a very, very, very low number in
Muy
order
número
to
pequeño
make an
para
impact for
hacer un
something that
impacto para
the
lo
community
que
has
la
needed for a
comunidad
long
ha necesitado
time.
por mucho tiempo.
So,
Entonces,
what we
If I can ask you to conclude, please.
Le
we
voy a pedir
really
que
like to be able to
concluyamos.
see
Gustaría
that
ver
you know, that not only are there more
No
creative
solo hay
ways
más
of
maneras
using the
creativas
police
de usar
resources, but
los oficiales de
by all
policía,
means, that
pero por todo
we must
debe
give the officers
darles
that they need
oficiales
in
que
order to do the
necesitan
job
para hacer su
to help
trabajo.
the community.
Para ayudar a la
Thank you very
comunidad.
much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council,
Miembros del
Pat
Consejo,
McCosker,
Pat
President
McCosker,
of United
Presidente
Firefighters, Los Angeles City Local
Bomberos de
112.
Local 112.
There's been an awful lot
Ha
of
habido
discussion
mucha
this morning
discusión
already
esta
about the
mañana
police
ya para el
department,
puerto de
and it's very
policía y es muy
appropriate. Certainly,
apropiado.
we firefighters
Ciertamente
certainly
nosotros
support a
bomberos
stronger, more
soportamos
effective, better
más
staffed police
efectivo, más
department.
equipo de
I'd just
policía.
like to remind folks
Además
that
que
there is one
recordarles
other
que
very
también
important
otra
public safety issue
su
being
cuestión muy
discussed
segura siendo
right now,
discutida
and that
ahorita,
is
eso
the
es
staffing of
el
the 10th
equipo
member
de
of those
los
task
10
forces,
miembros
where
de
we no
esas
longer
fuerzas
have
donde ya no
the full
tenemos
complement of people that we had about
complemento de que
5 years
teníamos
ago.
hace 5 años.
Just a few weeks
Hace
ago,
unas cuantas
you
semanas,
invited into the
usted
council
invitaron al
members of
Consejo
Task
miembros
Force
de la Fuerza
35,
35
and as you heard
y
from
como
them
oyeron de
and
ellos
lauded their heroics,
muchos de
you
sus
learned that 2 of
heroísmos,
those
vieron
members
que
who were
dos de esos
badly burned in
miembros
the
se
fire
quemaron
on New Year's Day
fuertemente el año
would have died had
no
it not
hubieran
been
muerto
for
si no
that
hubiera
10th
sido
member
por ese
staffing that is
equipo
being
décimo
discussed
que
here.
se discutió ahora ahí.
We just want to ask
Nomás
you
queremos
to please
pedirles que
find a
por favor
way
encuentren una
to
manera de
restore
restaurar
those positions, to
esas
support the
posiciones para
mayor's
sopar la
proposed
propuesta del
restoration. I want to
alcalde de
thank you very much
restauración.
for your
Quiero dar las
support
gracias por
already
su
on this
aporte ya en
issue.
esta cuestión.
Last year, this
El año pasado
council
este concilio
began to add back
empezó a añadir
those positions
esas
which had been
posiciones
lost, like
que
I
se
said,
han
a few
perdido
years
hace unos cuantos
previous.
años previos.
And it was
Y
the right thing
fue
to
la
do. It
cosa
has
bien
saved
hecha
lives in
del
the city.
Salvador.
And I believe if you will continue
Vidas
that
en la
work,
ciudad y
find
si
a way
continúan ese trabajo,
again
encuentren
to
la
fund
manera
that in
de
this year's
fundar
budget, you
eso en
will
ese presupuesto de
save
esta semana,
more
salvar
lives,
más
not only
vidas, no
firefighters'
solamente
lives, as you
vidas de
learned of
bomberos como
a couple of weeks ago,
hace unas semanas,
but
pero
public
público,
citizens' lives are saved on a
ciudadanos,
daily
vidas de
basis,
las
really,
bases
by those
diarias.
positions.
Por
So
esas
again, I want to
posiciones,
thank you
otra vez
very much
quiero
for
dar
your
las gracias
support
por su
and
soporte.
ask for your continued
Pido su
support on that
apoyo
item.
continuo
Thank you very
en ese
much.
asunto. Muchas gracias.
Robert Cole, Willie Solomon, Gwendolyn Wood, Robert Wynn, and Lou Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias,
Members of the
presidente.
Council,
Miembros del
good morning. My name
Consejo.
is
Buenos días,
Robert
mi nombre es
Cole. I'm with
Robert
the
Cole. Yo
Empowerment
soy
Congress Chair
Congreso de
and a proud
Presidente
product
y
of South Los
orgulloso del
Angeles.
sur de Los Ángeles.
Do we have crime in our
Sí
community?
tenemos el crimen en
Yes, we
nuestra
have
comunidad, sí
crime in our
tenemos
community.
crimen en nuestra
Do we
comunidad.
need to do something
Sí
about
tenemos que
it?
hacer algo de
Yes,
eso,
we
sí
need to do
necesitamos hacer
something
algo de
about
eso.
it. Do we need things like
Necesitamos
jobs for
cosas
our
como
kids?
trabajos para
Yes,
nuestros
we need jobs.
hijos.
Will that help crime?
Eso ayudaría
Yes,
al
it
crimen,
will.
sí lo va a ayudar.
When I go out and talk to
Cuando yo
gang
salgo a
members,
hablar
some
con
of the
miembros
people
de las
that commit
pandillas,
crimes,
alguien que
they
comete
need
crímenes
jobs.
necesitan trabajos.
When I talk to people
Cuando hablo
within
con
the
la gente
Empowerment
dentro
Congress and
del
some of the
Congreso,
community members,
los miembros
we
de la
have
comunidad
quality of life
tenemos
issues.
cuestiones
The
de
conditions that
calidad
we're
de
living
vida,
in
que
today
las cuestiones
has to
que
be addressed.
que vivimos
Now,
ahora deben de ser
in
llevadas.
terms of removing crime from
Habladas
this
de eso.
community,
En nuestra
hiring more
comunidad.
officers is
Contratar más
not going to
oficiales no
be
va
a magical thing where
una
we
cosa
bring more
mágica
officers
de
on
entrar
board
unos
and crime
oficiales y el
stops.
crimen
It's going to take
para.
several
Va a tomar
things.
varias
Again, I
cosas.
ask you
Yo
to
les pido que
consider
consideren
using the money
usar el
to
dinero
make an
para
investment
hacer
in this
una inversión
community.
en esta comunidad.
How can we take this
¿Cómo
money to
podemos
get a
llevar este
great
dinero a
return?
tener un
How
gran
can we take this money and
retorno?
get a
¿Cómo
great
podemos tener
investment?
una
Well,
gran
again,
inversión?
I
Otra
say
vez, yo les
submit to
digo,
you.
les
Let's think
someto,
about
vamos a
jobs.
pensar sobre
Let's think
trabajos,
about
vamos a
improving
hacer
the
sobre
quality
mejorar
of
la
life in our
calidad de vida de
community.
nuestra comunidad.
Let's think about
Vamos a
encouraging
pensar
people
en
within the
alentar a gente
community
dentro
to
de la
take better
comunidad para
care
tomar
of it.
mejor cuidado.
Hiring more officers means
Contra
we're
más
just going
oficiales
to
quiere
arrest more
decir que
people
vamos a
and have
arrestar
more
más gentes,
incarcerated
más
minorities
encarcelados,
and
minorías
criminals in jail, which is
y
not
crímenes en la
necessarily the
cárcel.
answer.
esa
It's
ni la
only going to lead
respuesta
to
no va a
problems. So I
dejar
ask
en esto les
you,
pido
on behalf of the
como parte de
citizens
los
in the 8th
ciudadanos
District
del
and the
Distrito
Empowerment
Octavo,
Congress, let's be
vamos a
proactive and not
proactivos
reactive.
y no
Let's use
reactivos.
our money
Vamos a usar nuestro
wisely
dinero
and think about other
piensen
other
sobre
solutions
otras
like
soluciones
jobs
como
and
trabajo,
quality of life
calidad de
issues to
vida
address crime and
y
our
ver el
community.
crimen en nuestra
Thank you.
comunidad.
Thank you very
Gracias.
much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon,
Buenas
President.
tardes.
My name is Willie
Mi nombre es
Solomon.
Willie Solomon.
I represent
Yo
the Southeast
represento el
area.
sur,
I
el
am
sureste, yo
part
soy
of the
parte
NDC,
del
we
BC.
here
Estamos aquí
wonder why
y
time
preguntándonos por qué.
other time we have
Otras
seen the
veces hemos
budget
visto
for
el
many years.
presupuesto por
I have
muchos
looked
años.
at the
Yo he visto el
budget. We
presupuesto.
have hired more
Hemos contratado
policemen
más
than ever,
oficiales
but
que nunca.
also we
Pero
wonder where
también
do these
queremos saber dónde
officers
estos
disappear.
oficiales
They do
desaparecen.
not disappear
No
within the
desaparecen
southeast
dentro del
area
área
for
del
some
sureste
reason.
por
And
alguna razón.
also at other
Y también en
programs
otros
that within the
programas que están
southeast
en el
area,
área del
such as
sureste.
public work
De la
program
manera el
that
programa
should be
que deben
funded
de estar
from this
fundados
program.
de
This
este
is
programa.
it. We go to
Esto
our
es, vamos a
meeting.
nuestras
The biggest
divisiones.
question is
La
asked
pregunta
to
más
me,
grande es
where
decir,
is
¿dónde,
the tree trimming? What is
dónde se
happening?
corta?
But never
¿Dónde
asked
pasan? Pero
about
nunca
the
se
police
piden acerca del
department
departamento de policía,
because they
porque
disappear in
ellos
the other parts
desaparecen en
of the
otras
city
áreas de la
we
ciudad
never see.
que nunca
So we
vemos.
ask you
Entonces les
to
pido
look better upon
que
this
vean mejor
budget
el
as we go
presupuesto fundado
forward.
cuando
Thank
vean
you.
para adelante. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Next
Muchas
speaker,
gracias.
please.
El próximo orador, por favor.
Hi, my
Mi
name is
nombre es
Gwendolyn Wood,
Gwendolyn
and I am a
Wood, y yo
member
soy
of
miembro
the Central Area
del
Neighborhood
área
Development
central del
Council
Departamento
in
del
the 8th
Concilio
District.
en el
I'm
octavo
here on
distrito.
a
Yo estoy aquí
personal level,
en un
and it
nivel
is a
personal y
general
es
comment.
comentario general.
I believe
Yo
that
creo que
once I heard
una
this
vez
morning,
oí
I
esta
got a
mañana, tuve una
clarification on
clarificación
what this process
de lo que este
committee,
proceso
the
está el
budget committee
comité
is trying to
está
do.
tratando
And
de
they're not saying
no
that
están
they
diciendo que
don't want to
no
hire the
quieren contratar los
720. They're saying
720, están
that
diciendo
they
que
have to go at it
tienen
in
que
an
ir
orderly
en
manner.
una manera
Once
de orden.
personnel
Una vez
said
que
they
el
could
personal
only
dice que solo
hire
pueden contratar
400 people
400
by
gente
December,
para
you can't
diciembre,
force
eso no
them
puede
to
forzarlos que
rush and try and
que
find
apúrense y
700
tratan de
people. But
encontrar
the question
700
may
gentes,
be,
pero la
do
pregunta
we
puede ser,
have
tenemos
400 qualified
400
personnel waiting in
personal
line?
calificado esperando la línea.
That's a question
Eso es una
that someone
pregunta
needs
que
to
alguien
answer.
tiene que
When we're
contestar.
saying,
Lo que
okay,
estamos
we got
diciendo
to
que
hire
no tenemos que encontrar
720, is there
720, hay
720
720
qualified
calificados,
personnel waiting
personal
in
esperando en
line to
línea
be hired
para
as
ser
police
contratados como
officers for
oficiales de
our
policía
entire
para
city of
nuestra
Los
ciudad de
Angeles.
Los Ángeles.
And right now, I
Y
don't
ahorita
see
no
it.
veo.
I don't see
No veo
720 people in
720
this room
gentes en
saying,
este cuarto
I'm waiting
diciendo,
for
yo
a
estoy
job that I
esperando un
have my
trabajo para
application in, you're
la
not giving.
aplicación usted me está dando.
Another thing I want to
Otra cosa
address
que
with
quería hablar
Chief
es
Bratton
con el
bringing
jefe
up,
Brandon
comparing the
comparando
military
el
to
militar,
what the council
militar
is
donde el
doing.
consejo
Let's
está
take
haciendo.
it,
Vamos a
he compared you to
que
World War
comparado
II
donde la guerra
statistics.
número
Let's
2,
bring it up to
estadísticas,
today's
vamos a traer
statistic.
las
Today,
estadísticas de hoy,
to enlist into the
para
Air
enlistar
Force,
en
you
la
will
Air
not
Force,
get
no
in
van a
today. You
entrar
will
ahora,
go on a
tendrían que
delayed enlistment
un
program.
elemento de
That means
retardado,
you're
eso quiere
signing
decir
up
que
for
está
it, but you may not go
firmando,
into the
pero a lo mejor puede entrar
military
al
for
servicio
6
militar por 6
months.
meses.
So once
Entonces,
again,
una
we're
vez más,
basically
estamos
having the same
teniendo la
policy
misma
here.
póliza que
Right
aquí.
now, we're saying
Ahorita estamos
400
viendo
by
400 por
December, and the
diciembre
rest
y el resto.
after that point.
Después
So
de ese
you're
punto,
using the
usted está
delay
usando una
enlistment
tardanza,
program, which
programa
I
de
understand.
enlistamiento que yo
My
entiendo. Mi
concern is
preocupación
that
es
we
que
get
agarramos
qualified and
calificados
quality
y
people,
con gente de
people who
calidad,
really
gente que
want
de
to
veras
be
quiere
in
estar
that
ahí en ese
service.
servicio.
Someone who's not
Alguien
just
que no
coming to
solo
that
venga a
job
ese
just
trabajo
for an income
solo
for
por
a
una
few
ganancia
years.
por unos
I want
cuantos años.
someone
Yo
who's
quiero
willing
aquel
to
que
be
esté
out there on the
dispuesto allá
street to
en las
help
calles
me,
para
to help
ayudarme
a
a un
little
parido,
kid
ayudar a un
find his
pequeño niño a
mother,
encontrar a
to
su
help
mamá,
an old
encontrar
lady who
a la
had her
señora
purse
grande que se
stolen.
le
I want
robaron
that
su
person
bolsa.
to be
Yo quiero
able
esa
to
persona
handle
pueda
that
llevar
in
eso
a very
en
concerned
una
manner
manera
and in a
preocupante y
personal
una
manner.
manera
So let's
personal.
not just
Nosotros
say
no
get
solo vamos a agarrar
720 people.
720
Let's say
gentes,
get
vamos a hacer
720
720
qualified and
calificados
quality
y
people
gente
to
de
be
calidad
in the
para estar en el
service of the
servicio
police
de
officers.
oficiales de
And
policía.
that's what I
Y
ask.
es lo que
Thank you
pido.
very much.
Muchas gracias.
Robert Wynn, followed by Lou Edward and Calvin Lawrence.
Good morning, council
Buenos días,
members.
señor conocido.
My president,
Nuestro
President Padilla,
presidente,
who's the
presidente
council
Padilla,
district in
conocido
whom I live.
donde vivo yo.
I came this morning
Yo vine
to
esta mañana
support
para
our
soportar
system of
nuestro sistema
government.
de gobierno.
And our system of
El
government really
sistema de
works.
gobierno de veras trabaja.
And it's working
Y
in
está
that
trabajando
the mayor has
que el
proposed
alcalde
his
ha
budget.
propuesto su
The city
presupuesto del
council
concilio
has done their
que ha
job
hecho su
insofar as
trabajo
saying,
en
well, the checks
decir,
and
bueno, los
balances.
cheques y
That's
balances
what city
es lo
government
que el
is all
gobierno de la
about.
ciudad debe de ser.
I'm not
No, yo
here
no estoy
to
aquí
support
para soportar
breaking this city apart
apart
romper
and
esta ciudad
dividing the
y
city
dividir a
with
la ciudad
divisiveness on the part of the
en
mayor or
parte
the
del
part of the
alcalde, en
city
parte
council.
del concilio de la
I'm
ciudad.
here
Yo
to
estoy
say
aquí
this
para
morning,
decir esta
after
mañana,
checking the
después
papers
de
for the
checar los
last 2
periódicos
weeks,
por las últimas
how
2
this
semanas,
has
cómo esto
played out
ha
in the
puesto
paper.
en los
It shouldn't
periódicos.
be that way,
No
really.
debería ser de esa
What-
manera.
The way it
De la
should be
manera
is
que debería
that
ser es
from
que
this point forward,
desde este punto adelante,
an ad hoc committee
nuestro
should sit
comité
down with the
debe
mayor and
sentarse
work
con
the
el alcalde y
situation
trabajar
out
esta
without
situación.
stirring up the community as it
la
relates
comunidad con
to
relación
not
a
enough
cómo
policemen,
los
as it relates to
oficiales,
the
cómo se
budget
relaciona la
situation.
situación
We
del
have
presupuesto.
a huge crisis
Tenemos una
already
crisis
in the state of
grandísima ya en
California.
el estado de
I understand the
Estoy
council's
entendiendo la
position,
posición
and
del
that's their
concilio y
job.
ese es
The
su
mayor was
trabajo.
hired, the mayor was elected, you were elected to
Usted
do
fue
your
elegido
job.
para hacer su
To this
trabajo.
point
A
where
este
we are
punto
now,
donde estamos
you've
ahora,
done your job.
han hecho su
And the
trabajo.
point is now
El
to
punto
take
es
it
que
to the next
traerlo al
level.
próximo
And the
nivel.
next
El
level is
próximo
to sit
nivel es
down,
sentarse,
stop all of the
parar
badgering and
todas
stop all of
las
the
molestias
commotion
y
in the
toda la
paper
emoción del
and get the
periódico y
job
hagan
done
el
for the
trabajo
city.
para la ciudad.
Because
Porque
ultimately, it's the
últimamente es
citizens
los
are the ones
ciudadanos
that are
son los que
hurt and not the ones that
sino
are
los que
scrambling and
están
trying to one up one
tratando de
another.
destruir
So
los que
I
se
thank
lastiman al
God for
otro.
the
Yo quiero dar
government
las
and
gracias
the
por el
city
gobierno y
and
la
the checks
ciudad
and balances,
cheques y
and they are working.
están trabajando.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Edward, Mr. Lawrence.
Señor Lawrence.
Thank you. My name is
Muchas
Calvin
gracias.
Lawrence. I'm a member of the West Area Neighborhood Development Council, and I'm also president of Baldwin Hills Estates Homeowners Association. I'm coming here to talk to you about one specific area. I haven't heard anybody say anything about security or not security, but crisis management as it may occur in different communities. The federal government has just passed a new cabinet-level thing called Homeland Security. I don't know how that's going to affect us here, but I think that our budget should include something in that regard regarding rules and regulations as how we in neighborhood areas can organize ourselves and be part of a secure or excuse me, an area, be able to handle ourselves in the event of a major earthquake or a terrorism attack or anything else that would require us to be self-sufficient for a 72-hour period. I would hope that that would be part of your budget proposal. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Is
Muchas
Mr. Lou
gracias. Señor
Edwards
Lou
still with
Edwards
us?
está todavía con nosotros.
Mr. Lou Edwards,
Señor Lou
last
Edwards,
call.
última llamada.
This will then
Esto
conclude
entonces va a
public
concluir
comment
el
for
comentario
today's
público
meeting.
para la junta de hoy.
Returning now to
Regresando
council
ahora a las
discussion
discusiones del
on this
concilio
item.
en este asunto.
Mr. Pacheco, have you queued up first as chair of the committee once again, and maybe some of the members of the audience who posed questions or comments or concerns deserve an explanation or some sort of response. Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, I was listening to the comments from the community members, and I think there's been some myths, basically given out, or some misinformation given out. The first one is, for all you in the community members, the budget that's being proposed has full funding. So there's no cut in funding. So whoever told you that the mayor's budget was being cut for officers misled you and misinformed you. It's fully funded. The difference being 400 officers immediately and 320 officers will be reviewed for January 2000, or excuse me, in the 2004 portion of the fiscal year. The second misinformation and myth that has been spread is that we will lose momentum. The immediate hiring of 400 officers in the first part of the fiscal year in next year's budget assures and secures that momentum will not be lost. That is the whole point, is that we're going to continue hiring as we go through the first half of the fiscal year. So we are very sensitive to the fact that momentum will not be lost. And the other myth is that micromanaging the police department is a bad thing. Okay. That's the biggest myth that I have heard of all that's been said. Micromanaging the police department is a bad thing. Every single one of you, if not today, at some point in the history of the police department, came to our chambers, came to our committee, and asked us to step up for you to return the senior lead officers. Every single one of you were offended by the policy of removing the senior lead officers, and you asked us us to step up and micromanage the police department to return to seeing the officers. Every single one of you knows that it was through your community pressure and the combination of Mr. Wax and myself on the council and Mr. Reardon ultimately agreeing that the return to seeing officer program was a correct decision that we jointly micromanage the police department. Most recently, all of you came to us in droves and said, please micromanage the police department for our benefit on the burglar alarm policy. You said, we do not agree with the chief's position, the police commission's position, that we should be told to wait, told to have confirmation, the verification process. So you asked us to micromanage the police department, and some of our colleagues, Councilmember Hahn in specific, and other people agreed that that process and that program was not addressing your needs, so we stepped in and we micromanaged the police department. And if any of you remember the incredible murder rate that was occurring about 10 years, not the recent one, but about 10 years ago in South Los Angeles, the community members stepped forward and said, we want to micromanage the police department, and we only want you to authorize money for that police department, specifically in overtime, if those officers go to where the problem is in South Los Angeles. So this body did do that. They went to Gates and worked with Gates, Chief Gates at the time, and said, we are going to micromanage this department with you from the standpoint that we are only going to authorize funds if you guarantee to us that that overtime money goes into South Los Angeles. And that was a part of our relationship. So the three myths that are out there is that we're cutting the budget, we are not. That we're losing momentum, we are not. That micromanagement is wrong. Well, let me tell you, I just gave you 3 examples where we micromanage for the benefit of our community, and that's our job. And so I do not believe the premise that our involvement in the police department is wrong or bad. So I apologize that you've been misled about what's happening, but I appreciate your comments.
Okay. I have next on the queue Ms. Misikowski and Mr. Holden. This would be for general comments at this time. Colleagues, our next step would be to go through the Budget Committee report before us and call specific recommendations special. Ms. Misikowski, did you wish to be heard at this time?
Just briefly, one, I want to second Pacheco's motion, which was to move the committee report. And I think he effectively went through where we are and what the history has been of community participation in our police department budget and how it's managed. But I also just wanted to reiterate again, because I think there were people who said that this was cutting the budget or wanting to hold back on hiring. If there's one thing about what we might do in the future, I think we can look very, very closely at what we did last year. And a report to us in March, talking about where we are today, told us that we had a $26 million existing deficit in the Los Angeles Police Department today. Now, we didn't say cut officers, don't hire. We said we're going to find the money in this city council with the mayor to absorb that $26 million deficit today. Where did that deficit, why do we have a deficit today in the police department? It's due to lower than anticipated attrition and better than anticipated hiring. Last year at this time, the department assumed that we would lose 565 officers. That's what's in our budget. And that we would only hire 360 officers. That's where we were last year at this time. 565 are going to leave, we're only going to hire 360. That's what our budget said. That's what we budgeted for. But what happened? Currently, we're on track to only lose less than 400 officers. We thought we were going to lose 565. Less than 400 have left. And did we hire 360? No. We are hiring 690 this year. So we are starting July 1st with at least 500 net new officers. Plus, we are having the officers who are doing the MTA work on the buses, in the subways, not on the buses and in the subways, they're on the street. As number of officers, 73% of all those officers we have are on patrol today. Someone said, gee, it's going to start to be the summer season and we're not going to have them. We have net a large number of officers, much larger than we thought we were, to go out and be there in the summertime. And we have worked with the chief, who has said that those officers go out on patrol. Just on the 200 and some officers from MTA, we said, where are they? 202 officers, 171 of them as of April 1st are on patrol. Someone mentioned an officer who was working very hard and very dedicated, and the difficulty of having to work 3 days in a row. 3 days in a row is what the officers negotiated to work for. If many of you remember, in the last couple of years, we have flexible work schedule, where some of them wanted to work the 3 days at 12 hours or 4 days at 10 hours. That's the flexible work schedule that they are working. Whether or not, how they are going to deal with that with the department, with their league, that's something they will negotiate. But I wanted to really ask people who are looking at this to look really at the numbers. That's what the budget is about. That's what the charter requires us to do today. We think, I think in particular, that saying that 400 officers are going to leave next year is wrong. I think we've got a good department. I think we've got a good chief. I think we've got recruitment high and morale is high and attrition is going to be low again. We may not need 400 leaving. If we don't have 400 leaving and we've hired more, then we're going to be in the hole again in the budget. So our budget says, let's take our time, hire, start those classes July 1st, keep them running through the end of the year, take stock of where we are in December to see how we balance it out, how we work it out, to balance, as many of you indicated, all the other needs that we have in terms of infrastructure, in terms of things we hear from our constituents that are important in the quality of life in the city. But I think, again, I just want to put that in perspective of where we are, why we are, and we are starting today exceedingly net to the good, so much so that we have an additional 500 officers today to put out on patrol to deal with the issues of gang, and in fact, that is the one thing in reorganization that we already authorized. This council approved the gang reorganization, and we've got a deputy chief, and in each of the 18 geographic divisions, officers back out on the street dealing specifically with gangs. So that's the story behind what the council is doing in this budget, saying cautiously move forward and then take stock of where we're going to be in December to see what adjustments, if any, we need to make, where the real numbers are, and keep moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. Holden, followed by Ms. Perry.
Mr. President, members of the community, I want to thank you for coming down here today, sharing your point of view with the members of the council. Also, your sense of frustration about maybe we can do something, maybe we can't, but the needs vary from community to community. But everybody thinks public safety is top priority, and it is. In every single community, you want to be safe where you work and safe where you live. The fact of the matter is that we have to try to make it all happen. Shift over here, take some over here, put some over there. To solve the problem or meet your need. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by that. Just the day before I came to work, I had to put in a traffic signal where the need was been there for 18 years. People complaining about being hit by an automobile. The money was not in the budget, not the general fund budget. Unappropriate balance wasn't there either. I took it out my special account because the need was there to be met. And I was called to come to a house in Genesee just north of Pico Boulevard, where a puddle of water that gathered has been there for weeks and weeks and weeks. Where people water their lawn. The lady said, it's been there for years. I said, 4 years ago when I knocked on your door, it was not the problem, but the earth keeps shifting. The need keeps increasing. And so therefore, engineering is going to go out and design some kind of a slope where the water had to run off. But the money is not there because it won't be in the budget. It won't happen. But what she cares about, yes, public safety, but get that water from in front of my door. That's what she cares about. I'm saying to you that they do a lot of dumb things around here sometimes, but this is not one of them. You can't meet everybody's needs at all times. I saw the police officer come and testify, saying we got to support the police chief. We do. We got to fight crime. We should. But what he didn't tell you, that he was one of the police officers One of them
Uno de ellos
who said,
que
I
dijo,
just want to work 3
"No es
days
que
a
quiero
week.
trabajar 3 días a la semana.
You work 5 days a week.
Ustedes trabajan 5 días a la semana.
Criminals work 7 days a week.
Trabajan 7 días a la
The
semana.
other gentleman came, he
Los
says, I'm
otros
from Lincoln
vienen
Heights.
de Lincoln Heights.
There's only one patrol car in
Solo
my
una patrulla en mi
district.
distrito.
Yes, that's true.
Sí, eso es
But
verdad.
3 days a week
Pero
won't
3
give
días
you
a la
any more
semana
than
les
that.
va a
5
dar más
days
de
a week
eso,
will give you
5 días a la
3.
semana le va a dar 3.
It's called deployment.
Eso es
Give the authority to the police chief and the department to deploy the police officer. Ask him to give you an honest question. Ask the police chief to give you an honest question about deployment and whether or not he would have to have, he'd like having a police officer working 3 days a week or 5 days a week. And I can tell you right now, under no circumstance will I ever vote for a plan that's been put before us unless and until the officers are properly used and that they're working 5 days a week. It is, you got the, we don't have handcuffs on police officers. We got a rope around the neck of the community, and that's what it really is. The fact of the matter is they're not being properly protected because there's a game going on down here. You can like it or not like it, but it's the truth. I did not make that commitment to have police officers working 3 days a week. In fact, I voted against it. I'm glad to see Ms. Sikorsky is born again and pointing that out. The fact that it's been a failure. And the mayor, when he proposed it with the Protective League, he said, if it fails, I will change it. And that's why he didn't put it in the charter. That's why he didn't make it a charter reform. That's why he didn't make it an ordinance. Because it's not a part of an ordinance. It's not an agreement where we can't change it administratively because we can. But what is they waiting on? I ain't know what they're waiting on. Not prepared to say it right now, but I know what they're waiting on. I'm saying to you, we can wait no longer. These officers want to protect and serve. Some of them want to work 3 days a week, and some of them want to do their job as they're paid to do and work 4 and 5 days a week. Let them do it.
Thank you. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wanted to rise to say, for those who are listening in public, yes, public safety is number one, and I think that you'll find that all of the members of the City Council agree with that. And no one knows better than the council members from the 1st, the 14th, the 8th, 9th, and the 10th. And when you look at the districts, they account, and the 15th too. You're right, Janice, I'm sorry, you're right. We account for more, okay, fine, all right, everybody. But we disproportionately have a much higher murder rate in the districts that I mentioned initially. And if you look at the stats for the last 90 to 120 days, the numbers will bear it out. As I said before, and I'm going to say it again today, we're doing our jobs. Our jobs are one of fiscal responsibility, meeting the needs of our constituents in our individual districts, and then balancing that against what is best for the entire city. And so engaging in rhetoric comments about funerals and who's attending funerals, we've had to weather comments about using obscene names to describe congresspeople from commissioners, blaming predecessors, and devolving into politics of name-calling and blame. And as for my seatmate to the right, I, for one, am glad that he's here. And for those who feel the need to blame him, you got to take a look at the percentage by which he was elected. And I would say that while you may not like what he did before, apparently the constituents of his district were pretty comfortable with that. And so what I want to say is, let it go. Move on. Don't measure your job performance in the media and the press. Measure it by what we provide to the people who live in the city and in our respective districts. The police should go where they are most needed, and as public officials, we are here to be mindful of that, not to try to control each other, control a portfolio or field work, not to be beholden to each other, just to make sure that the police go where they are most needed and focus on the numbers that are set forth in this budget to make sure that it works and it hangs together in the end. Thank you.
Mr. Parks, again for general comments at this time. And after Mr. Parks, I don't have any other speakers on the queue. We'll proceed to go through the committee report and call specific recommendations special. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to rise and support really not just what the Budget Committee did, but what the Council has done over the last 12 months. And I believe that if we make the wrong decision today, we can wipe out 12 months of hard work and several weeks of great deliberation. I'm so pleased to hear and see people from the 8th District because I think it's a perception because you live in an area that has so much crime historically that you would be the one saying more police equals more safety. But what you've told me through 10 months of campaigning, you are as equally concerned with public safety as you are about quality of life, that you do not want to give up your sidewalk repair, you do not want to have fees added on to your trash or your sewers, and then cut the very services that you rely on in your community. And I think it is heartwarming to see that we have not stayed with the traditional response as people would perceive that you'd be here to say, but that you have come with a very broad sense of what it means to live in your community and how important it is to have quality of life. I think also we need to cut through another myth that more police officers equates to more officers in the field. Now, if we're 500 officers over what we perceived last year, and almost every person that came forward that supports the mayor's budget has said they don't see them in the field, then that is a deployment issue. It is not a resource or allocation issue. The other issue is we look at the priorities, and if we're talking about from one day to the next, that the police department priority is looking for Osama bin Laden, and the next day we're looking for murders on the street, you can bet that increase in intelligence officers for the issue of dealing with that function is not going to add more officers in the street. It's going to put more officers in the field. And I think we've mentioned it a couple of times, and it's eventually going to have to be addressed because when it was implemented, it was supposed to have a quarterly review by the council. We have to finally come to grips that in deployment of officers on 3-day work week versus 4-day work week versus 5-day work week is a loss of officers and patrol cars in the field. And if you did get the 300 more officers that are being discussed and debated, you're merely making up the 20 to 30% deficit by giving people a shift that is not consistent with the workload. And so I would say that we have to be prudent. We have to make sure that trees are trimmed, that sidewalks are fixed, that streets are paved, that after-school children are getting some funding, and also with the coming months that Park and Recreation clearly has resources because that is the best crime prevention money that we spend. I think also the community-based organizations need funding because they also are a crime prevention element. And so crime is a much broader issue in our city than just how many police officers are on the street. It is all the support mechanisms that prevent, educate, and intervene in people's lives to keep them out of the cycle of criminality.
Mr. Parks, thank you very much. Mr. Labange, followed by Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. President. How are you? I think it's important that we always have this time as a staff person and now as a council member when the public comes and addresses the council on this very important issue. And it's so important that we focus on to create a budget. A budget is a plan of what we stand for. And then you have to decide where you put your priorities. And you can look at it any which way. But there's something, and I heard from a great colleague of ours, who said the trouble with the last few weeks is they haven't been able to get to their district as much as they wanted to hear everyone of their concerns. And something that I had the opportunity to hear the concerns from people that talked about public safety. And public safety is quality of life. It's very important to have that. And I would like to have had, and I met with the mayor recently, members, and I met with the mayor and I said, Mayor, why don't you come sooner? Why don't you come sooner and sit down? He said, well, Tom, it was a bad budget year, and I didn't have anything to offer. Well, just telling me that early would help me prepare what I'm going to do in the next few days on this particular budget, because it's not always the right time. You look at these things. I certainly feel public safety is the #1 important issue that begins to bring people. And I remember, you've all been to Lucy's El Adobe on Melrose Avenue. Frank Asada, the late, great Frank Asada, told me as a restaurant owner, if you make the streets safe, people will come out. And then he said, Tom, you'll have all the taxes you need because they'll keep coming out to restaurants and to movies and to shows. Making the streets safe is number one priority. Making sure our first responders in our fire department is an extreme priority for me and the 10th staff person on the truck company, which is very important. And having the experience that I have had to see the value of that, I articulated greatly. But also, members, there's another side that's real important that I'd like to put up that I don't think the mayor supports. But I would support. I would support increasing the trash fee, some dollars, to make sure that every playground is open, to make sure every library is open, to make sure all the resources are there that are open. And I have talked to my constituents on street corners, and I've asked them what they felt about it. And I have a very good district, as we all have different districts, and how we all relate to our constituency. And they did call that they would support things that go to help the quality of life and improve it for all people, not just the 4th district, but for all people. So members, as we go through this here, it will be an important, as we all focus on what our priorities are. I stand for public safety first, as all of you do. All of us agree the importance of public safety, but it's how we get there, how we articulate it. And each of us have experience, and each of us have a different district that we come from. But we all can bring that forward and hopefully bring together something that will be good for the people of Los Angeles, that will improve the quality of life, and it will make people to enjoy and love the great city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Council President. This has been a very tough week for me because on the one hand, it was only 3 weeks ago I was at a candlelight vigil when I shot a young man in Pico Union. I was with a group of families that were grieving, neighbors. The saddest part of the thing about it is that the mom was with us at a neighborhood watch. And the mom had told us that at this house, this is what was happening on that block. It was at that, that house, that block, this young man got shot and killed. And I did speak to the chief last night, and Mr. Bryan was very apologetic and very professional. But in my mind, the damage was done. My colleagues are trying to figure out how do we change this image that the media has portrayed that we do not care about public safety. And that is wrong. I grew up in neighborhoods, I can count on my hands how many of my friends have died because of gang violence. And how many are doing time because of the drug trade. And it still happens. So no one can tell me I don't care. And no one can say my colleagues aren't trying their best. The real question is, next year, will we have the officers to protect our neighbors and our neighborhoods? Next year, are we going to have to lay off people because we don't have the money? And believe me, I trust the mayor. I've been a strong supporter of Mayor Hahn. But this is not how you do it. This is not how you cultivate friendships. This is not how you develop teamwork. By getting hit below the belt. Fixing broken windows is about creating parks. It's about cleaning sidewalks. It's about taking vendors off the sidewalks. It's about potholes. That's fixing broken windows. Community-based policing is about having friends with officers. It's about protecting our men and women in blue on the street. Not about making them feel that the council does not care. Those people across the street at the council chamber. We do care. Let's fix our broken windows, but let's figure out where the money's going to come from. It's not going to come from posturing and trying to cut out what it is that we talk about, the balance of power. The legislative branch exists for a reason. The executive branch exists for a reason. We need this healthy debate. Let's get away from punching each other below the belt. Thank you.
Mr. Weiss, followed by Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Reyes, thank you very much for your comments. Those were dead on in terms of what we're talking about, because a lot of folks have attempted to inappropriately and frankly falsely shift the terms of the debate in this city. The debate that has raged in this city, the one-sided false debate, has been between folks who allegedly are for more cops and folks who allegedly are against police officers and against hiring new police officers. Well, let's put the facts on the table, because the public has no way of knowing these facts from things they might have seen written about so far. The Budget and Finance report authorizes the hiring of 400 new officers. That's correct, Mr. Fujioka and Ms. Bissau, right? 400 new officers are authorized to be hired under the committee report. Now, why 400? Well, that's a wild guesstimate as to the number of officers that the LAPD might lose to attrition over the course of the next year. So we said, well, 400, you can replace them with 400 officers, get started July 1, put 400 new cops on the street to replace an estimated decline of 400 officers. Well, as they say in New York, let's go to the videotape. And when you look at the videotape, how many officers has the city lost since July 1 of last year? 123. 123 officers lost to attrition since July 1 till about the first or second week of May. That's the recent estimate I've gotten from sources within the department. If you annualize that out, Mr. Fujioka, you get to about maybe 140, let's conservatively say 150 officers leaving the LAPD for this current year. And that's about what we should expect for the next year, because we've instituted this new program, the DROP program, which gives officers who might otherwise retire an incentive to stay on the force. So what has the Budget and Finance Committee report done? It has hired 250 new officers for the LAPD. If you vote for that report today, you are voting to hire 250 approximately new officers for the LAPD. This has been a false debate, and shamelessly so. It is not a debate between folks who want to hire new cops and folks who don't. The matter that will be presented for a vote today, if you look at current numbers and trends, should net the LAPD about 250 new officers. So for all of you from the community today who said you want new officers, when that committee report is passed today, you will get it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Public safety, number one issue for Los Angeles. It's been that way for all my life, and I spent 33 years with the LAPD. I know Councilman Parks spent a little more time than I, 37, 38 years. So obviously we're concerned about public safety, as well as many of you. I've never, in my nearly 2 years here at Council, been lobbied as much as I've been on this matter from all elements of the political spectrum. It's a major issue. As my colleague Councilman Weiss just said, 123 officers retired versus 350. Programs have been put into place to reduce retirements, and they've worked successfully. They've worked. But I turn on the morning news this morning. What do I see? Some man with a Lexus with nice wheels is shot in Hollywood and killed in front of his two witnesses. Last night on the news, I saw street racing in Foothill Division. Channel 4 did a special feature on that and how these street racers are killing people in our community. So don't question my loyalty to public safety, because I'm definitely there for public safety. My concern is the dollars that we have or don't have to provide that safety mechanism. I know that when I look at Sacramento, with our governor, a 27% approval rating, a $38 billion debt, I've got concern that this city doesn't have that same type of negative impact where people in buses come down and try to storm the city hall saying, are we just throwing away money? What are we doing to be fiscally responsible? We have an obligation to be fiscally responsible. I wish I was Mr. David Wicks from the Department of Water and Power, because I just write a check to the city and fund everything, because we know the Water and Power has the funds to make that happen. But he has other responsibilities, and I say that because he's in our audience this morning. I have a son who's a police officer, and he works Hollywood Division. He tells me how few officers they have deployed. And I heard Councilmember Parks mention deployment. I think deployment is one of the major concerns with the police department, how they're deploying the personnel. I know that there's an article in today's newspaper about internal affairs and processing complaints for prosecution, where we have 300+ people assigned to internal affairs. Deployment to me is a major concern. And every time we put an officer on the street, we need to make sure we have support personnel for that. Detective, clerk typist, and all the other functions that come along. It's just not putting police officers on the street. And I know this debate's going to go on, and it's a healthy debate. I know there's different sides that want to come together, and it doesn't need to be a fight between this body and the mayor and the chief of police. And I wasn't here last week. I was in Florida at a National League of Cities Public Safety Conference and discovered that there's a lot of money out there for cops, a lot of money for cop support programs. And I was informed by Councilmember Miskowski's chief of staff that we're applying for $30 million, and I learned that they're extending that date just because money hasn't been claimed by municipalities around this country. So this whole mix is, this body, the mayor of the city, the chief of police, we're all on the same page when it comes to public safety. The question is, where do we get the money to put it in to make sure that we don't bankrupt the city? Do we increase the sanitation fee? Do we increase water rates? Do we increase something to make that balance? And I didn't sit on budget and safety, but I know they had long meetings that would last after 5 o'clock. We have a plan to provide public safety. The mayor has a plan to provide public safety. The question is, which plan is going to be paid for by the people of Los Angeles? Which appropriations do we set aside? I know Councilmember Grewal has an amending motion, which I signed, which we're going to have further discussion on. But don't question our loyalty to public safety. Don't question our loyalty to the people of Los Angeles. Don't question our loyalty when it comes to being fiscally responsible. We have an obligation for all those loyalties. And if we don't perform those functions, then we are derelict of our duties as elected officials in the city. So I'm going to hear from more of my colleagues on this issue, and it does not have to be a fight between us and the mayor. What it needs to be is for the good of Los Angeles, for the public safety of Los Angeles, so we don't have to wake up tomorrow and see another individual who had fancy wheels on his car get shot in Hollywood because some thug wants to take his car with his fancy wheels. That's the issue that we have to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Colleagues, that concludes opening statements. Let's now go through the Budget and Finance Committee recommendations on the 2002-2003 proposed budget. We have 15 pages before us. We'll go through one page at a time and call specific recommendations special. Matters not called special, we can act on a consent basis and dispense with quickly. Mr. Deaton, I see you itchy to say something. You want to offer anything before we get started here?
No, I think that's a good procedure. So basically what you're saying is page 1, which has 4 recommendations, if anybody wants to call one of those special.
Exactly.
If it's not called special, it will be deemed approved.
Colleagues, so to have everybody's attention, let's turn now to page 1 of 15. Okay, page 1 of a 15-page document. Yes. Yes. On page 1, are there any specials? We have recommendations 1 through 4 on page 1. Ms. Hahn calls item 4 special. Any other specials from page 1? Recommendations 1, 2, or 3? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on recommendations 1 through 3. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Proceeding now to page 2. Actually, that's recommendation 4 continued. Continuing to page 3. Recommendations 5 through 8. Any specials? 5, 6, 7, and 8. Any specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Proceeding now to page 4. Recommendations 9 through 19. Are there any specials? Any specials on recommendations 9 through 19? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Turning now to page 5, recommendations 20 through 28. Any specials? Any specials on 20 through 28? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Proceeding now to page 6, recommendations 29 through 34. Any specials? Any specials on recommendations 29 through 34? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Proceeding now to page 7, recommendations 35 through 42. Any specials? Mr. Pacheco? 37, call special by Mr. Pacheco. 36, call special by Mr. Labange. Any other specials? Any other specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on recommendations 35 and 38 through 42. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Turning now to page 8, recommendations 43 through 48. Any specials? Any specials on 43 through 48? 43, call special by Mr. Zine. Any other specials? 44 through 48. Seeing none, Madam Clerk. Mr. Labange? 46, called special by Mr. Labange. Any other specials? Seeing none, we have 44, 45, 47, and 48. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Turning now to page 9. Recommendations 49 through 53. Any specials? Any specials on 49 through 53? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Page 10 is a continuation of item 53. Turning to page 11 now. Items 54 through 59. Any specials? Any specials on 54 through 59? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Turning now to page 12, items 60 through 67. Any specials? Mr. Holden? 64 and 66, called special by Mr. Holden. 65 as well for Mr. Holden, and item 60 for Mr. Zine. We have remaining items 61, 62, 63, and 67. Any other specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next page, page 13, recommendations 68 through 72. Any specials? Any specials on 68 through 72 on page 13? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Page 14, recommendations 73 through 77. Any specials? 76, call special by Mr. Garcetti. Any other specials? Any other specials? If not, we have 73 through 75 and 77. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And finally, page 15, items 78 through 85. Any other specials? Any specials? Item 78, called special by Mr. Labange. Any other specials? 79 through 85 remaining before us. Seeing no other requests for specials, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. 78.
78 está contestado.
Okay, 78 was called special by Mr. Labange. He's good with it now. Let's open the roll on item
Sobre este
78.
78.
Close the roll
Se
and
la lista
tabulate
y
the vote.
tabuce el voto.
14 ayes.
14 sí.
That is
Está
approved.
aprobado.
Now going back to
Ahora
the
regresando a
recommendations
las
called
recomendaciones
special.
llamadas especiales. Señor
Yes,
presidente,
Ms. Han.
señora Han.
Can we hold
Podemos detener
number 4 on the
número
table
4 en la mesa
until Councilman
hasta el
Brinson
concejal Brinson
returns?
regrese.
Members, we have a
Understand
request to
that it's
hold
going to be
item
right-
number.
He's going to be right back.
Él va a regresar ahorita.
Members, we have a request to hold item 4 on the table. Is there any objection to that?
Cuestión en eso.
If there's no objection, that certainly is the meatiest of the recommendations called special. Let's hold that on the desk and proceed to the balance of the items. Madam Clerk.
Item number 36 was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, item 36.
Asunto 37.
Mr. President,
Señor
members.
presidente, miembros.
Mr. Dean, could you explain this? Because I think volunteerism is an extremely important component of our city. And sometimes there's a peak and valley. I don't know if we're in a peak or a valley. We need to maybe recruit more volunteers. What all does this mean?
Actually doesn't do anything to the volunteer bureau. The money last year in 0203 was originally in the GCP as part of the proposed budget. The mayor proposed transferring it to the mayor's office. During the committee actions, it was determined that they wanted the money to remain in GCP, and that's all this action really does. There isn't any
But tell me
impact
about
on
the
staffing.
volunteer bureau, what the commitment of the city is to the volunteer, how many volunteers we have, et cetera.
I believe there are
Yo
about
creo que hay
5 or
como
6,
5 o 6
11 positions,
11 posiciones,
11,000 volunteers citywide.
voluntarios en toda la ciudad.
And it wasn't a independent department, it's
Y ese
going back to the
departamento
mayor's
regresan
office?
al final.
The money is just going
El
back
dinero
to the
nada más va a
GCP, but
regresar al
those
GCP,
positions
pero esa
remain
posición se
with the
queda
mayor's
con la
office.
oficina
But
de
it's
la-
always been in the
siempre
mayor's
está en la
office.
oficina.
Great, and we're going to see more
Vamos a ver
strength in
más
the
fuerza
volunteer
en-
corps this fiscal year, because we need more help in that, correct?
We would hope so, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Pacheco, on this item.
Mr. President, colleagues, I was just going to clarify for Mr. Labange, that this retains the status quo. Nothing changes. It puts full funding in the volunteer bureau. Okay.
Thank you. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, item 36 is before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 37 called special by Councilmember Pacheco.
Mr. Pacheco.
Señor Pacheco.
Colleagues, item
Colegas,
37
asunto
is a
37
transfer of funds into
transferencia
the
de
department
fondos entre el
for the
departamento
Venice Family
de la
Clinic.
clínica de Venice,
$50,000. Generally, prior to this fiscal year,
antes del año fiscal,
this 50,000
estos
would be part of our
50,000 serían
GCP
parte del
allocation.
GCP de la ocasión.
One of the things
Una
that
de
the
las
proposed
cosas que
budget
la
does is it
propuesta hace
embeds
es que
the different GCP
de los
allocations throughout
alocaciones de
various
GCP de
departments.
diferentes departamentos.
One of the concerns that's been raised is that as we move all this
Cuando
money
vamos
into
por
the
dentro en el
departments,
departamento,
we have not increased
hemos
staffing in
aumentado
these
equipos en
departments
estos
to administer these
departamentos
contracts.
para administrar estos
And
contratos.
there's a concern that they're going to
Hay
get
una presión
lost
que se van a
and
perder y
basically end up
básicamente terminar
not monitored, or basically
o
the
básicamente
paperwork's
el
not going to be a
papeleo no
priority
va a ser
because the
una prioridad
department
porque el
hasn't received any
departamento no ha
more staff
recibido más equipo
for these
para
new
estos
additional
nuevos
work.
trabajos adicionales.
Before this fiscal year, the city clerk used to do all this
secretaria
work
hacía todo este trabajo
with the GCP
con
accounts.
GCP con
And
los
so I was
demás.
just going to
Entonces, más voy a
recommend that we not
recomendar que
move
no movamos
and embed all these
y
GCP
ponemos todas
accounts
estas
into the
cuentas
departments
GCP
and just
dentro del
leave them they
departamento,
were
dejarlos
the
donde
same
están,
way they were
de
last
una
year
manera que estuvieron
as
el año
independent
pasado, como
GCP
independientes
allocations,
alocaciones
and let the
GCP.
city clerk
Déjenlo al
continue
secretario
doing the
continúe
work.
haciendo su trabajo.
And this is the only one on the item that was part of item,
Este es el
the
asunto
report, so
del reporte.
I just picked
Entonces,
37
quiero
as the one to
hablar
talk
de
about.
37.
But I really would like to
Están
move
quisiéramos
as a
ver
global motion that all the ones that were embedded in the departments be remain as they were in last year's budget as part of GCP, and let the city clerk do the work that they've been doing.
Okay, we have an amending motion by Mr. Pacheco, seconded by Ms. Miskowski. Other members wishing to be heard? Ms. Miskowski.
Thank you. Members, again, this is no net change in dollars. It's not going to influence anything. It keeps, and it may be something that we want to look forward to next year to determine it rather than making this action in the budget. There are some things in the budget that are managed by various departments in the GCP. In fact, I was, just as we were talking, the police department said the money for the Chinatown special officer has been in GCP. It should stay in GCP rather than go to the police department and have them manage it. I think the CLA initially raised this. There have been some issues back and forth, but at least per this year, the recommendation of Mr. Pacheco now, no net change in budget dollars, is leave it in GCP where it has been historically, and globally I am happy to move that. But I do think, members, that we really want to seriously look at GCP, look at how it is handled. This is the sort of the generic GCP. Some LA Bridges is in it, the day labor program is in it. It's those special kind of accounts that get set up. And I think the city should look at how we administer them, how we operate them, what are contractual long-term arrangements, what are just things that have been carried over year after year after year, which may not be fairly competitive with other things that changed in the neighborhood. But I think for this year, leaving it as it has been in GCP, where it can be monitored by the CAO, the CLA, and the respective department who might oversee it, makes sense. So I ask for my vote.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, without objection, we'll consider this item as amended. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 43, call special by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. In our committee meeting this morning, Public Safety, Information Technology, and Service, we discussed this Teams 2, and we recommended a $12 million package. Now I see additional dollars. Is this part of that package, or is this separate?
Separate. That's the amount of money that is necessary for the contractor to design this system. There's also equipment in there. This is additional equipment that's going to be needed in the police department, and was not part of the RFP process.
Why not? If he's doing a project, why wouldn't it include all the equipment to make the project work?
Replacing...
Is it the same fund, or is it a different fund? Because you're talking
it's
about...
all general fund monies.
Pardon me?
It's all general fund monies, but we're very specific on what we wanted the contractor to do relative to the design of the system.
Right.
However, in order to have access to the system, there's other network and PCs that are necessary in the police department to get access to that system once it's up. That is not included in the
If I
contract.
can interrupt, this is for money this year before we get that system in place and the computers for that system. This is some now that can help them start working through a transition on database. This was something that had not been included in the mayor's budget, but the police department did come and ask for this upfront this year now. It is in the general same unappropriated contingency balance account that was secured for consent decree items, but it is not out of the $12 million that we've already appropriated. It's separate from that, and there's still some money in that account to continue dealing with consent decree implementation.
And the concern I have is, will this system connect with the system that we discussed this morning?
Yes.
Are they compatible? We know that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. And I know we're talking about this specific item. With the contingency fund for consent decree, is this the normal process where they're not in the same package? They're in separate packages, and they're not a full complement for the whatever procedure we need to implement?
These monies may go into the same special fund. As a part of your action this morning, we requested to create a special fund.
Right.
And we may use the same special fund.
Okay. The concern I have is that that it links together, and it doesn't have a clash where we're doing over here, they're doing over here, and it doesn't bridge. So it will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Other questions or comments on item 43? Recommendation 43 before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 46, called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange.
This is a very important issue of both the items, but this is a technical amendment. Is that right, Mr. T?
Yes.
Okay, so I got that answer, and I thank you, and we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Are there questions on item 46? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 60, called special by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine. Item number 60.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this item, the question is, we implemented a program here at City Hall after September 11th, and with security badges. Was that a citywide program, or was that just the confines of City Hall? Because I see people with different badges, whether it be water and power, or council staff, or city attorney, or controller, whatever. Was this project, like Tony, who's got a badge on right now, which is one of those computer badges, all departments, to my understanding, went through this process, and I'm curious to see review of security badge services to consolidate functions, eliminate redundancy.
Well, Councilman, what we're trying to do is right now we have two entities, GSD and ITA, responsible for the security badge function. We want to consolidate that function under one department so we have some consistency throughout the city.
And what department will that be?
The GSD.
So do we have to then go through another badge purchase for all the employees?
No, that's not the intent.
It's just to
On a
consolidate.
go-forward basis, we have one entity having the responsibility for security badges, and not multiple agencies.
I'm sorry, the what?
Having one agency, and that being GSD, have responsibility for the security badge function, and not two separate city departments.
So we're not going to find a large expenditure going out and duplicating the badges?
No, in fact, we're trying to find some economies of scale here by having one department perform that function.
Are you happy with that, Tony? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Other members wishing to be heard on item number 60? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 64, called special by Councilmember Holden.
Mr. Holden, your button, please.
This one?
Does it light up when you press it?
Mr. President, members, we have here 64. We want to instruct the department, report back to the Finance Committee as to how the Cultural Affairs can fund the operations, at least for 1 year, of the Washington Boulevard Performing Arts Center. We want that included as a part of these recommendations. And as I speak, Mr. President, 66 is another item, and let's jump to 66 and say that we're going to add D, and D, that's like A, B, C, D, instruct the department to prioritize funding for the facilities that are under its jurisdiction, or that they were responsible for, because they're getting this money back, which is a large sum of money, and we would like for them to at least let this committee know how they plan to spend the money.
Okay, it's a motion by Mr. Holden. Is there a second? Mr. Park seconds. Any discussion? Further questions or comments? Seeing none, then we have item 66 without objection as amended, just seeking that additional information that will be considered as recommendation 66D. So let's take a vote on 64 and 66 together as amended without objection. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Item 65 still before us. Mr. Holden. Item 65, same subject matter.
65. No, I didn't call 65.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, 65, the harbor. Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll let that 1% go for the arts. I was going to use it for the police department because they talked about closing libraries down here, but I think there's a need for the arts. And Ms. Hahn is saying that libraries come second, police comes first, and I want to help her in
Quiero
both
ayudarle
ways.
de las dos maneras.
Okay. Any further
¿Más
questions
preguntas?
or comment on item
Comentarios
65?
65.
Seeing none, let's open the roll on item 65 as recommended by committee.
Recomiendo por el comité.
Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 sí.
That is approved.
Está aprobado.
Next item, please.
Próximo asunto, por favor.
Item 76, called special by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti.
Señor Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
President.
Presidente.
Colleagues, this is the
Colegas,
Neighborhood
esto
Parks
es,
Trust, which, or
Fondo
Urban
de
Land Trust, as it's also been
Parques
called,
como se
an
llama,
initiative to
una
try to
iniciativa para
democratize
tratar de
our parks
democratizar
funding
los
process. It's
parques.
been written up in the Los Angeles
Escrito
Times.
en el periódico
Cindy
Los Ángeles,
Mizukowski
Cindy
introduced the
Mizukowski
motion for it.
presentó la
Many of our
moción
council
para
offices
muchos
have worked
de
very
los
hard
trabajamos
at how we bring small green
cómo tenemos
spaces
esos
to the
lugares
urban
verdes
core. I just wanted to amend this because in committee we had actually had a specific number and we would like to request the $500,000 be allocated for this mayor's office. Council members have worked very hard on this with the city attorney's office and departments, so I wanted to make sure we didn't lose that specific dollar amount as we said in committee, so we can amend that. This is not money that we're taking out of the budget, we're requesting that from the steering committee. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Are the members wishing to be heard on this recommendation? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 4 is still on the desk, Mr. President.
Coming back to item number 4, called special by Ms. Han. Ms. Han? Okay, we have an amending motion by Ms. Perry, not Ms. Gould, Ms. Perry, that has been circulated. Let's recognize Ms. Perry at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to just talk for a second about this. Yes, obviously, public safety is a top priority for
Ms.
all
Perry,
of us.
can I ask you to hold on for just a second? I'll hold your time. It has not been circulated? Then we can take a quick pause. Oh, no, before we hear from Mr. Deaton. Members, does everybody have a copy of the amending motion?
No. What we had attempted to do was to put it into our format. I think if, for discussion purposes, if they will circulate your draft motion, and then we will continue to work in the back on it. So I think you have copies here. They're just, so it'll be circulated in the next few minutes.
Okay, do we feel comfortable, members, going forward with discussion, or should we wait for that item to be distributed? Is there an objection to continuing discussion? Ms. Perry, back to you.
This motion sets forth a possible resolution that should balance the interests and address the concerns that not only CLA has, but CAO, as well as the mayor and council, to provide funding for the 320 additional officers. And also, I want to note that in this context of discussion about public safety, we have to be mindful of the fire department as well, and the importance of adding the 10th member to the team. But it is also premised on making sure that those indicators, those economic indicators that need to occur, must occur before we move forward and put the city at risk. In light of that, with the exception of the hiring of the new officers and the 10th task force member to the fire department, we are interested in deferring all other activities until we are fully aware of the outcome of the state budget and the resultant status of the city's economic condition. Once we cross those thresholds, then we can proceed with the rest. So what we are seeking to do with this motion today is reserve the right to make further adjustments to the budget, and I say reserve the right, which gives colleagues, my colleagues, the opportunity to have further input, gives the public the opportunity to have further input and participation in the decision-making process in response to fiscal projections for the upcoming year. And a particular concern, as I mentioned earlier, it's not just about police, it's also about prevention and gang prevention, including programs like LA Bridges. And so you will note that there is information or a reference to all gang prevention programs because of their vital contribution to public safety. So with that, I would hope that we can get support for this motion. And that's all I have to say at this point.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Señor presidente.
Colleagues, over the last several weeks, obviously intense debates and deliberation are the hallmark of democratic institutions. And here in the City Council, obviously democracy is alive and well, not only with our public, but all of our colleagues that have been talking about such an important issue in the City Council. The debate that the City Council has had regarding the priorities of our city and the priorities within these budgets has been appropriate and one that I think has been a good dialogue. Unfortunately, in some instances, the rhetoric and the hyperbole and personal attacks have not been used to describe this council, and sometimes have been incendiary and demeans the role of the City Council. Such comments have presented obstacles, I believe, to consensus in which the winner would be the people of Los Angeles, those individuals who came and testified today. But despite that rhetoric, the budgets that we have before us, the CLA report and the proposed amendment, the budgets are not that far off from one another, and the goals, particularly, are not far off from one another. Both the council and the mayor's proposed budget place public safety at the center. Both recognize that the hard choices must be made to fund our police and fire departments. Both budgets allow for the immediate hiring of police officers and firefighters. I'd like to applaud the leadership of the Budget and Finance Committee, who worked so diligently. I came frequently to sit and watch and want to acknowledge their commitment. And they stood in strong support of the police and fire department by properly fulfilling their roles as managers of the city's budget. The Budget Committee has also been properly focused on the issue of structural deficits for the coming years. But just like in the past, when deficits were projected for outgoing years, the question remains whether this is manageable. And the question or the answer cannot simply be, just trust me, well, things are going to get better. If the City Council funds the mayor's program, public safety program fully, that does not preclude us from taking action during the fiscal year to control and manage the budget. One of the things that I believe were different from the state of California is the fact we meet 3 times a week, almost every week, for the entire year talking about our city. We're always here talking about our priorities and how to control those figures. The Charter has created checks and balances whereby the Council has the authority to make the necessary changes to keep our fiscal house in order. The Council has the power to institute a hard hiring freeze at any time. The Council has the power to further make changes in our budget and make cuts at any time. The Council has the power, we don't like to do this regularly, but increase fees at any time. The Council has that authority, and we can and will exercise it. Just as most of my colleagues around this table have made public safety a priority, I've made it as one of my top priorities as a new council member. But public safety, as Ms. Perry mentioned, is much more than crime statistics and officers on our streets. It's about creating our healthy environments in our neighborhoods, and I know Mr. Reyes talked about this as well, our broken window concept. Children cannot learn in unsafe schools, businesses cannot thrive in crime-ridden communities, and kids cannot play in parks filled with graffiti and drug pushers. Everything, I believe, begins and ends with that public safety. And that's why I've chosen to support this compromise, which allows for police and fire, which allows us to acknowledge our fiscal and prudent responsibility we have. And yes, I'm a little bit over. I'm a minute over. Can you give me 30 seconds? Thank you. Los Angeles can also not sit back and accept the label of the nation's murder capital. We must give our police and fire departments the resources they need to make our city safe again. And the council must use its right and responsibility to monitor the city's budget keeping our city fiscally solvent. We can and should do both. I think that I'm looking forward to the dialogue and questions regarding the proposed amendment that's been put forward. I know I have some questions, so I will probably, since I'm over, I will come back and push my button again. Thank you.
Thank you. I have on the queue Ms. Misikowski, followed by Ms. Hahn, Mr. Pacheco, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Levant. Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, a lot of what is in
mucho de lo
here,
que está aquí,
and particularly the first
particularmente
moving
la
clause,
cláusula,
says to have the
dice que
CAO
tiene
and
el
the
CAO
CLA
y el
report
CLA
back in
reporten
90
en
days
90
to other
días
alternatives.
otras alternativas.
One of those
Una de esas,
other alternatives to fund
alternativas para el fondo.
upfront some of these
Y algunos
costs in
de
the
estos
budget
costos
that
en el
we, I
presupuesto
think,
que
are
nosotros
coming
creo
closer and closer to
estamos
all
algo
saying
venciendo.
is not funded in the budget. And that's why we have to look at some of these
Presupuesto,
other
tenemos que ver
cuts
estos
or
cortes o
increases.
aumentos.
It's saying, look at
diciendo, vean,
increasing the DWP
aumentos en
power
DWP,
transfer from
transferencia de
7% to
7%
10%.
a 10%.
I can appreciate
Puedo
that is
apreciar
an interesting idea and an idea
Interesante
that
idea que
has been looked
ha
at.
sido
We
vista.
looked at it
Hemos
in
visto
Public Safety
en el
Committee
Comité
and
de
heard from our
Seguridad,
Department of
hemos
Water and
departamento
Power that
Así
this
fuerza de
could
que
have
esto
a
podría
deleterious
tener
effect
un efecto
on our water and
directo
power,
en nuestro luz y fuerza.
on our bond
nuestro
rating,
bondo,
which we just
que
learned
acabamos de
recently is the highest
es el
bond
más
rating of any
alto de
municipal
cualquier
agency
agencia municipal
in the country.
en el país.
And it's not, or that it was putting off issues, in fact, I think I had it here somewhere, putting off issues into the future that would create more debt and starting to get us in the hole that we want to not be in. And that's why we have to proceed cautiously. You're right that the committee looks at throughout the year where we are and what we need to do. But one of the things we have not done lightly, and I don't think we want to do, and this would force us to do, is if we put that money now, particularly at the police department, it's next year $41 million of the $44 million out of balance that the budget puts us in. The longer we go forward, leaving it there in the departments, the harder it is to take it away, or we may have to take more away as we go through the year, because the department, we know, is gung-ho to do some of the hiring, do some of the expenditure of these funds. I think that what we need to do is recommend, and my motion is that we send this motion to committee, Budget and Finance Committee, to act on it and look at it cautiously through the year, but continue forward with the Budget and Finance Committee report as was presented to the council. So I move this motion, I would move that this motion go to committee.
Is there a second to that?
Okay. Our next speaker is Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. As you know, I was the lone vote against the Budget and Finance Committee's approval of the CLA's report. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, it was my desire to take from the unappropriated balance our public safety issues. And again, it's clear, and I do hope that as we move forward in the city, the rhetoric will not be about which one of us is for public safety and which one of us is against public safety, because it is true, we are all for public safety. But the difference is how we want to pay for it, what we believe is fiscally prudent, what we believe is fiscally responsible, how many of us believe that our city would be going down the same road as Sacramento, versus myself. I do not believe that the city of Los Angeles is on that same road as Sacramento, and certainly with the $35 billion deficit that our state is talking about right now, I don't think we're even close to the reasons that the state got in such fiscal trouble over the last year. But for me, it is also about a couple of things. And one is certainly what we heard this morning from the constituents that showed up, and what I believe we've heard from our firefighters, and what I believe we have heard from our police officers, particularly our police chief. And that really is the message that we're sending this morning. And for me, it is not about whether we support the mayor or whether we're standing with our colleagues on the city council. I don't think this is about the mayor. I don't think this is about the city council. But I do think it is about a message that we're capable of sending right now. And that is a message to our first responders, who certainly are out there on a daily basis, certainly are out there putting their lives on the line, certainly are about running towards a disaster when most of us would give into our human nature, which would be to run as far away from disaster as we can. And I do think it is about morale, and I do think it's about safety. And while morale is something we can't put our finger on, we can't measure, we can't really debate, I do think we have an opportunity to say we want to be fiscally responsible, but we want to make sure that up front we give the funding to the fire department so we can have the 10th man. We give our funding up front to the police department that they can move forward, as you said, with hiring officers. But more important, it's a message that we're saying, as Hal Burnson talked about, zero-based budget. We fund what we believe in, and everything else comes second. And that's what's in the appropriated balance. It's what comes second. And it's those measures that we look at week by week to decide whether or not we in the city have the kind of money to fund that. I am going to support the compromise amendment on here, and let me tell you, I wouldn't support that if I didn't think we could have, we could come forth today with a compromise, because there are things in this amendment that I didn't agree with on Friday. I don't agree with leaving the vehicles in the inappropriate balance. I was one of those that felt like maybe if we got more police officers on the street, they needed the vehicles replaced to support that public safety. But I'm here today to say that can wait. That can be in the unappropriated balance. And members, what I also want to say today, and I know I'm 38 seconds over, is exactly what is the job of the Budget and Finance Committee. I've been on that committee for 2 years now. I don't know how I got on that committee. I didn't really ask to be on that committee. But it has been a grueling committee to be on week after week after week, where we look at constantly, we look at the revenues, constantly we look at the expenditures, constantly we look at the workers' comp lawsuits against us, constantly we look at the decisions that we make in the city and what consequences that have. When we choose to not fund sidewalk repairs, I'll tell you what, it's guaranteed that down the line we're going to have a slip and fall on one of those very sidewalks that we didn't fix, and it's going to cost the city money. But we are very aware of those decisions on a weekly basis, and that's the job we do. I think it's worth sending this message to our police officers, to our firefighters, to our first responders. I think it's worth saying we want to give you the funding you need up front because we believe that's what's important in the city. And the other message is we can, on the city council, in the Budget and Finance Committee, and in front of the full council, do exactly what Wendy Grewal said. We have the opportunity to raise fees. We have the opportunity to instill a hard hiring freeze, even with our police department and our fire department, if we feel like that needs to be done. And that's what I'm proposing today. I'm supportive of this amendment, this motion, and I really would hope that we would have 8 votes here to send a strong message to the city of Los Angeles that this is not a fight between the mayor and the city council. And trust me, when it's worth fighting the mayor, I will fight the mayor, and I think you've seen me do that. But on this instance, I don't think it's worth this fight right now. I think it's better for us to send a message to our first responders.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Colleagues, in the first round of comments on this item and previous items, I was generous with the 3-minute rule. I'm beginning to clamp down a little bit here. I believe everybody has spoken at least once. I have on the queue Mr. Pacheco, followed by Mr. Weiss, Mr. Labange, Mr. Parks, Mr. Brinson, and then Ms. Gould for a second time. So 3 minutes, 3-minute warnings. And now Ms. Galantry is on the queue as well. Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, I'm going to support sending this to committee because I do believe that there's some creative solutions in here with the Department of Water Power taking more money on the transfer fee. I mean, one of the things that you have to understand is that we are clearly sending out the message to our police officers that we care about them. When we authorize 400 officers to be hired, that's 40 more than we authorized last year. So we went from 360 to 400, guaranteed new hires starting July 1. So I agree that we need to send the message, and I believe we are sending the message. On the 320 that everyone seems to be focused in on, if you can get the Department of Water and Power in 60 days and 90 days to give you more money, because I won't be here, then just know you have the power within you to move that money out of the unappropriated balance and proactively do that. So I understand the intent of the motion. I think it should be sent to committee so that as things play out, the committee can make those decisions. But it would be premature right now to make that decision based on this empty promise that the Department of Water and Power is going to have more revenue and more resources for us to pay for those ongoing expenses. So I understand the intent of the motion. I think it's a creative opportunity, but I think it's premature. And we are definitely in a good position right now with the committee report to be fiscally sound, at the same time prioritize every single priority that the mayor put in the budget. Not a single priority in this mayor's budget was cut. So I agree, this is not about the council cutting the mayor. We have not cut a single priority. We did not tell the mayor no, the way this council did in 1996 to Mr. Reardon. And at some point, Hal Bernstein and Ruth Galanter and Nate Holden can all tell us why they stood up and said no to more cops in 1996, and how they all survived that process, because that institutional memory is helpful for today. We're not even saying no. All we're saying is let's wait and see. And so I feel good that we're sending the message to our police force that we support them and we want more officers. That's why the 400 new hires are in there. And I feel good that the community understands that at some point we're going to have to decide about 320 officers, and they may agree with us that we should close libraries and close rec and park centers, but it would be unwise to make that decision right now in a vacuum and in darkness. Let's wait. I support the motion to send this to committee, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is Mr. Fujioka still in the room? He's in the back? Well, if someone could ask him to come in, I'd like to ask Mr. Deaton then. I'm sorry, Mr. Deaton. If I could just ask you a question while we await Mr. Fujioka's arrival. In the motion, which I understand and take in the spirit of compromise, on the top of the second page, there are a couple of moving clauses I wanted to ask you about. The first asks for a report from CLA and CAO on 90 days about the DWP power transfer issue. Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. I want to ask both of you about some of these issues. And I know that we've addressed this somewhat in budget, but is it a fair statement, Mr. Fujioka, that this is information that we would want to know, and we want to nail this down pretty thoroughly before we made any significant or drastic movements with respect to further expenditures? I mean, whether or not we could do that 7 to 10% increase. I'll let you go for it, Mr. Fujioka, and have Mr. Deaton respond as well.
Well, in committee, this issue came up, specifically whether or not we should increase the power transfer from the existing 7% level to 10%. At that time, our office prepared a memo back to your committee stating that this is not the year to increase the power transfer, and in fact, it should be a year that we allow the department's finances to stabilize, and maybe we can consider it in a subsequent year, possibly next year. This year, if we were to increase it, it could have a negative impact on the bond rating for the department and their overall budget.
Okay, and not to put you on the spot, Mr. Wiggs, but do you disagree with Mr. Fujioka's assessment that this is not the year? Which is not to say that it's not a policy decision that your board couldn't make, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but just so we have the benefit of your view, do you agree as a professional that this is not the year to do that?
Mr. Weiss, yes, David Wiggs, Department of Water and Power, yes, certainly agree with Mr. Fujioka. This is not, we're going to our board tomorrow with our budget for 0304. In fact, it's not even really an issue of rating agencies and others, which are our issue. We don't have the net income next year to increase the city transfer beyond the 7%. It's simply a charter provision. We simply don't have it. In future years, we should look at it with the CAO and CLA and meet with bonding rating agencies and the financial markets. But next year, we don't have it.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs. I appreciate your responding on your feet like that. Mr. Deaton and Mr. Fujioka, with respect to the other moving clause here about providing funding to only hire 320 net new police officers, we're not going to be in a position to know now what the number of actual hires will have to be to get to 320 new net. Is that correct? We don't know that fact now.
That's correct.
Can you give me your best estimate as to how many months from now it would be before we could get a better idea of what that would be? And I take it your answer would also respond on the size of the classes. If you could just give me a sense of how that works.
Well, I think the difficulty is on attrition. Attrition in the large numbers usually happen in the May and June time frame, and therefore to know exactly the number of attrition is going to be a year from now. The difficulty is that if and that was the committee's response relative to hiring the classes, is that if you do not keep an even number at a relatively significant number, you counteract the good recruiting that we have been enjoying in the past year or so. So we will not know attrition until it's too late, in essence. And
So we certainly don't know now enough to be able to programmatically say 320 net new.
That's right.
And we'll be closer to that level of knowledge 3 months from now or 6 months from now. Whether that's perfect or not is another story.
We'll be closer.
On the final thing that this asks for, I haven't seen a report recently. I don't think we had one during Budget Committee, Mr. Fujioka, on efforts to return to duty for long-term sick and light-duty officers. Did we get any reports along those lines during Budget Committee?
We did not report to your Budget and Finance Committee, but we understand that the department has identified this as a goal because there are a number of officers, I think the number may even exceed what's on this motion, who are off on long-term sick for a variety of reasons, or who are on light duty status.
But it's information we don't have now.
We do not have that.
So if we don't have it now, I think Ms. Mizikowski's suggestion that the matter go to committee is the better course of valor, because the motion is predicated on any of those three things being able to cover the growth of the structural deficit. I mean, that's the predicate of this motion, is that there are these other matters that are here in these further move clauses that could bolster us up financially. But one has been ruled out by Mr. Wiggs and Mr. Fujioka, and the others need further study. I think that Ms. Mizikowski has the right approach. The matter should be sent to committee, and it may very well be. Well, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I stand to support Jan Perry and her compromise here. And I also want to thank the committee that worked on it. I like Dick Pacheco and his quote about Mick Jagger. You can't always get what you want to. You can't always get what you need, but you try to times. You just might find you get what you need. And this is what this is. Important for all of us to compromise and to move forward. To compromise and move forward. And why stop a turnaround, wherever it is? And I would never do anything to hurt the Department of Water and Power. And Mr. Weiss, this is not going to hurt the Department of Water and Power to look at the feasibility of increasing the transfer. Edison pays property tax in Los Angeles. Water and Power doesn't pay property tax in Los Angeles. Water and Power transfers what probably is an equivalent amount from their transmission lines and their 145 distribution stations and everything. I wouldn't do anything, Jack, to hurt the Department of Water and Power, because that would hurt the city of Los Angeles. I think this is a real good compromise that gets us to move forward, and also it gives us a chance to get away from what has been, as some expressed, a tough week that they've had, and hearing all the stuff that was flying around. Let's move forward. Let's compromise. Let's support our first responders in all 47 truck houses in the city. Let's support the police department and its reorganization, which is important to establish the quality of life that everybody talks about in this city. I just wanted to thank Jan Perry for her continued leadership in the 9th District and every other district in the city, because when she speaks, people listen.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the CAO and the CLA, when do we expect by statute that the state budget will be set, or we get some idea of what is forthcoming?
By statute, they're supposed to be done by June 30th. In any major budget crisis in recent years, they've not made that, and sometime in August or September is what I would, unless there's a remarkable amount of progress in the next 30 days.
What is there also a statute for federal budget as relates to when that would be solidified?
They are supposed to be done by October 1st, before the new budget's on September 30th. But they've, in recent years, discovered continuing resolutions, which lets them avoid the whole issue.
So the issue is that we'll know more about the state and the federal sometime around the same period that the budget is requesting that we hold and make better decisions as it relates to the city of Los Angeles, so to be somewhat consistent.
That was the intent.
Okay. One of the things, and again, as I'll just kind of go over my comments so that I like them anyway, that the issue is, I think that I really believe, particularly for the whole city budget, but particularly the police department, for the city, the CLA, the CAO, and the council to hold the line and to allow the city to stay in a positive budget for this fiscal year, knowing all the things you considered well over a year ago. And then for the committee to go through every laborious day to ask all the questions and get far more insight into the budget than we've received from just some of the snippets. I think that I would have to also support the recommendation to send this to committee for further review, because it appears that all of it will come about at the same time. That within 90 days, we'll know more about the state, the federal, we'll know more about our own financial condition. And I think when we look at page 2 of the motion and we move items from the unappropriate balance, it basically guts the great work that's been achieved over the last several months. I think also that, and I saw Mr. Wiggs' hair go gray when we talked about this 7 to 10%, because in a recent briefing, that was one of the issues that he was concerned about, and I think certainly would be of concern to all of us, is that one of our 3 proprietary departments that is a fundraising or a revenue-generating engine not be put in harm's way, particularly when we know that better times is forthcoming. And so I would support that we have this in committee. I would support that we go forward on the CLA and the CAO's report and the Budget Committee's report for the most intelligent approach to our financial efforts in crisis.
Mr. Burnson.
Yes, members of the council, this is a kind of a familiar time for me because having been through a few, I had 3 motions I was going to bring in because I really had not agreed with anything up to this point. I'm not going to bring them in now, but I will tell you what they were just to pique your curiosity. One was to cut out all funding for the neighborhood councils because of the fact that the 2 most successful neighborhood councils in the city, the 8th and the 12th, which ran for a number of years, didn't require any general fund funding. It was all done through the council office. And the money that's being there is just creating problems and is money that could be used for more essential things. The second one was to cut out all GCP money for the council offices. I couldn't even get a second for that one. But yeah, the third one was to reduce funding for all city departments except police and fire for 5%. I'm not going to circulate or try to get any of these on the agenda because I think that the motion by Jan kind of addresses these issues. And even more important, it does it in a manner beyond what I had attempted to do, which was actually looking at the priorities in the budget and making some decisions on cutting back in those areas. So I am going to support this. I just want to throw one more comment into this so-called controversy, and that is the question of the police. You know, we all know that we need more police in the city. We all know that for a fact. We have gang situations, we have crime, but more than that, we have the largest metropolitan area of any city probably in the world, outside of maybe one or two, and it's difficult with the number of officers we have to cover that. So we do have to have it. But the 320 that needs to go into this year's budget, and I believe it should be in this year's budget, I'm going to support that. But I want to talk a little bit about the 400 that we're talking about for attrition. We don't know what number are going to attrit between now and the following year. But it gives us the opportunity, if we have the money in the budget, to make the adjustment either sometime during the course of this year by transferring money back into the unreserved balance, or to add that funds to next year's budget if it doesn't work that way, because it's you're always going to be several months behind in this program of hiring and recruiting new police officers. So with that, I just want to say that I think this has been a good, healthy discussion. I think we all want the police, just a question of how you pay for it. And I suggest that this motion is a good way to start addressing the issue. I don't think it should be sent to committee. I think we ought to act on it today. And then if there are any adjustments to be made, we send those to committee. So that's my thoughts on the subject.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. We have a mayor's representative here. Maybe you could answer some questions. A mayor's representative? Would that be you? If you could hold my time, please. Some of us are attempting, in a very diplomatic manner, to come to a resolution. And when I see this type of headline, Bratton and Hahn pull no punches, maybe someone has to extend the olive branch to say, how do we make this work for the people of Los Angeles? The holding off of certain dollars with the commitment that those dollars would be there. Why can't that work? What is the prohibitive point when you've got only so many seats in the academy, when you have only so many instructors in the academy? Why can't that work, which is what the committee report recommends?
Which dollars, sir?
The dollars for the 320 additional officers.
As we talk to the professionals who do recruitment and work to build police departments, as you have too, I think what you've heard is what's important is to have the ability to continue with classes month after month. What the City Council and the Mayor can do is keep, as I think as one member has indicated, is keep their eye on where the city's budget goes, where the state budget goes, and if we need to make some adjustments, then you proactively make a stop on recruiting. But if today we say to ourselves that we're only going to put so much money in for recruitment and retention of officers, we know that we have to plan for a break in classes or a break in recruitment at some time in the future. And it's probably not a good idea. I mean, I think everyone agrees it's not a good idea if you're going to be in the recruitment game to get in the game, then get out of the game, then get back into the game, because that break in time where one exists, you lose more than just the days that you're out of recruitment. You lose actually all the lead time for advertising for the jobs, for recruiting at the sites where one recruits, for gearing up for the classes, for buying the equipment for the classes, preparing for the future, such as having cars and the various equipment available for recruits when they come out. So the concern is that one needs to have opportunities in the pipeline so that we can continue to recruit without a break, unless at some time in the future, collectively, we make a decision to break, to stop the recruitment and not do it today.
So with the continuing academy classes as they have going on right now, and the anticipation that those will continue to flow and the officers we receive that were working transit operations being deployed within the city, and the fact that numbers have been given 123 to 130 retiring versus 350 or 340, does that play into the equation at all? Or is it just, this is what we're going to get, and we're not going to make any change?
Sure. If your question addresses what about changes in attrition, I think the compromise does a good job of considering that. From what I understand of the compromise, what you do is say that we have a certain number of officers on payroll as of X date, here X is July 1, 2003, and that rather than set a number, say that the cap is 320 over that number of officers on the payroll, because in fact, we know in truth that attrition can be higher or lower than a number of 400.
So with the job market as it is sour right now, and the drop program, which was brought in to retain officers, and the enhanced pension, which was designed to maintain the strength of the department, it seems those programs are working. And the numbers given to me this morning is that in 1 year, dropped from 350 retirements to 123, maybe 130 as the year finishes out. That, to me, is something that needs to be considered, and I don't know if it was considered in the initial allocation, which the amendment does put that in for consideration.
Actually, I think it was considered, and in fact, you say, are there discussions going on? I mean, the mayor is perfectly satisfied with the compromise. It seems to do a very good job of considering that attrition can, in fact, be lower. Attrition could be higher, but it allows that attrition could change over time. I will point out, though, that if attrition is, just because attrition is low, doesn't mean that the costs overall go down, and we are paying officers who remain on the payroll. I mean,
Right, but you're paying for that experience and that
Sure. Oh, yeah.
the other activities are involved. Another question I have for you regarding the Homeland Security, $18 million coming in from Homeland Security. Is any of that included in the budget projections, or is that all another separate process? The Homeland Security, $18 million that Los Angeles is supposed to receive.
Oh, when you were talking about Homeland Security, I thought you meant the reorganization and the costs.
I'm talking about the money we're receiving from the federal government for Homeland Security, $18 million.
Oh, I was turning to Bill Fujioka because the number has changed since the budget document was put together. No, we have not considered calculating that money, nor have we calculated any expectation on the COPS, the grant program that we're participating in at the end of this month.
The $30 million program for officers.
Well, it's $100 million nationwide, and the application will be roughly in that range, yes.
And as I understand, if we have money appropriated for those positions, then we don't qualify. Those are additional positions that aren't allocated in the budget.
Well, the regulations will be different from the COPS granting to the Homeland Security grant.
I'm talking about the COPS granting.
Right, that requires a maintenance of effort for LAPD.
Okay, so in other words, if we have positions allocated, even though we haven't hired, we have money allocated for that, that the money they're giving us won't qualify for that. It has to be for officers over and above those numbers. Is that your understanding? That's what I was looking
For the Homeland Security money, it's my understanding, and of course, it is subject to change, that right now, we cannot use that money for staffing. The money will be used for equipment or other special one-time purchases at this point.
Okay, I'm talking about the COPS More program, the $30 million.
Different. I mean,
In other words, if we budget for these officers, does that preclude us from using the COPS More money, or do we then have to hire over and above whatever number we come up with?
Historically, there has been a maintenance of effort, which means that you must maintain the existing police officers that you have and only add above those. So if
But
we
not
have-
necessarily budget, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ron.
But it
Not
wouldn't-
necessarily
it would be a
budgeted
preclusion.
officers. I don't know if the analysis would be different whether it would UB or whether it was in budget. It's the number of officers on the payroll at the time of grant, typically.
That makes clear sense. And I know we haven't paid much attention to the fire department, but I know we have the fire department president somewhere, if he's still here, Pat McCosker. There he is, hiding over there in the shadows.
Mr. Zine?
I'm almost done, because I won't speak again. I just want to acknowledge that I know we promised a long time a 10th man on the rig, or 10th firefighter, paramedic on the rigs. And I know that in the discussion, everything's been focused on LAPD. I want you to understand that I'm supportive of that 10th person, which has been promised for a very, very long time. And it's about time we deliver that, because you folks don't make the same kind of waves and sounds and cries for help. But I think, I want to let you know you got my support on it, and I wanted to bring it up that that's a very important issue.
I have a
Thank you,
motion
Mr.
for
Zine.
that.
You have a motion for that?
Pays for the 10th man. It's coming
Okay,
around.
I support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
just want to be
Stein.
clear on the COPS granting. It is our understanding that the money is recluded to supplement who you have on the payroll at the time of the award of the grant. And we do not believe the analysis is different for budgeted money or UB money.
I'm not certain that that's, if you have positions in the budget and they're funded, I don't know that they aren't positions even if they're vacant.
Would you think the situation, even in that analysis, would improve if you had money in the UB that was indicated could be used for officers? Or do you think that is a way to be able to avoid the maintenance of effort requirements for the granting?
I do.
All right, at this time, let me recognize Councilmember Galanter.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments to make here. I think that it's pretty clearly the case that everybody believes very passionately in the position that they are taking. It's wonderful. Everybody gets up and walks away and stops listening as soon as they stand up to speak. Thank you. I'm delighted to hear it. Thank you. But I think that we have fallen into a trap here, guys. I think we've fallen into letting somebody else define the issues that are in front of us. The issue we're meant to be dealing with here is the management overall of the people's money that pays to keep this government running. We all agree that police and fire and animal control and building and safety and all the other safety and water and power, all the safety issues of our government are very, very important. Please do not let yourself fall into being defined as pro or anti-public safety based on whether you do or don't support the mayor's budget. Everybody wants to have enough money to fund everything that we and our constituents feel is important. But there isn't enough money at any given moment to do it all. And we have, I'm going to support sending this to committee, and the reason I'm doing that, I want everybody to be clear, I'm not trying to bury it. I think that what we're looking for here is an occasion to have a more detailed debate than we can typically have in the full council. We are not having a debate. Now, we're getting close, but we're not actually having a debate because the Budget and Finance Committee had the debate, and I want to congratulate them for their stamina and their perseverance and their seriousness of purpose. I think that what we have here, and the mayor as well, I think what we have here is a very difficult problem. But if you look at even the mayor's proposal, budget to fund the 10th man on all the trucks for the fire department is $8 million, not $1.5. And we're not seeing anybody proposing the $8 million. So if you really wanted to go down that road, you could say that nobody's for public safety enough, because we need the $8-point-something million to put them on all the trucks. And it would be better for the city if we had them on all the trucks. So it seems to me that what we ought to be doing, and it's too early in our debate today to be able to see it happening, is typically we come in and we all bring in motions to fund more things that we know need to be funded. I'm hoping to bring in some motions later that will propose cuts to make up the difference so that we can have the money available. So we aren't just pulling it from the unappropriated balance or taking it from water and power, which is money that belongs to the same people as all this other money does. But where we can say within the structure of city government, we might be able to defer something else in order to fund the 10th man in the fire crews and the police department's needs as they come up. For example, there's $3 million in the budget for neighborhood councils. $2 million of it is rollover money that they couldn't spend last year, and so it rolls over. Why add that other million? If you use that other million for part of the $1.5 million, then we're down to only $500,000 to get the partial funding of the 10th man. There are undoubtedly a number of other things, and I hope to be able to bring some motions in soon. So I invite all of you to join me in upending the traditional budget process where we all come in with motions to spend more money. And let's see if we can come in with motions. I guess I'm thinking sort of along the lines that Hal was. If we can find things in the proposed budget that we could defer, that we feel comfortable our constituents would be willing to defer, either because, as in the case of neighborhood councils, they haven't been able to spend the money as quickly as it was appropriated, or for some other reason. For example, the council members, elected officials, automobiles. We spend a lot of money on automobiles, and every so often the newspapers get a hold of that, and they make us all a little bit embarrassed about how much money is being spent for cars. We could use pool cars.
and I'll have a motion on that. Our staffs could use pool cars. Even if we didn't use pool cars, we could have a price cap on the number of, on how much you can spend per car. We could also have a change in the rules. I believe the rule, I didn't find this out till I'd had a car for 10 years, but somebody told me you can get a new car every 2 years. Well, maybe every 2 years is a little too often. Maybe we could manage with slightly older cars, like everybody else in the city, in order to save some money, in order to fund the things we all agree are highest priority. So I think the appropriate place to put this motion for the time being is in the committee. If by the end of the day we have found enough money to fund it through other cuts, we can bring it back and take care of it then.
Thank you, Ms. Galanter. Chair recognizes Mr. Holden.
Madam President, we have the mayor's office present here. I can ask a question. I hold my time. Question number one. Do you support the amendment? I'm asking the mayor's office. Amending motion. Mr. McCosker.
Which amending motion?
The one that Ms. Perry put in with the other signatures?
Yes.
You do support it. You know what it does?
Generally, sir, yes.
Well, can you be specific about this first moving clause? And you hold my time while you do that. Mr. McCosker.
You're going to ask me to read along? I don't have a copy.
Okay, it says, I therefore move that CLA-CAO reports back to the City Council in 90 days relative to the status of the city employees' contract negotiations, the impact of the state's budget, the feasibility of increasing DWP power transfer to 10% from 7%, the impact and cost of saving of a 3% across-the-board reduction in departments' budgets, the feasibility of consolidating city departments, and the impact of increasing fees. You understand that?
I understand.
Right. My question to you, now you support this. My question is, why didn't you submit the budget, the mayor's office, submit the budget in its original form, which included all these recommendations? And that's my question. Would you try to respond to that?
That's the nature of compromises, Councilman.
No, sir. No, sir. No, we're not compromising anything here. What we're saying is that if you believe in it now, obviously you could have believed in it then. Whoever was advising the mayor at the time could say, hey, here's the way to go to get what we want. My question is, why wasn't the budget submitted to the council in that form with those changes made?
A compromise is proposed to this body, have a report come back within 90 days relative to the status of city employee contract negotiations. That makes perfect sense. A report back on the impact of the state's budget. That makes perfect sense. The feasibility of increasing the DWP power transfer from actually to 10% from 7%. It makes perfect sense, but not proposed in the current budget. Again, that's the nature of a good compromise and discussion. And then the request is for the study of the impact of the cost savings of a 3% across-the-board reduction in departmental budgets, the feasibility of consolidating departments, and the impact of increasing fees. So it's a reasonable report to come back, and that's the nature of discussions between the legislative body and the mayor's office.
Mr. Tim McCosker.
Yes, sir.
Let me just remind you that the commissioners are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. General manager is appointed by the mayor. If the mayor needed some funds, if those funds were there, they could be raised from 7% to 10%. Why didn't you say it at the time? I mean, we don't have to be here discussing this at this time. Where the public believes that the council is against hiring more police officers, which they're not. And the mayor and the police chief is in favor of it. If you're in favor of it, all you have to do is take care of this at that time, number one. Number two, you're saying cut the department's budget by 3%. Departments went to the mayor to say, here's what we need in our budget. And obviously somebody in the mayor's office signed off on that on those budgets. Now you're saying, without even consulting the departments, Departments that went to the Finance Committee saying, cut their budgets by 3% across the board?
It doesn't say that, Councilman.
What does it say then?
It says move that the CLA and CIO report back.
Well, no,
Isolate to the
Well,
language you're referring
in
to.
that case,
on the feasibility or cost savings of
that's right,
across the
because
board.
this doesn't mean anything. It's a bunch of rhetoric. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm glad you acknowledge it for being what it is.
It's very
Report back
meaningful.
90 days, it's rhetoric. What you're saying is that this means something. This, when in fact it doesn't. Report back in 90 days. To do what? To find the money to hire the police officers? The money isn't there. And since it is not there, you know it. We all know it. Say it. We should not deceive the public. Number one, try and raise the water rates. Try and raise the utility rates. You telling the department to give you 3% more to do what you want to do or think you want to do. They're saying they can't do it. And when you start saying your gas and light, your water and light bill is going to go up, you haven't seen a revolution in this city yet. Come on, we have to be fair with the people, Mr. Bernstein, and we are not. We're playing the games over and over again, and I know why you're playing the games. I know why others are playing the games. It is not fair to the public. Not fair at all. Fact of the matter is that the money isn't there. If you're going to wait for the budget, then wait for the budget in 90 days. It'll be adopted in 90 days, the state budget. You'll know what the impact is going to be on this city. You can always revisit the city's budget to make adjustments.
Exactly.
And so what's before us today from the policy committee is saying, hold the line until the state budget is adopted. Hold the line until we know where we are. Continue to hire police officers at the rate which we already are hiring them. And if more money is available, then we'll hire even more. It doesn't say we're not going to hire
Mr.
police
Holden,
officers.
your time has
If
expired.
I just finish off, then I won't come back again.
Well, but I'm not sure how long finish off might take.
All right. It's not saying we're not going to hire more police officers, but the rhetoric started from the top. And that's wrong. Should never have happened. I've never seen, well, I don't want, if I say what I've never seen, then they say I'm doing the same thing they did. And I don't want to be accused of it.
Thank you, Mr.
I think we
Holden.
should employ diplomacy from the top to the bottom, and that has not been the case today. But what is fair is that I don't balance my checkbook like that, like this. You don't balance your checkbook like this, and the taxpayers in this city don't balance their checkbook like this.
Mr.
And it's
Holden.
not a balanced checkbook if you keep on doing what you're doing. It is not fair to suggest you're trying to do something that you can't do.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gruel.
That's a hard act to follow, after Mr. Holden. Thank you, Madam President. I had just a couple questions, and I'm not sure if the DVP representatives are still here or not. David Wiggs and Frank Salas were here earlier. Because what we were talking about in the 7 to 10%, Mr. Holden, was that there was some confusion as to whether or not that would be feasible, our bond ratings, et cetera. And what I wanted to do, and my colleague Jan Perry and others who signed on this motion, was to have that issue on the table to bring back. Also, the concern that had been raised by some of my colleagues here relative to 6 months was that the police department, if we waited 6 months to make some of these changes, that in fact would limit some of their flexibility in training and having all of their academy. Similarly, we included in here language that caps the number of officers being hired within the budget because of some of the comments made by Mr. Zine and in some of my conversations with Mr. Parks about the fact that attrition, the good news is we might not have as many people leave. The bad news is then we wouldn't obviously be hiring new officers at that time to balance that. So the concept behind this motion was to look at some of these objectives. And I don't serve on the Budget Committee, and other than Ms. Hahn, who signed this motion, don't serve on the Budget Committee to be able to have some of these questions answered during that time period. And as Ms. Galanter mentioned, the importance of having this debate here in the full City Council. I'm concerned, and I asked Mr. Dean in the past, because last year, as a new council member, I know I introduced lots of motions, and everyone else did. Different budget time. When it goes to committee, what happens to it? Sometimes it never sees the light legislative day. I wanted to, and my colleagues who signed on this, to have something that was binding immediately that said we are concerned about the fiscal issues and we want police and fire to be able to move forward. But again, you go back to, and the language is specifically here in the amendment, which says, according to the charter, after receiving the budget submitted by the mayor, the council shall approve or modify that budget, disapproving in part or whole, in whole or part in any terms, or by increasing or decreasing any item, by adding new items and returning the budget as modified by the city council to the mayor. That is what our role is. We are not here to be a rubber stamp for either the mayor, the budget committee. We're here to have this debate and dialogue and to be able to see where there is compromise. Because again, I believe that we all have the same goal in mind, which is to be able to have the funds available to pay for the police and fire, the 10th person, as well as the full complement of police officers here within our budget and being fiscally responsible. And I know that the CAO and CLA are going to continue to provide us reports on a monthly, if not weekly basis on where we are so we can make adjustments. And my goal, and the signers of this motion, was specifically to do that and to look at what the options were and not just say, we don't know what's going to happen, we'll wait 6 months. It was really to say, let's look at right now where some of the thresholds were where we could in fact come back. So the item just on the DDP, I don't know where, if anyone is here from the DDP, or maybe Mr. Deaton could answer that question relative to DDP and then going from 7 to 10%. Could you just say, no one else is here, DDP left, I think. So just on the issue of between 7 and 10% and what's that relative to why we thought there might have been an increase, what would have to happen in this 3-month period of time.
Well, when I raised the issue when we reported to council of going from 7 to 10%, and at that point I thought there was a reasonable chance of getting that in the 04-05 time. What is the determinant factor is that net income in the year before you need the transfer. For example, in this case, next year's net income would have to be sufficient to have 10% in order for 2004-05 to realize the some $60–65 million increase in revenue. In the last, literally in the last few weeks, the department has been going through their budget, and it appears that due to some fuel cost and some other employee cost, that the net income for next year will barely exceed the 7%. So in the 2004-2005 fiscal year, it appears that revenue transfer is not likely. We have McCosker static here. The second, however, in the years beyond that, it appears that it is possible to realize more than 7% and perhaps as much as 7%. But it'd be 2005, 2006 before we could do that. So in the report we've had thus far in our crunch year, which is 2004-05, it's unlikely that that money is going to be there. But still, regardless of what, I still intend to pursue to see if that can happen, notwithstanding.
And you'd also recommended the 5% cut, or as an option that would give $40 million. That was 5% across the board.
Right.
So these are not new concepts that are part of this report. It's part of the CLA had recommended in the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. After this response, I'm going to have to recognize Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Pacheco.
I was just going to move the previous question for moving to committee, on the motion to send it to committee.
Committee, but I think we're voting on whether.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. You are the final speaker on the queue, so I don't believe a vote is necessary on the previous question. If that concludes council discussion and debate, then I believe we're ready for a vote.
Point of order, if we could understand how we're going to have these votes.
The sequence of votes will be articulated by the clerk.
Okay, the first vote would be to send the amending motion to Budget and Finance Committee.
Everybody clear? This would be to send the Perry amending motion to committee. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll. and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay, that matter is referred to committee. Next vote, please.
And then item number 4 is before you as the committee recommends.
Okay, members, item number 4, the committee report is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
I think it's, I don't know, maybe it's a point of procedure. In the event that this passes, and by later in the day, there is some reason to reconsider it, we have the option then to reconsider, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Okay, members, the roll is open. All members have had an opportunity to vote. Madam Clerk, please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, that matter is approved. We also have the option of sending this forthwith. Mr. Pacheco?
Mr. President, colleagues, I have circulated a motion. I'm not sure if you've all received it, but you all have a worksheet that I put together that works with the motion. And this is based on surplus property in my district and the revenue that was not anticipated in the 0304 budget. This will give us an opportunity to do a couple of good things that are citywide. Expansion of the bulky item center, improving items in the city attorney's office, workers' comp, project cleared. The fire department's 10th member task force, El Grito, the city clerk. And at the end, we get to transfer about 2.435 into the reserve, create a new UB account of $500,000 for sanitation drivers, because I understand some people wanted that. So I'm not sure where the motion is physically itself, colleagues, but I can tell you the draft worksheet is in front of you.
Point of order, first of all, I think what Mr. Pacheco is doing is bringing in the first motion of perhaps many that might be coming as amending motions, so we should understand that. Perhaps the CLA can report as to whether or not how many other we have, but I do think we need to see the motions that we're going to be voting on, particularly if they start significantly moving or dealing with money. So I don't know whether the CLA can report as to how many motions are in the pipeline.
Thank you, Ms. Mizikowski. I also have Mr. Garcetti on the queue from the CLA's office. Do you want to comment? Do we have any other motions in the pipeline?
Excuse me, there are other motions in the pipeline, and because of the expeditious way we've handled it up to this point, we're a little behind. If I'd like to entertain a 10 or 15-minute recess for us to get our stuff and the motion signed, and then we can go back in session.
Colleagues, is there an objection to a 10-minute recess? Stretch break, potty break? Seeing no objection, the council will recess for 10 minutes. It is now, according to the clock here in council chambers, 1:24. We shall reconvene at 1:34. 10-minute recess. Members, as we're coming back into session, let me ask the
Regresando a la
CLA
sesión,
and the
entonces,
clerk if
debe
we
secretario, sí.
have finished distributing any amending motions that have been introduced today.
Hemos presentado, ¿verdad?
We haven't seen any.
No he visto ningunos.
Members, they're hot off the press. These motions are coming around as we
Cabeza de la
speak.
inventa, las
So in just a minute here, we will reconvene.
vamos a traerlo otra vez en orden.
And if I can ask the
si puedo
CLA
pedir al
to
CLA que
remain front and center as we deliberate
se
on
quede
these individual
frente
motions.
con estas mociones individuales.
Okay, colleagues, are we ready?
¿Estamos listos?
Everybody paying attention here?
¿Todos poniendo atención aquí?
Everybody receive a
¿Todos
copy
vieron una copia?
of the first batch of budget motions that have been distributed. It's a package of
Es un
15
paquete de
motions,
15 mociones.
numerical,
Número
based
de
on the
notas
upper
basadas
right-hand
en la
corner.
derecha es
The first motion, number one,
número uno.
is a Pacheco-Zine motion. Let me recognize Councilmember Pacheco.
Mr. President and colleagues, motion number one is the technical language for the worksheet that you've all received. I just thought the worksheet was much clearer in terms of where the revenue is coming from and where the programming of the revenue is going into. I really can't explain the technical motion, but it's supposed to basically cover the the worksheet. So I'm going to hand the worksheet as an attachment to the motion to the CAO's office and CLA's office. But other than that, I would ask for your support. It covers a lot of the needs that community members or colleagues have pointed out. And so I would just simply ask for your support, and I'm available, obviously, for any questions. I believe Mr. Garcetti wanted to make some comments.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we talked about earlier when we were looking at the Neighborhood Parks Trust, the citywide initiative, I know Mr. Reyes has worked on others, I think is more appropriate because if we have to wait till January or whatever point mid-year to do that, it's more prudent to do it now. I talked to Mr. Pacheco as a friendly amendment. It would be the 435,000 would move that way, not the full 500, and that would go to our Neighborhood Parks Trust, which for all the council districts will allow us to be able to do some of those pocket park projects. So I would move that as a friendly amendment. I know that was accepted by Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Weiss.
I just want to be clear, Mr. President. Mr. Pacheco, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to know, are we discussing the motion that you just circulated a few moments ago right now?
The motion that we're discussing is number one. I provided all you a worksheet for number one because I can't explain all the little technical controller type instructions that are motion number one. But basically, motion number one is to encapsulate what I've given you as a worksheet. And if you have a question on either of them, I will be more than willing to answer.
Okay, now I've been handed the worksheet and the motion. I guess I'd like to ask the CLA and the CAO to give us some of the background that we need to know here.
Mr. President, to say when I was speaking by way of background as chair of PD, we had this in committee, and this was, I think, over a year ago. There was 57% of these property sales that were dedicated in that committee action to go to the Community Development Department. They haven't been budgeted in because there hasn't been that sale, so we're not taking it out of anything that exists. But instead of that going in this coming year to the Community Development Department, this would allow us to do the things Mr. Pacheco has put forward, the 10-member teams, et cetera. So by way of history, we had that in the Economic Development and Employment Committee and unanimously passed that. Council ratified that as well about a year ago by way of background. And I think one of the most powerful things this does, and I want to thank Mr. Pacheco for finding the way of doing it, because it's some self-sacrifice here, is that we're going to be funding the 10-member fire teams, and this is a really great way of doing that. So that's just by way of background, Mr. Weiss.
Okay. Other members wishing to be heard on this item?
Excuse me, Mr. President, clarification on the $435,000 figure, which Neighborhood Parks Trust?
And therefore reducing the balance of the 2.4 going to reserve. Ms. Misikowski.
I think Mr. Weiss still had the floor.
If I may continue. Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I first want to understand from the folks at the table, looking at this schedule of property sales, which of these properties have actually been sold?
Depending, as you define, been sold, Newton is in escrow and is to be, that escrow should close shortly.
What's the sale price on Newton?
2.4, I believe. This is it's 50-50.
2.4 on Newton.
Right.
Okay, LA Wholesale Produce Mart, has that been sold yet?
No.
I think that the city administrative officer is involved in that transaction. It has been in negotiations for a considerable amount of time. My understanding, and he can give you, Bill can give you a status of the sale.
It hasn't been sold at this time. There's active participation from a number of entities, including GSD, my office, city attorney, and others, who are at the table negotiating this sale. We have not reached a firm agreement. We feel we're close, but as of today, I don't believe we have an absolute agreement. The Council Follow did provide us direction on selling this property. But as of today, we don't have a set amount. It is, I believe the amount will be higher than what's listed on the technical information provided by the council office.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss, let me clarify this even more. This amount, 12.9, is based on a sale price that was anticipated when the original motion was introduced of $15 million. And the reason it's only 12.9 in there is because the mayor's office has already programmed the 2 the balance of it in the 0304 budget. So I couldn't put the entire $15 million in there because the mayor's office already programmed their percentage that came out of the council file in January 22nd of 02. So that's why it only reflects 12.9. And as we sit here, the sale price may go up higher, and so more revenues may flow from that sale. But this is based on the original 15 million guesstimation from the council adopting the sale.
Let me thank you for that, Mr. Pacheco. Let me just continue with Mr. Fujioka then. And Mr. Deaton. So there has not been a sale yet of the LA Wholesale Produce Mart.
That's correct.
And so there could not be a sale. I mean, no one was committed to buy it from us. As far as you know, no one has a legal obligation to pay the city money.
That's absolutely correct.
And if someone did pay the city money, I take it less the amount Mr. Pacheco indicated the mayor's office had programmed into the budget, the entirety of the rest is programmed via this motion into these funding opportunities.
Right.
As opposed to 50% or some other percentage.
Yeah, this would be I believe, the general fund.
This would be the general fund. Well,
part of it.
this would.
Wait, what's the total sale anticipated, price anticipated to be? We don't know,
Negotiations,
it hasn't sold yet.
negotiations have ranged between
we're
15 and
negotiating.
25.
15 to 25 million?
That way
We're
I'm not
negotiating
signaling.
right now. We don't want to put the final amount on the table. We're, like I said, excuse me, Ron, we're in very active negotiations, so giving you an absolute amount.
I got to tell you, if I were negotiating to sell my car, and I let the buyer, the prospective buyer of my car know that there's this great Lamborghini over here, and I can't wait to buy the Lamborghini. In fact, my family, we've been driving around in it all weekend long. Don't you think that might, I think that might hurt my leverage over that sale. I mean, if we program it for these things already, that certainly makes us look pretty eager. Don't you think?
If I can ask you to conclude, Mr. Weiss,
Well,
leading the witness.
I guess what I'm driving at is, and I recognize that the proposed funding decisions here, those all seem like things that we all favor, but I don't know how we can propose to fund something when we haven't realized the source of those funds yet. And if the estimate is from 15 to 25 million, I just don't see how we can make that decision. Also, it seems like there's a one-time funding source in any event, right? Is that right?
That's correct.
And so we're talking, and some of these are continuing programs that we would be seeking to fund with one-time money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With one-time money that hasn't come in yet. Mr. President, I think I accept the motion as in the sense that it was offered, but I think just as with Ms. Perry's motion, Ms. Gruhl's discussions earlier, and how those matters were sent to committee for further discussion and further analysis, I think the only fair thing to do for all is to send this to committee, especially since I don't want to in any way jeopardize the ability of the city to get fair market value for this LA Wholesale Produce Mart, which you tell me hasn't even been sold yet. Anyway, once it's sold, if it's sold for $15 million or $25 million, then we can make policy decisions then with the money, but I don't think we should make decisions today with money that hasn't come in tomorrow. So I move to send to committee.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Misikowski?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to, first of all, commend Mr. Pacheco for attempting to do something as this motion does. I think it goes further than some of the issues that we've raised in the past, because one of the things that Mr. Pacheco's motion also does, at least if you look at his sort of tally sheet, he doesn't spend all of the money that he looks at as anticipated revenue and actually puts some in the reserve fund so that that issue where one of these items is at least ongoing, we've actually got money in the following year budget, and that's been one of the inherent issues that we've been trying to address on the committee, that if we make some expenditure today that's going to be ongoing, we have to look for where that money would come from in the future. But having said that, and commending that this goes further than I think some of the issues that we saw in the budget, I still am going to support Mr. Weiss's idea that this go to committee. Members, you've heard that the committee works in detail, sort of scrubs the budget, scrubs these motions, deals with our staff in looking at these kinds of things in the details, but I think we ought to look at it. And there's some of these that can come out reasonably quickly. The earlier motion that we sent to committee asked for a 90-day study, so we have to wait to see what occurs in 90 days to see both where the other revenue sources are, but we also can have our staff analyzing, and prognosticating as to what will occur so that come 90 days we can have that report in time and looking at what options we might make. This is one that we might be able to act on sooner. That sale might come through sooner. We may actually reap higher rewards than what is estimated here. And as I think as we've done this year, as we reap higher rewards, we start putting it into the reserve fund to prepare for the onslaught of costs that are coming up. So I think that this is the place, Budget and Finance Committee, to sort of go through this in detail, and I support the recommendation to send this to committee.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I rise to support Councilman Pacheco's effort and motion here. What caught my eye, and I look at the issues with the 10th man with the fire department. I think the 10th man issue for me is one in which I've been visiting our firehouses like many of you have. I've been talking to our fire personnel. The 10th man really makes a difference for the team when they're out there dealing with these issues of firefighting. Particularly in my district, 80% are apartments. They're very old structures, very historic structures, and the ability to have a full team is significant. And there have been many instances where it's been graphically portrayed in their newsletter, and how a 10th man made a difference when we had, I believe it was 2 firefighters who were holding on barely as the roof was caving in, and a third fire official came in and pulled them out. If it wasn't for that third person, we would have had a whole different and tragic outcome. So I see Councilman Pacheco as bringing forward a real dollar amount from a very real source. The negotiations of how you're dealing with Lamborghini or not, I think I can understand that. But the fact is we're dealing with fire personnel lives. We should put that in the forefront. It's a way to get it funded. It's something we should take care of immediately. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I like the list here that it states here some of the great issues everyone spoke about is that additional resource on task force companies throughout the city, which I believe the chief engineer is here, is he not? Chief, could you come up here and address this issue? Of all the things listed, Mr. Pacheco, I think this, as you would probably agree, is the most important one. And if you could hold my time at 2 minutes, 32 seconds, I'd appreciate it. Chief, explain the importance of this position.
Thank you, Councilman. This position, as Councilman Reyes just mentioned, the highlight is the fire that we had on Holly Ridge, where literally a firefighter's life was saved because we had that extra person on the roof at that time. That's not to say that's only available during fire situations. This person is available for EMS calls. It's part of the truck that responds on traffic accidents for extrication. It's a real integral part of what we need at those task force stations. And I just want to remind you that this really just brings us, we still have 19, with these 10 stations, we still have 19 stations that still require the 10th person. So we're taking an incremental approach. We recognize the tough budget times, but we certainly would appreciate your consideration on this. And I know you're hesitant to separate out one cause from another, but I really feel this is a strong issue that allows the council to express express their stand on public safety, and particularly as it relates to the fire department and the 10th person.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mr. Pacheco, could I just ask you, because I wanted to ask you, I think it's very nice, and I know when we sell city property, sometimes the money requires, and I believe it's someone from General Services here, that the deposit be right there at the close of sale. Can this be that the 10th of this list of items here, the highest priority would be the 10th firefighter on these 10 truck companies? Is that correct, Chief? 10 truck companies?
Yes.
10 different stations in the city. Can it be listed that the first funded would be the 10th? Because if you're pending 2 sales, today is the 19th of May, and then by the time lawyers look at things, and our lawyers look at...
I don't have a problem with first priority being 10th member. And I also want to add, colleagues, that there are no policy implications here because for the Newton sale, it follows the Real Property Trust Fund ordinance. And for the wholesale produce mart, the policy decision under Council File 01-0240, which this council adopted on January 22nd of 2002, has been resolved. So there are no policy implications in these sales. Those matters have been resolved, one by ordinance and one by council action. So yes, Mr. Labarge, as a matter of fact, if you want to make a friendly amendment that none of this moves forward unless the sales actually occur, I'm comfortable with that also.
All right, so if we could, friendly amendment that none of this moves forward unless the sales occur, and if and when they do occur, that the first thing funded would be the 10th firefighter for the 10 truck companies in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay.
Got a second?
Well, it's accepted as a friendly amendment by the author of the motion.
I like a second it anyway. Thanks, Mr.
Mr. Pacheco seconds. Our next speaker is Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to support what Councilmember Labange was indicating, and support also Mr. Weiss about going back to committee. I think there is a consensus here around this table that we want the 10th person funded, whether it is these 2 particular sale items or other funds that we're able to address. That we're making a commitment today, and I want to make sure that's a statement that everyone agrees with. We're making a commitment that the 10th man, 10th woman will be funded in this next budget year, and as quickly as possible, depending upon the sale of those items. So I wanted to say that to you, Chief Bimatri, because we spoke earlier, and I said I supported wholeheartedly the funding of the 10th person, and that we, somewhat it's a logistical issue, but that you will see today that all of us, hopefully, in sending it back to committee with the priority being funding for this, either when the sale occurs or other items, that there is a belief by the department that actually that is going to happen. So there's not a will it happen or not happen, that it is actually going to be part of our budget.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl.
Yeah, I have 1 minute and 50 seconds left. You may take the rest of my time, Mr. Weiss, a question.
If I could just say to modify my motion in line with what you just suggested, I agree. I'd like to indicate in my motion that funding the 10th man is the highest priority of the body, and that we would ask that the Budget and Finance Committee to report back to the council within 30 days with a report on how these monies could be used to support funding for the 10th man, either as one-time monies or whether there's a way to use some of it as a continuing basis, and that way it doesn't get lost in committee. It's a report back within 30 days, with 10th man being the highest priority, and but that way at least the matter is going through the committee process, so it's subject to the same scrutiny that Ms. Perry's motion is subject to as well.
As long as, again, it says, I'm sorry, Mr. Bimatri, as long as I think we're saying we are going to fund the 10th person, it is either going to be from the sale of one of these 2 items or other funds we identified, that is a priority that will occur.
And without, I know you want to be consistent. Our people have trouble reading through all the process. It's important to understand that in the way it's funded already, you're giving us 9 months of funding. So this funding doesn't kick in until 3 months, so in October. If you could take that out of the unappropriated and put it in as the funding, it'll still give you the 3 months to find it. We're talking about 1.5 million. We're not talking about the larger amounts. And it sends a real clear message. It lets everybody know where the council stands. And I know you support us, but it sends a real clear message to our people. And I know you don't want to jeopardize other issues, but this funding's not going to kick in until the second quarter.
Okay. And I think, again, the 30 days in which we have that, we'll be able to give that message as well.
We recognize Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to support the motion to send it back to committee, and also I support the 10th person for the fire department and think it should be the highest priority. But I think that the way this motion is written today is somewhat inconsistent with what we had talked about in the overall budget of putting one-time money into multiple-year issues, and I think that could get resolved at the committee level so that they can look for and see additional funding for future years. So I would support the motion as we go forward.
Ms. Han.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I think that's what the chief just said is what I would support, and it doesn't change from where I have been consistently, which is that I would like to take the 10th man out of the unappropriated balance, particularly since you just brought up that this funding would not kick in until October. And again, we have an opportunity to send a message, and I think that is a prudent message to send. I think by putting all our 10th man eggs in this basket, I think is not where I'm at. And I think this does not preclude us either taking the 10th man out of the unappropriated balance or finding other funding. I still think we've got some work to do, and I think we may still be able to find funding for our public safety items, possibly in other ways. So I don't want this to in any way signal that this is where we're putting all of our 10th man eggs is in this basket. I still would like to see us take it out of the unappropriated balance. And then if this does go through and we do make it the priority to be the #1 piece that's funded out of this, then I think that's a better message for us to vote on today.
Mr. Zine.
I just want to lend my support to the firefighters of our great city and to the management that's going to deploy them appropriately. And I understand this will be part of the overall increase you want, and you've got 2 more that you have the next couple of years that you want to add. So this 10 will be a portion of the full complement. In 2 more years, then we'll have everyone staffed up to the 10th person as we want for the public safety. Is that correct, Chief?
That's correct. We would still have 19 remaining after this.
Okay, and in the next 2 years, if we do 10 and 9, then we'll be up there.
Yes.
Okay, so like my colleagues, I support this. Anything to help you do your job and save the lives. And I know critical seconds are so important when we're talking about fire. I just attended one of these events where you walked into a burning structure and saw how quick it consumed. And when we talk about the ability to drag those hoses to get the victims out, et cetera, seconds are critically important. One question I have along this line, does every fire rig have that device that you can see in the dark?
All of our truck companies have those devices.
They all have that?
Right.
Okay.
Just the trucks. We're still trying to get those on all apparatus.
So, but each fire will see, a truck will respond to each fire, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Holden.
Hey, Chief, at the airport, you understand the likelihood of a catastrophe happening. My question to you, I've been brought to my attention some time ago that they were 1 person short on the engine. Will this take care of that position?
The airport, we are fully staffed. I'm not sure that...
Fully staffed since when?
We don't have the 10th person there.
Since when?
We've had that for a number of years now.
No. I talked to one of the...
We're trying to get 2 extra people that the airport has agreed to fund for us in this coming year, and they're coming on board, should be prior to July 1st.
Then you're going to leave us with the representation that you're going to have all the personnel you need at the airport on those fire engines. And 1 person, there was 1 extra person short. And they've been there for some time short for the past 2 years. I went out to visit the site. And my question to you, if you're not familiar with the shortage...
I don't know if you're talking about Fire Station 95, you're talking about the airport.
The airport, where it's just stationed, they're at 95.
95 is right. No, they're one of the ones that needs the 10th person, then, yes.
They need their other... Now, will this provide that additional person, the person?
In the 10 that are going in, 3 are going in the valley, 3 are going in West Los Angeles, 3 are going in metro area, and 1 down in the harbor area. I don't have the list in front of me on 95, so I don't know if that's included
Well,
in
the
that.
need is greater there. All you need is a mishap at the airport.
Sure.
And you be down 1 or 2 personnel. Let's give you the authority to make the adjustment to suit where the requirement is most needed. But I would suggest we leave you with the idea, and I make a motion that you review post haste the need for additional personnel at the airport to fill out that equipment.
One of those stations is Fire Station 5, which, like 95, is an airport station that serves the airport, responds on the airport. So one of those 10 members will be going to the airport area.
All right, we check it out.
Okay.
Mr. Pacheco.
Colleagues, this motion is intended to move forward a lot of people's desires to deal with items that are citywide. None of these items are council district specific. The reason I even felt comfortable moving forward with this item, especially when you look at the wholesale produce mart, is because the current 0304 budget already includes a portion of the sale revenue. Let me tell you something. We have many times based budgets on anticipated revenues. If you look at what we're talking about, one of them is already in escrow, which should close in the next 10 days. Tom LeBonge has already made an appropriate motion that this not be authorized unless the sales go through, and we will know those by July 1. And so I simply think that we have an opportunity here to take care of a lot of people's priorities and include it in the budget as a new revenue or unanticipated revenue and program that revenue. So I would simply ask you not to send it to committee, and let's act on it today, and including the friendly amendment for Mr. Garcetti for the Neighborhood Parks Trust Fund. I specifically moved items into the reserve fund to cover us for 0405 with this 10th member. And all of you, and I'm very confident of you, colleagues, especially Han, Garcetti, and Gruhl, in terms of the Bucky item, all of you, I'm confident, will work with the mayor for 0405 to get funding for the ongoing cost and the vouchers, just like we have in the last couple of years working with the mayor's office. So we know how important these services are to our districts and the city. I simply felt comfortable coming forward because the wholesale produce mart is already anticipated sales already in our 0304 budget. The portion that would normally, that was programmed for the mayor's office. So I would just simply ask you to support adopting it today and not move it to committee.
Ms. Misikowski.
Again, I think there was some issues that need to be clarified. Some of my colleagues who I talked to earlier felt that this was an absolute 10th man, and that without acting on this, we wouldn't have the 10th man. And members, I think as the chief has said, we have 47 task forces in this city. Now we have 18 of them that have a 10th man. That was done this year for the first time in 5 years. The department did present and prepare a very responsible, let's increase incrementally, add what we can next year, and next year they were looking to add 10. That would still leave 19. So what Mr. Pacheco's motion does is the 10th man for the 10 task forces for 1 year, and then put some money aside for Reserve 2 to try to keep it going. So I just want to put that in perspective. This isn't a vote up or down on the 10th man. 18 of them last year had it. 18 of them this year have it in the budget. This is the 10 additional adding this year and then looking to build next year. As the chief has said, this 10th man for the 10 additional task forces is only funded in the budget for 9 months anyway, so that's why I believe that going to committee just to clarify certainty in terms of the revenue stream, the expense, and also, but saying, underscoring what my colleagues have said, that this, as we stand alone, is the #1 priority out of the unappropriated balance for those funds that we can identify directly, and we would move it forward. This is, I think it's the right way to go, so I disagree with the chair of the committee about taking it out today and say send it to committee. It can come back very, very quickly, well before the 9-month funding, full funding, maybe even before the end of this year, to look at a recommendation to act on it once we've ascertained what's going on.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to modify my motion as well and note that I think that Mr. Pacheco is very justifiably included in here some extraordinarily worthy work over at the City Attorney's Office, which we have not had the opportunity, because of the incredible budget difficulties we have this year, to have in the budget that we're sending to the mayor. So I'd like to modify my motion, Mr. Fujioka and Ms. Sand, and as well as for the CLA's office, for this 30-day review in the Budget and Finance Committee to also include the priority items from the City Attorney's Office, which they're not at the table today. Mr. Bamatri is, and we agree with him and support him on the 10th man. But let's also have part of this process continue to move the process forward on behalf of these important items at the City Attorney's Office. I want to modify my motion in that respect as well.
Okay. Ms. Gruhl?
You beat me to that one, Jack, because I was going to say similarly. I think on the City Attorney's item also, some of the workers' comp fraud investigation and others actually will be revenue generators. And so I think out of all of the items that are there, that one similarly is going to not only a 10th person, but this is going to actually be a revenue generator. So I would second that.
Mr. Labange.
Members, I support priority moving ahead, voting this forward, only because we talked about the tragedy of January 1st, where a firefighter almost fell through the roof. Tragically, a person who lived there lost their life in that terrible New Year's Eve, New Year's Day fire. But also about 18 months ago at 2:30 in the morning, there was an alarm in the Hollywood area, East Hollywood area, in Mr. Garcetti's district at Flemish and Santa Monica Boulevard, the Palomar fire. And truck companies responding to that fire from the Hollywood Wilshire area were staffed with 9 members. And I truly believe, and this is why, and I made it a very big issue when I ran for this great seat, the 4th Council District seat for this City Council, that there should be 10 firefighters, men or women who serve this city on our truck companies throughout. And the mayor had agreed to that, and this council had agreed to that, and we did that last year. And I do not want to hesitate, because when you hesitate, you miss an opportunity, and our opportunity is to serve the people better. Mr. Pacheco came with an idea that serves the people better now, and I would move forth, because that fire at 2:30 in the morning had firefighters from these companies responding, and they got to that flaming apartment house, and on that flaming apartment house was a mother and her 2 children, and her 2 children were handed out to firefighters for their safety, but unfortunately they couldn't have enough to grab that woman before she leaped to her death. Now, whether there was a 10th person on that truck at 35s or a 10th person at 29s or any other responding companies, I believe it would have made a difference in the sense of the team effort that is there. So no hesitation is necessary on this. Let's move forward with the 10th person and make it a priority that the money that comes in from the sale, whenever that is, that then it be put in. And I have a question from the floor. When does the money come in, Mr. Fujioka? When does the 10th man get funded? 10th staff person? Because there's men and women on our great fire department.
Well, we know that the Newton sale is, as Mr. Deaton mentioned, is in escrow right now.
That means we have a check for the property right now?
Nope, it's in escrow.
No, don't you get escrow? You got to put your check up?
Well, there'll be a security deposit, not the full amount. So
how much do we get from the school district? Are they good, Mr. Fujioka, on that one?
How much do we get? Well, they'll be good for it.
All right, good. Okay, good. All right, I want to hear that.
I couldn't give you a timeline on the produce market, but I mentioned earlier that we are in some very very aggressive negotiations. at
Okay,
this
but
point
with
in
the
time.
budget's July 1st, so when does the 10th staff kick in when it's funded?
Well, know that what's proposed is 9 months funding for this program.
So that means September.
And so that'd be somewhere around September. I would hope that we would consummate
October
both
1st.
deals prior to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would urge action on this today. I think what you have is something in which there's enough of reserve for us to be able to look at these in coming years. I know that St. Palomar fire that Tom Bonds was talking about broke out actually 340 looked it up, in the morning, and we had 150 firefighters from 30 companies there, one with broken bones, two that were burned. And I spent the rest of that morning with Norma Galindo's widower, and I know how critical it is for us to do this, not to push it off, not to say, let's look at doing that, but to do it in a responsible way. I think Mr. Pacheco has put that forward in a way that can sustain, because it actually adds to the reserve fund. Doesn't fully cover it, but enough for us to feel comfortable. And that's all we've been asking in this entire budget process from both sides. We're not looking at covering everything in the quote structural deficit, but put something on the table. This is the model for what leadership should do when we're budgeting it, and I urge you to pass it today.
Mr. President, can I ask one clarifying point?
No, we asked the questions, Mr. Fujioka.
Okay.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. We talk about restoring order. We're talking about reducing crime. If you look at the worksheet, this item does a multiplicity of things. You look at the Youth Opportunity Movement. We're talking about a project that we adopted back in January 22 of 02. This allows for the construction of that. This talks about dealing with youth. This talks about supporting our issues that take kids away and young people from the whole gang culture. Expansion of bulky item center program in the Valley, in Hollywood, in South Los Angeles. This is about picking up trash, debris, bulky items from our streets. That's about reducing crime and restoring order. City Attorney, Workers' Comp Fraud for the Project Clear program. This is a multi-agency task force, again, restoring order and reducing crime. The Fire Department, Public Safety, keeping our housing stock intact. Again, we're talking about restoring order and reducing crime. El Grito, a significant cultural celebration that connects the majority of people in Los Angeles with our neighbors in Mexico. It talks about self-esteem, it talks about identity, it talks about how we improve our ability to support our youth in our neighborhoods. There is nothing here, everything here talks about reducing crime and restoring order. How else can we support our officers if we do not give them this message that we support these kinds of programs? And the money's there. There's no reason why we should hesitate. There's every reason why we should move forward. I encourage us to let this happen today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? If not, we have budget motion number 1 before us. Mr. Laban.
Just one friendly amendment. Could we, you have the valley, could we split both to East Valley and West Valley and figure out, because the valley is a large area, and to have one bulky item location in there, it will be difficult. I'd like to cite it, and I think we do have property, larger yards, whether it's water power. So we could have it add East and West Valley. Friendly amendment.
Offer the motion.
Mr. President, colleagues, if you, and I'm not opposing this, I just want you to know that basically what it would allocate for each site would be 600,000 to get them up and going, which is a reasonable number to start the process and get things going for each site, because some sites may not be ready to get started immediately. So I have no problems with that, 600,000 per site. Yeah, that's your friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment, 'cause I want
So is it accepted as a friendly amendment?
and West Valley.
It's accepted as a friendly
Yes.
amendment? Okay.
Thank you.
Then we have budget motion number 1
Point
Mr.
of
President.
order. Wasn't there a motion to send it to committee?
as amended before us, correct? So the first motion would be on whether or not to refer this matter to committee.
No vote.
Members, the first vote will be on whether or not to send this to committee. An aye vote refers this matter to committee. A no vote would call for action on this motion today.
Hold on. Point of
It's because you weren't in your seat earlier, Mr. Labange. Is everybody clear? Let's open the roll. Roll is open. All members have an opportunity to vote. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
3 ayes, 10 noes.
Okay, so that is not sent to committee, and action is requested today on this item. Seeing no other questions, let's open the roll on the motion itself as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Unanimously adopted. Next motion, please.
Motion 2 is a Reyes-Pacheco rule motion.
Mr. Reyes, on motion 2, did you wish to be heard?
Thank you, Council President. My motion speaks to the fact that there are many units, thousands of units that are concentrated in certain parts of our city. And that concentration is such that it impacts, specifically, according to the Housing Department, we have 101,000 units citywide. The Northeast, East LA, South Los Angeles area, Queens District City 1, 14, 13, and 9, we have thousands of tenants who do not have access to services that pertains to our ability to provide code enforcement and rent stabilization kinds of issues. What this motion does, it identifies funds from the Rent Stabilization Trust Fund and the Code Enforcement Trust Fund. It doesn't go into the general fund. It's a zero impact on our general fund, but it provides a tremendous resource for those areas of greatest need. Either through DASH or through being close to the center, we can address a population base that, quite frankly, makes up over 65% of our tenants, our renters, and I'm talking citywide. So today's motion is consistent with the inclusion of the ad hoc budget committee for staffing the San Pedro satellite office. CD15 is the most southern part of the city and has 39,408 units. All we're trying to do is provide access to services to those of greatest need. It doesn't have an impact on the general fund, but it does provide a dire service for those who are the most vulnerable. I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? If not, let me acknowledge and bring to your attention that this is a fiscally neutral motion presented, setting a good example, Mr. Reyes. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Motion 3 is a motion by Parks Zine.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Self-explanatory. I've just, along with Mr. Zine, is looking for your sanitation along CAO and the CLA to look at a way in which we can create an exemption program for low-income persons as it relates to the sanitation equipment charge that's been approved for this budget. We'd like a report back in 30 days.
Ms. Galanter.
Yeah, I just had a question as to, obviously, a report has zero impact, but if we exempt a number of people from a fee, that, I'm supportive of this, don't worry about that, but I was a little concerned about how we identify it numerically. If the budget that we're about to adopt includes revenue based on, anticipated from increasing that fee for everybody, then if we were to exempt a number of people, it would have a fiscal impact, which I guess we would find out in the report. But in terms of this budget process, when we add up at the end of this how we came out on all these numbers, I was just curious why, whether it should be listed as a zero or as the potential impact of undercutting the anticipated revenue from the proposed increase by the amount that we lost from exempting people. Did I say that straight? I think
I understand what you're saying. I think that zero is the appropriate thing to do right now until we come back. One. Two, it could conceivably apply to things above what is included in the fee increase that's included in this year's budget, in this action.
Right,
And we could also, depending on when we got the report back, you could look at it at the time that you're actually adopting the ordinance and include it in there, and then decide how much of an impact it was going to have.
But, true, fair enough, but the budget that we're hoping to come out with at the end of today or whenever, has a revenue column that includes, we're going to need everything that's included in the revenue column to offset everything we're going to wind up with in the expense column. And so we're going to have to be awfully careful about saying, as most of our motions will say, look into funding something additional. This one's going to say, look into reducing revenue, and pretty soon, if we do enough of both of these, we're in deep trouble.
You could, but I think that consideration will
Come up
dampen
later.
your enthusiasm for.
Yeah, maybe.
The impact that could result from this motion would be extremely small, because it is for the sewer service charge. I know.
Ms. Mizikowski.
I too have no problem with it. I would like to perhaps direct staff, as we pass a friendly amendment, not only for an exemption program, but perhaps a moderated lifeline depending on extreme, maybe an exemption for very low income, a lifeline for low. In other words, maybe you have something like we do with water and power to really come up with an appropriate increase for certain income levels. And then moderate, and this is, I think, what's not part of it, potentially moderate the sanitation equipment charge if needed to accommodate this. In other words, it's got to be an across-the-board even, so it is net zero. But I would also like to recommend staff bring this one back reasonably, as quickly as possible, as we are with other fee increases, so that as we look to adopt the ordinances that will implement the fees to start getting the revenue at the beginning of the year, we know that we are also offering immediately with that either this lifeline or exemption where we can, based on those kind of housing needs. And as we go forward with one package all at once, rather than one package as we're setting forth and then moderating it later. So let's really have the staff work on this expeditiously. But with that, I have no objection to it.
Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none. Mr. Parks?
I'll accept that amendment to that motion.
Okay, let's consider this item as amended. Budget motion number 3 before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. And if it hasn't been said already, Mr. Parks, there's a model at the Department of Water and Power that can be used as a starting point along with programs both for phone companies that are partners with the city and the gas companies as well. Next item.
Motion 4 is a motion by Reyes-Weiss.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. This motion is revenue neutral. What it does is directs, instructs the CLA, establish a working group to study how to fund our city libraries. I'm not sure we're all aware, but many of us have had new libraries constructed in respective districts. We do not have a way to maintain them, the exterior. So much of that beautiful landscaping, the sidewalks, the parking lots, they are continuously being trashed. Right now, there's a dependence on Reckitt Parks to clean them, which, quite frankly, they're scratching their head and figuring out, how did we end up here? They don't have the staff for it. This is an incredible investment that's been put forth by this city, by our constituents. It is something that we cannot allow to deteriorate, especially those libraries that are highly used by large numbers of young people who do not have libraries right next to them. It would be a shame to allow those buildings to become a source of blight. The trash is piling up. Our landscaping is dying. Our curbs, our parking spaces are becoming much more, how can I say this, less attractive. So please, let's make it happen. Thank you very much.
Mr. Labange.
Could you explain, because I know Recreation and Parks has responsible for public buildings, both police stations, not fire stations, libraries, other city facilities. Do you know that? Mr. Fujioka know that?
Yes, that's true. Rec and Parks, because they take care of our large parks and golf courses, they're responsible for maintaining the landscape or the exteriors of our
los
buildings.
exteriores de
Do you know if
edificios.
they are
Ellos
a crew that, let's say, would trim trees and or maintain an area Griffith Park, but also would do Las Feliz or Atwater Library? Or are they focused in a single function that just gets public buildings?
Well, they are responsible for providing landscaping services for our public libraries.
Right, but you know, how is it done? Is it done by a crew, the same crew that trims the grass at Griffith Rec Center at Las Feliz and Riverside?
I can't speak to
Because
that.
I think one of the problems is that about this, because I've seen this deteriorate over the years, is that making sure that someone is funded and focused on a job of taking care of public buildings. So I want to support this for you and ask that the department come to us too, if they would, to let us know, because there's nothing worse than the public is invited to a location and the location isn't pleasing. And then there's nothing, I think, nicer, and this was just a small thing, in the tragedy that took place in the misuse of officers at Rampart and how they disrespected the law. Shortly after that controversy, someone from Reckitt Parks re-landscaped that facility. There was a rally of the people who were in Rampart who all said, we support this police station. Yes, we want it stopped, but they beautified the area that made a difference in the statement of what that public building's all about. So I use that analogy because I remember seeing the work done there as I passed on my way into City Hall. At that time, I believe I was working at Water Power, of that simple public building and simple landscaping makes a difference, whether it's a library, a police station, or another facility. So I just wanted to rise and support this, but also ask the CAO to check that to make sure that it's a single-person crew that has the pride of public buildings at heart as they focus in this area.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of this because clearly this is an issue. What I was wondering if you accept a little broader scope of work for this working group, and that's also to focus on the inside maintenance of the libraries, because again, we can have beautiful buildings and landscaping, but the moment you step foot in some of these libraries, it's pretty atrocious in terms of all, carpeting and blinds, and my San Pedro library looks really bad inside. So, and bathrooms. So if we got a working group going, I'd really like for them to look at the entirety of our libraries to make sure that they are in pristine condition inside and out. Accept that?
Yes, accept that friendly amendment.
It's accepted as a friendly amendment. Mr. Reyes?
Yes, thank Councilmember Hahn and Councilmember Labange. We're beginning to see the realities of our own success. We had so many libraries develop and put in place. The programming element needs to catch up. The maintenance issue is key. Having a maintenance program in place is significant, so we're kind of doing a patchwork right now. And we need to have this study to understand, okay, what's the maintenance program, what's the schedule, both interior, exterior, so we understand what our gaps are like, and then come to grips with our CAO and CLA and see what are our options, how can we address this? But right now, it's a loose end that we need to tie up, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Other members wishing to be heard on this item? If not, we have budget motion number 4 as amended before us. Ms. Perry, did you wish to speak on this item? Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Budget motion number 5, Councilmember Perry, and seconded by Councilmember Labange.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I prepared this motion because I would like to get a quick review of all the redevelopment areas in the city that might have any extra interest sitting in there, because it's very important to me, and I'm sure to some of my colleagues who have redevelopment areas, that if there is any money sitting in any of these accounts, specifically the residual receipt loan portfolio account, that it be spent in the redevelopment areas for which it was intended, and not diverted for any other use outside of those respective redevelopment areas.
Mr. Garcetti.
I think this is a great idea. If it would be okay with Councilman Perry, if we send it to a committee that we're in to look at when they have the report back, as well as Budget and Finance? The voice from there, is that good? Okay. For that TDE, thanks. And I think with the next one, I know we got it, but I was talking with staff of Councilmember Rule, we refer that to EDE and HCD as well, just to look over that, because we can, I think, help with the housing stuff on it. But, yeah, no, just 6 would be to both, and then 5 would just, I think it's just CRA stuff generally, so, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Ms. Masikowski.
And I think, members, I think obviously some of these motions are showing are, one, some priority needs by council members to say, let's really find out whether or not there are additional funds, one-time funds, or other mechanisms in which we can fund some of the things that we think we need to fund, because we're recognizing that sort of budget maintenance in a tough year is going to be, is not going to get us those better improvements in maintenance and other things that we want to do. I have no problem with Ms. Perry's motion on 5, and I think since Mr. Garcetti jumped ahead to 6, let me just say the only, and 6 I don't have a problem with either, because I think what's interesting, members, just to highlight 6 reacts to an element that the mayor had put in the budget to say that we should look at and perhaps depend on a securitization of CRA outstanding loan portfolio, sell it off to get somebody to buy it, we get one-time money into the city. The mayor's, we're not doing it in the budget yet because we really need the CRA to initiate, to study, et cetera. But were it done, the mayor's budget said take that money and put it, maybe some $30-some million, into the Housing Trust Fund. What Ms. Perry is saying, if we do it, if it makes sense to do it, let's look at some of that money and put it into homeless services. Two equally important, equally good, equally valuable programs. And I appreciate that this motion says, as we look at it, let's look again for how we might better distribute those funds, if it's a good idea to go after them on a one-time basis, and can we really get out of it what, at least there's a prognosis of what it might yield. But it really is, I think, the beginning now of starting to look at some of the trust funds, look at some of the alternatives, look at monies that we can look for to help us through times when we aren't having the money and the resources and the revenue to do some of the programs that we want to do, and we are seeing the consequences across the board. So I have no problem with either of these motions, and then having the reports come back to the appropriate committees as suggested.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Masikowski. Ms. Perry, did you want to be heard again? Okay, for clear, folks, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item, please.
Next item is motion number 6, and I believe that was going to be referred to committee, the report referred to committee.
Okay, without objection, so ordered. Next item.
Motion 7 is Perry-Zine motion.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I prepared this motion that sort of harkens back to what I had said earlier about making sure police officers go where they are most needed and prioritizing the type of criminal activity, particularly with respect to, I'll remember this time, Janice, 1st, 14th, 8, 9, 10, and the 15th, and the murder rate, including parts of the 6th, that touches our city. Very interested in seeing the deployment for crime statistics in those areas. And I'd also like to add in an additional sentence, and I may need to make this as a motion, but to ask that an assessment be provided for positions that are used outside of their fully funded authority. Do I need to make a motion for that, to amend my motion?
It's your own motion, you can amend it.
All right, then that's fine. I'd also, okay, well, I'm on a roll now. I want to make sure that this analysis also includes an assessment of positions used outside of their fully funded authority to make sure that we're looking in every nook and cranny possible to find officers who should be out on the street and to make sure they're being used where they are most needed. So I would ask for an aye vote on that.
Okay.
And to go to committee.
Budget motion number 7 as amended by the author. Mr. Reyes.
I rise to support this motion, but I would like to ask my colleague to make a friendly amendment to add the variable of density so that we can have a clear picture of what the density issues, the density impacts are on this allocation.
That's fine, that's fine.
Ms. Miskowski.
I'd like to add a friendly amendment, just to say that it's not only the deployment on the geographic divisions, but the deployment overall in the department. How many officers, and I think Mr. Zine was alluding to this earlier, are in various bureaus or sections that aren't geographic divisions that are patrol, and to give us a balance. We did get a memo back from the police department during Budget and Finance Committee that said their goal is 73% of the active police office to be on patrol. But let's see if we're hitting that number, and we would only know that if we look at not just how they're handling patrol within the geographic divisions or deployment, but how they're handling deployment overall. So I think that should be part of this as well. So if that's acceptable as a friendly amendment, just add that.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I have another friendly amendment. I think it's real important, but I think our police department should borrow an activity from what the sheriff's department has, and I see it in some contract cities where they have a community service representative. Is that correct? That they go to do reports in this area here. I would like to know, and I don't know what, Mr. Fujioka, you may know, because you're the city administrative officer, what percentage of civilian support is in the police department, and could that be increased in either this next fiscal year or in future years as a goal to relieve what is being done? An example was given to me that someone had a crime committed their property, but it was 6-7 hours before a police officer came, which only added to the frustration of what the poor citizen had in a property crime. If there was a community service representative similar to what the sheriff of Los Angeles County has, that person could be dispatched on a more frequent basis and not tie up the service. You understand what I mean, Mr. Fujioka?
I'm familiar with that classification.
What is that classification?
Well, you mean the, at least...
PSR?
Yeah.
How many PSRs do we have working for the city of Los Angeles?
See, our PSRs, police service...
Police service representative.
We have several hundred, but we use them for, principally for our dispatching functions.
Right.
And also staffing some of the desk functions at the local stations.
Big stations, but more internal. I'd like to see more external work be done so our police officers could do proactive community-based policing in the neighborhoods. So a friendly amendment is to look at the aspect. Is that okay with you, Jan? That we see about expanding police community service representatives. I have the correct title, Madam CAO?
Well, it's police service representatives.
Police service representatives within divisions.
Maybe a more appropriate tack would be to look at creating an appropriate classification, because I would like to keep, I think we should keep the PSRs really dedicated to dispatch function, but to create an appropriate classification to perform the function.
Instead of police, we'll change it to community service representative. Maybe I'll take my friendly amendment and come back with a full motion sometimes that we go through committee to look at what the sheriff of the county does and how he provides services and how the city can mirror that. And also the age-old discussion of trying to put officers in the field and putting civilians in desk jobs and other jobs within the police department to effectively serve the people of Los Angeles. That goal, because a civilian is much less a cost than a sworn member of the police department, correct, Mr. Fujioka?
True, that's accurate.
So, Jan, I'll take my friendly amendment, I'll take it back and come back with a full motion that I'll ask you to second. That's okay?
Okay. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. PSRs, if they had a sufficient number, the plan was to put them out at the desks at police stations handling reports, but there's always been a lack of PSRs, so they've been in the dispatch center. The student workers program, they use some of those to take reports at desk, and there's another project, and I don't know where we are in the process, regarding Councilmember Labange's issue on reports, crime reports where there's no suspect, a property crime that's been committed, the telecrime. Where are we with that inclusion in this response to police service to our constituents?
Taking phones over telephone?
Crime reports over the phone. Since there's no description of the suspect, someone stole a bicycle, someone stole whatever, and there's really no police follow-up. It's basically an insurance report, which would assist in freeing up personnel from responding to calls. And I know that there was a process, we were moving forward somewhere on the telecrime. But
I believe the department was asked to report back, so we can work with the department on that report back through your committee if you'd like.
I think that will help address the issues from Councilmember Labange regarding, instead of creating a new class, I don't really think creating a new class is going to solve the problem. We already have a PSR class which could do that, but if we could implement a telephonic report system for those reports, thousands of reports that are without a suspect, property crime was taken for the insurance purposes, serve those constituents with that because they need a report to turn to their insurance companies instead of creating a new class of personnel.
Okay.
So where is that in the process?
Well, we're still waiting for the, I just mentioned, just told by our staff that we're still waiting for the department to report back. They had a change in the, how should I put it, in the administrative person assigned to that responsibility was recently left the department, and they have an acting person on board, so we'll work with that individual.
I just think if we could include that in there to get a response, since it was a pilot, it worked well, it got good reviews. I know we've been laboring with this for over a year, but it would help address some of these issues and concerns. And then when we saw that report, it basically cost recovery to pay for the service that we provide.
I think there's a lot of ways to approach that issue. Even a more effective use of the technical reserves could also help, address the problem without creating an additional cost to the city's general fund.
Yeah, I just think creating another class isn't the answer to the problem we're trying to solve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that issue, on the reporting, I think we had a pilot, but I think it fell under in the last year or so because of the cost. It was a paid outside company, and I don't think it was renewed. Is that the
Rather than using an outside company, the intent, the present intent is to use light duty officers or even as a student workers class, but we asked the department to report back on the feasibility of using one of these methods, and we've yet to receive the department's response.
Okay, because one of the things, historically, light duties seem not to work because of the inconsistency of their deployment, and the technical reserves seem not to work because most technical reserves work daytime on their regular job, as opposed to and are only able to give you a couple of shifts or 3 or 4 shifts in the evening. The one area, and I think Councilman Zion hit on, that it's a problem that we've been trying to solve for a good almost 20 years is the PSR class, is that we have them assigned to the communications center, but we have well over 100 positions out in the field that we can never get filled as a budgetary item because they're tied to whether you ever get the TO in the communications center. And there's been a proposal for years to separate or split that class to where you have another position handling the field, because in actuality, what's happened when officers were civilianized, you remove the officers out of those positions, gave a classification of PSR and never been able to fill it. So police officers are actually filling civilian positions that you can't fill. So you reverse the process, and as long as it's the field positions are tied to the communication center, that 100+ PSRs in the field, you'll never get around the filling.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned about a separate class. We did incentivize PSRs by giving them a bonus if they stayed in the dispatch, but then with that, they were also given a choice. They forego the bonus to take the field assignment, so both are equally critical.
I think what happens over time, they will always migrate to the field no matter what the incentive is, because the job is totally different and the stress and a variety of other things, and you get a much wider variety of activities in the field.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Labange for a second time.
I just wanted to add one more thing that I thought of since we're here. Is if we picked something like Newton Station or 77, a high-volume station, and really saw the goal of trying to civilianize what positions are there so that all the officers are in the community doing the work that's necessary, but really see that as a constant. Who oversees that, Mr. Fujioka, in your office? Who would see something like that to see what Councilman Parks just spoke of. He said it's always been a goal but never achieved. Who from the CAO's office oversees things like that?
The classification issue would be handled by our employee relations division, specifically be Royce Minkus and Mary Higgins. Any budgetary issue, and as part of that, any analysis related to improving the efficiency would be handled by our budget analysts.
I just want to say, Ms. Perry, I think if we picked a station and said there's a goal, see, from a CAO, from an administrative officer, a goal that we have 100% civilianization, a goal that we have 100% use of technology, and just take one area and then see what impact that it has so that we can know, because I think every year, you mentioned 20 years, Councilman Parks, that this has tried to be a goal, but we never achieved it for a variety of reasons. But let's pick one place that we all could say, let's make a difference, and let's pick a place that probably has more needs than other places, and then make sure that your office, Mr. CAO, is pushing the department along to accomplish that goal with the help of personnel and others to get it done. I thank you for this extra 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Miskowski.
Tom, one of the things, you're right, and obviously when we look at budget, we sort of look at the big picture and look at a lot of these reports which say, go look at this specifically because it should yield a good result. One of the problems is that we, the council, along with the mayor at times, freeze our own good ideas. One of the things we've frozen this year is we can't hire civilians in the police department. So we want more civilians to do things, but right now they are desperate. We have brought in some unfreeze motions to do some specific record and information background. We unfroze PSRs. But a lot of the other civilians in the department who could either do this job or something else, we haven't given them even the ability. Part of the recommendation on the Budget Committee this year is to unfreeze those departments or those elements of those departments where their salary account has been steady. They haven't had big balloons. They haven't overspent. And despite what we talked about the police department earlier, with their $26 million over the budget this year, that was over budget on the sworn salary side. They are not over budget at all on the civilian side. So we wanted to unfreeze them, let them have these civilians to do creative things, to backfill. Right now, the CAO said he would agree with that, but not right up front on July 1st. Let's wait until September to make sure that Sacramento comes in with the money that we think is going to be there. But the goal would be that if that happens, we would then unfreeze this department and some of the others so they can hire, implement some of the good ideas, but it's not a lot of help to say, here's a good idea, go do it, and then we don't give them the free rein to hire the people to do the job. So it's a good idea, a lot of these are, but we have to be understanding that when we do it across the board freeze, we freeze a lot of good ideas along with it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Miskowski. That is our final speaker on this one. Madam Clerk, what do we have before us?
The motion as amended by several friendly amendments that have been accepted.
Okay. The motion with the friendly amendments is before us. Madam Clerk, could you please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved, colleagues. Next motion, please.
Motion number 8, and that is presented by Councilmember Perry, seconded by Councilmember Zine.
Councilmember Perry.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I prepared this motion with respect to the Special Parking Revenue Fund to take a look at what the projections are for the next fiscal year, the upcoming fiscal year. Because having been with the city for so long, since 1990, I've developed a great concern that revenue that is generated within people's respective districts be spent appropriately and accordingly, and if there's some opportunity there, again, to put it back into the community in a significant way related to transportation and parking, I would like to avail myself and would recommend that my colleagues do as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Seeing nobody, please open the roll on the motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And that motion is approved as well, colleagues. Madam Clerk, next motion, please.
Budget motion number 9, presented by Councilmember Zine, seconded by Councilmember Perry.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, most honorable President and colleagues. On the motion, we're calling for Recs and Parks, Recreation and Parks, or Rec and Parks. to report back in 45 days on funding, whether it be FEMA, private corporations, or some other funding, to repair or replace the pool at Lanark Park. We have Quimby funds for that park, and they put a slide in the pool that doesn't have any water, which shows how illogical things can sometimes happen. We have Prop K funds. This park serves an area in Canoga Park, a lot of residents in that area without any type of recreation. And since it gets well over 100 degrees in many of the summer days, we would ask that they determine appropriate funding. I don't know if Prop K or some other appropriate funding can be utilized. I know there's another concern about a pool up in District 12 that hasn't been in use for a number of years. And in these areas where we have intense heat, and we have a lot of families that don't have the access to a pool other than a public pool, as we provide that, since we do have that facility there. But the ironic part is they did find Quimby funds to put in amendments to that, or not amendments, they did put in a slide to that pool, slide for the kids to go down the water, and you go into nothing except an unfilled pool, a hole in the wall. So I would ask that we find if we can get some, and that was part of the earthquake recovery area, so there may be some FEMA money or something else, and I don't know if Prop K would be utilized for that purpose, but somehow if we could take care of that. And I don't know what the issue is on the 1 in 12. I know there's 2 pools in the valley that aren't in use just because they're in disrepair, and they haven't been on the map to be repaired. So I would ask that we please support that item for Lanark Park Pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Deaton, would you maybe recommend that go to Arts, Health, and Humanities Committee for report, or, I don't know, Mr. Zine, if you prefer one committee or another, or we should get that report back? We could have it in Budget and Finance, too. But Mr. Deaton.
Request the City Administrative Office and my office to report back to the Arts Health. I think the operative language.
Okay. We'll send it.
CAO, CLA report back to Arts Health. And adopted today.
If we can get that done. And also, this has been over 2 years that this pool has been vacant. It may have been longer than that it hasn't had any water.
Yeah, we have a pool problem and a number of, let's look at some.
Can Prop K funds be used for that?
Under the competitive grant process, which is about to start. That would be something Rec and Park should include, and we can make that a suggestion to them.
So somehow we'll get an answer. Yes. All right, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Seeing nobody else wishing to be heard on this item, Madam Clerk, if you'll open the roll on the motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved, and will be referred to Arts, Health, and Humanities Committee. Next item, please.
Motion number 10 is presented by Councilmember Zine, seconded by Councilmember Perry.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, President. On this matter, requesting that General Services report back in 90 days on the steps necessary, including environmental concerns, to secure existing Fire Station 84 in Woodland Hills for use by the Woodland Hills Community Center. They are replacing station number 84 at another location. It's a small station, not adequate to provide adequate protection, and it's been approved for a bond measure for a new station. Interesting, this is the first action of the Woodland Hills Neighborhood Council that they would like to have this as a center for neighborhood council community activities, and it would suit that purpose. So we're asking the process, what process we need to go through to make that available to them, and then whatever procedure, if it's sold for $1 or held by the city and leased or whatever provision, but that we put them, neighborhood council, on the map to secure that location, since this was the first item that they took up when they were certified, and it's a real concern that they have an adequate facility to conduct their meetings and have basically a place of operation for the Woodland Hills Neighborhood Council.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Anybody else wishing to be heard on the item? Seeing none, if we can please open the roll. Do we have a specific place you want this referred to as well? Back to the Budget and Finance Committee? Or General Service, maybe ITGS?
That should be ITGS.
Okay. Let's send that back to the ITGS committee. Please open the roll on the item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. That motion is approved, and the report will be sent to the ITGS committee. Next motion, please, Madam Clerk.
Motion number 11, presented by, Councilmember Holden, seconded by Councilmember Galanter.
I believe Mr. Holden needed to step away. Ms. Galanter, would you like to say anything on this? Okay. If not, we have this item before us. Mr. Deaton?
Well, since it involves does not have an offsetting revenue item, I would suggest we send it to committee. Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay. And the okay from the CD10 office, so this will be, before us, what's proposed is to send this to Budget and Finance Committee. If we can open the roll on that. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Motion 11 will be sent to Budget and Finance Committee to look at revenue sources for that. Next motion, please.
Motion number 12, presented by Councilmember Pacheco, seconded by Councilmember Reyes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pacheco? Or Mr. Reyes, would you like to speak on the item? Oh, Mr. Pacheco's over here. Mr. Pacheco.
This item is to maintain the service level with LA Bridges. This is to just allow them to continue their funding through their savings from this fiscal year into next fiscal year. It's basically an identified reversion into the same program.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Seeing none? Oh, Mr.
Just a
Sorry,
question of
Ms.
Mr. Pacheco
Mizikowski.
and or perhaps the staff. Is this, if we're identifying it from CDD as a savings, is this an augment to the general fund? Is it, because we have general fund, it's shown in the GCP as LA Bridges contract. Is it sort of,
It would actually be a zero net change. You
Oh,
would
so
show
it's
$1 million in additional revenue and then $1 million going back out, so for a zero net change.
all right, thank you.
Okay. Any other colleagues wishing to be heard? Seeing none? Oh, Mr. Zine.
Regarding the LA Bridge, I know it's been controversial in the past, and the concern about gang activity and the such, has that been examined in this at all, or is it just requesting the funds? And I don't know exactly what total allocation they have for the Bridges program, but I know there's been strong debates in the past regarding the effectiveness of it. And I'm curious, as far as this appropriation, does this add to what has already been appropriated in the next fiscal year?
This maintains current level. The budget appropriated roughly $13 million. This $2 million would be needed to maintain the current level so that it is not an addition nor deletion of the current level program. They anticipated that this $1 million in savings would be rolled over into next year to support the current level.
Okay, and was there discussion regarding the effectiveness of the program during the budget?
Not during the budget deliberations, no.
Mr. Deaton, when will that come up, if so? Because I know in the past there's been a lot of discussion about the effectiveness of that $13 million, $12 or $13 million. Is that anywhere on the map to be discussed? I know it's not to be discussed here, but as far as the effectiveness of that program in general for the city of Los Angeles.
I've not heard those concerns recently, but I'd be happy to prepare a memo to you to give you what the situation is.
To clarify, would this be Bridges 1 and 2? Because I think, Mr. Zine, that had been about, there's two different phases, Bridges 1 and Bridges 2. So just to clarify, would this be for both or for one?
Yes,
okay.
for both.
Because I know I had concerns about the Bridges program as it affects my district, and I met with some of the Bridges people. I know there's the two segments, the 1 and the 2, but just a progress as to, is it effective, is it getting more effective? I know as I read more and more gang violence, more gang shootings, to me, there's a question as far as the effectiveness of it.
Why don't you couple a friendly amendment that the CAO and the CLA report back to you on the...
Can I add that now as a friendly amendment?
That's what I'm suggesting, yeah.
Okay, so I will make that amendment that we have the CAO, CLA report back
through the appropriate committee.
Right.
Okay.
And if it's effective, it's working, I don't have a problem, but we're talking a lot of money, and if it's saving lives and doing positive programs, but I want to make sure that that's a citywide focus, that we're actually doing that, and not just blindly saying, oh, it's okay, continue on.
And there was a report as recently as a year and a half, 2 years ago, which talked about the program and its achievements. So we will
Right. Because I know at that time it was very controversial, and there was a big hue and cry, yes or no, and I know it went through quite a fight. And seeing that there's dollars requested for it, whether it be the 3rd district or the 8th district or the 10th district, how effective they are in trying to combat the problems that we're trying to do with quality of life and gangs and violence, et cetera. So we can have that amendment to the report, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Zine. And why don't we have that report come back to the Housing and Community Development Committee? So as amended, we have motion 12 before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That motion is approved as well, colleagues. Next motion, please.
Motion 13 is a motion presented by Councilmember Zine, seconded by Councilmember Labange.
Councilmember Zine.
Thank you once again. I'd like to make an amendment on the motion to strike Bureau of Sanitation and include street services, Bureau of Street Services, since the wrong department was included in there. In the West Valley, we currently have, the Western San Fernando Valley, one crew of 2 people who are assigned to the lot cleaning crew. And what we're looking for is another crew of 2 people, since we have a continuing problem of lot cleaning and not enough personnel. And if one person leaves for whatever reason, then that would leave only one person for the entire Western San Fernando Valley. And we do have a problem with that issue, so we would ask that we add one crew of 2 people to the current complement of 1 crew, which would be a total of 2 crews, 4 people for the entire western part of the valley for lot cleaning. Pardon me? And Tom Labange is saying move it. Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Grewal. Thank you, Mr. Zine. Councilmember Grewal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Zine, if I could do a friendly amendment that I similarly have some of the challenges in the East Valley area. If they could just look at the entire San Fernando Valley. Would you have any problem with that?
No, that'd be fine, because we're talking the illegal dumping in the western. I know you have the same problem in the eastern, and obviously 1 crew can only do so much, but I'd be happy to accept that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Question, if I could, I support both the East and West San Fernando Valley and everywhere in between. But Mr. Deaton, isn't it true that lot cleaning is a property assessment, correct? That if I clean your property, and I'm a member of Street Services Lot Cleaning Division, you get a bill for it, correct?
I believe if we order you to clean it up,
okay,
then we give a time certain, then I think then we will clean it up. If it's determined to be a public nuisance, it has to be like the I think the brush fire situation where there is some endangerment to other people. Just to clean up, I don't think we have the authority to go on private land.
Can we check on that, Mr. Zine? I want to help you more. I said that's why I was signaling to you that if this is fee supported, meaning if people get a bill from the city because they failed to maintain their property in proper standard, why can't the crew be more effective and expanded instead of 2 to 4, 4 to whatever is necessary, as long as we recoup the money? Bill Fujioka, do you know anything about this? Lot cleaning, crews.
We'd like to do this.
I believe we always would get a notice and they would come into protest when they got a $1,365 bill for cleaning a half an acre.
I think that has to do with weed abatement, but we'll add this element to our report back to the appropriate committee.
Find out how much is fee, so how much we recover back
We'll do that.
the property owner to see if we can even expand it more. And then see where it would need to go citywide, because I know they have illegal dumping throughout the city of Los Angeles, as well as some of these nuisances.
Well, I know in the eastern part of the San Fernando Valley, you'll find couches and televisions, and in the western part, you'll find couches and televisions. And I don't see that spread all over the city, but it seems instead of calling the Goodwill or 311 and having the city come pick up, they just put it out there in the parkway, and they let whatever pickings take it, and it's a disgrace to the neighborhood, and it's a blight to the neighborhood.
But I think Ms. Galanter has some great suggestions.
She knows all about it. Ruth, you've been there.
Ms. Galanter.
Well, we got in 5 weekends of cleanup, we got 400,000 pounds of those couches and things, just out of the 6th district in the East Valley. We didn't get into the 7th district or the 2nd district. So I was going to ask also that they look not only at the West Valley, but at the East Valley. It's interesting because where I live in Venice, we get a lot of illegal dumping in my alley for some reason or other. But it's usually construction debris. And of course, we can figure out where it came from, but we never catch them at it. But I think what happens is in the neighborhoods that tend to be doing well, and there's a lot of remodeling going on, you get the construction debris in the neighborhoods that, or close by, where people take the stuff to dump it, if not in their own neighborhoods. You get a lot of the stuff that is coming out of vacated apartments, and that's, I think, what you're talking about. And I see much more of that in my Valley district than down near the beach. But it is all over the valley, and in an area where people don't even have yards, it's particularly a problem because the sidewalks and the parkways are where people get to play. So I just wanted to enlarge it to include the East Valley as well.
I agree with that, and I know that the city has, if you call 311, they will come by and pick those items up.
Oh, yeah, no, they've been great, but we have to call them. One of the problems that actually I hope you will think about in coming years is, since we don't do trash collection for the apartments, we don't generally offer that service to, for example, the landlords who go in and find the apartment after it's been vacated. And it seems to me it might make sense to ask either to amend this motion or just independent of the budget process to do a pilot project or a study on what it would cost, whether it would save us any money, to just offer the bulky item pickup service to multifamily apartments, to the landlords, whether that would save us money instead of doing this random call in or call the council office who calls 311.
But if that's accepted as friendly amendment, why don't we include that? Also, colleagues, it was in last year's budget that we, I think, created the Bureau of Street Services, having 3 trucks that are roving the entire city, looking at that. It was something that the committee felt very strong about last year. So why don't we also fold that in? Because I know, as strong as that is in the valley, it's really endemic throughout the city. And we certainly have heard other council members say that. So why don't we include that in the report back to Public Works Committee, if that's okay with Mr. Zine? Okay, great. Colleagues, we have motion 13 before us. Madam Clerk, if you'll please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved and will be sent to Public Works for a report back. Next motion, please.
Motion 14 is a motion by Councilmember Holden, seconded by Councilmember Garcetti.
I think we have motions 14 and 15 actually before us. Colleagues, they are 2 identical motions signed by 4 council members. So why don't we take those up together at this point. Ms. Galanter.
Thank you. They are identical motions showing that great minds and Mr. Holden's work together. This is a particular, of course, I had to get one in somewhere, and he's not even here. Good. Glad to hear it. This position, I'm going to ask you, members of the council, not to send this to committee because this is a position that is required as part of our stormwater permit. This is part of our compliance with an existing permit. The money does exist in these specific funds for this specific purpose. And the reason the motion comes before you at all is that the position has not currently been filled simply because that we have a freeze on. And so we want to be sure that we are complying with our permit and that we're doing what we're supposed to do. One of these, this part of the job is to do business outreach to make sure that they are not throwing inappropriate things into our storm drains. So I would urge approval of whichever way you want to do it, combined 14 and 15, which are the same position.
Thank you, Councilmember Galanter. Any other colleagues wishing to be heard? If not, we have the motion before us. If we can please open the roll on the motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next motion, please.
Motion number 16 is a motion presented by Councilmember Labange, seconded by Councilmember Bernson.
Okay, Mr. Labange.
Number 16. Thank you. Members, I was just looking, and it's worthy of suggestion because I know this is a sensitive issue in some neighborhoods, in some parts of the city right now. There's 7-day enforcement, but I think we have to look at this. There's 365 days in a year, so there'd be 52 days that would be extra collection days. And Mr. Deaton, do you know how much money we make a day in parking meters? Take a guess. What's Jerry Rice's number?
Jerry Rice.
Yeah, he doesn't know football. $80,000 a day is collected in parking meters. There's over 41,000 parking meters in the city of Los Angeles. So I was thinking too, because as we talk about making Los Angeles a 24-hour town, making Los Angeles activity and buzzing. Sometimes on a Sunday in a business district, which now creates activity, people park there all day and you don't get that turnover. So working with our neighborhood business associations, a proposal would come forth to ask that we have 7-day enforcement in metered zones, so that the additional revenue would go to help pay for parking and transportation and other safety-related concerns. I asked for an aye vote. It just gives us the flexibility to move in this direction. It doesn't call for it yet, but it would give us an opportunity to possibly raise, what's 80 times 52?
$4 million.
$4 million a year, which would go a long way in helping all of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Ms. Blanter.
Yeah, I think it's fine to study it, but I caution you before you spend the money to remember that particularly in areas around houses of worship, people are going to be concerned that, and often these are areas where people need to park for more than the 2 hours or 1 hour that's on the meter. And you don't want to change all the meters over to 4-hour meters because during the week they need to be 1- and 2-hour meters. We've had a number of occasions, as I know you know, when, particularly for the Jewish holidays that seem to attract larger crowds than services do during the course of the year, we've been asked to waive parking meters in particular areas. So it's not going to be as simple a matter of arithmetic as it would be nice if it were. That's all. I just want to include that caution
On that excerpt.
Thank you very much. Any other colleagues wishing to be heard? Seeing none, this would go to the Transportation and the Budget and Finance Committees. Please open the roll on the item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That motion is approved, colleagues. Next motion, Madam Clerk.
Motion 17, and that's presented by Councilmember Reyes, seconded by Garcetti Gruel.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Number 17, what I'm trying to do here, colleagues, is create a focus and establish an understanding with all the departments, with those who look at our budgets, to talk about the high priority we are giving the Los Angeles River. The ad hoc committee itself has been working tremendously with the existing committee, and again, it's one way to create this focus. It allows for everyone to be on the same page, literally. It provides us an understanding of how we are moving on different kinds of efforts and different revenues, and hopefully begin to align these efforts in such a way where we can be comprehensive and understand the role of each section of the river as we promote the great efforts of the Friends of the LA River, the other folks who've been working on the environmental issues, and our efforts to continue building up this momentum and create that goodwill, not only within an interdepartmental effort, but also within other jurisdictions. As for my vote, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. No other colleagues wishing to be heard. If we can please open the roll on the item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And we will see the LA River in the budget from here on out. That is approved. Next motion, please.
Motion 18, and that's presented by Councilmember Pacheco, seconded by Councilmember Misakowski.
Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, this is simply a technical item to limit the amount of the transfer, the tax and revenue anticipated notes, and it basically has no fiscal impact. It's just a technical requirement that we want to put in place to make sure we take advantage of these notes for our Lacers portion of our pension fund.
Okay, thank you. Seeing an empty speaker queue, if we can please open the roll on the item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That motion is approved as well. Next motion, please, Madam Clerk.
Motion 19, and that's presented by Councilmember Pacheco, seconded by Councilmember Misakowski.
Mr. Pacheco.
This was one of the committee actions that we took in terms of the finance, Office of Finance, and moving to the from the Office of Finance back to the city attorney and has no financial impact. It's a technical move.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Seeing no other colleagues wishing to
Councilman?
be heard. Oh, yes.
Mr. President, one
Mr.
quick additional technical change. This should read Investigator 2 and a Legal Secretary 1. The appropriate pay grades would not add it to the motion.
So that would be changed from Investigator 1 and 1 Legal
I'll move
Secretary.
those.
Investigator 2,
And Legal Secretary 1.
And I'll move those amendments into my motion,
Okay.
since Mr. Fujioka can't. As a-
That's right. Mr. Pacheco will make that friendly
I'll make
amendment
this
to his own motion. Great. We can please open the roll on the item, Madam Clerk? Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That motion as amended is approved. Madam Clerk, the next item.
Motion 20, and that's presented by Councilmember Labange, seconded by Councilmember Han.
Okay. Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask our CAO, Mr. Fujioka, I'm sorry, if you could just, on this question here, these are funded positions for our new libraries throughout, and we need to make sure that we have staff as we open this up. Do you support this motion? It's a prudent thing to do, Mr. Fujioka?
I think these are fine.
We could ask Mr. Deaton in the meantime.
Well, the one thing, I have people whispering in my ear about this one issue here. With respect to the librarians and we would absolutely support. We would like to report back on the clerk typists and the messenger clerks. In all probability, we'll probably provide a positive recommendation, but right now, I feel more comfortable with giving an immediate yes to the librarians and asking for a very short turnaround period, and we can report back through Personnel Committee within a week on the remaining 50 positions.
All right, I just want to let you know the messenger clerks are those who transport the books around the city, which are very important. Those roles are extremely important. But if you can take those two items, if we approve the librarians, take the two items and go forth, and then these would be occupied, the roles would be occupied once the libraries are open, correct, Mr. Fujioka?
Yes, sir.
They would be the positions. Once the libraries are open, as these new ones are open, they would then be funded for at that time, correct? Similar to what we spoke of earlier.
That's true.
Okay, good. All right, so members, I ask for an aye vote. All of us have benefited by the great work of our library department and our Bureau of Engineering have done a wonderful job in restoring libraries and building libraries and expanding libraries. Now we must get them the staff. This is the 40 librarians that are necessary to operate. I believe it's 17 libraries citywide. In addition, Mr. Fujioka is going to have a quick turnaround on the clerk typists, which are so important in a branch. For those who've been into a branch lately, you can see how busy they are, and also the messengers who run the books from Central Library, the book depository, through the others. I ask for an aye vote, and I thank you very much.
Just to clarify, Mr. Labange, are you going with the recommendation for the aye vote on the 40 librarians and then report back on the other two, or do you want all three?
Oh, I'd like all three if you want to give them to me, but I'll listen to Mr. Fujioka to try to try to be responsible.
All right, we appreciate that, Mr. Labange. So, Mr. Labange, just to clarify, his motion here is to get a report back for the 30 clerk typists, 20 messenger clerk positions, and to move ahead with the 40 librarian twos.
And Mr. Fujioka said they'd be back in a week, and if he's not back in a week, then we pass it anyway. How about that for pressure, huh?
Good pressure. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Labange, I support police officers, firefighters, city attorneys, librarians, lifeguards, and all of that, but I'm told that, as we all do, I mean, we all do. That's why we're here. I'm told that there's a fiscal impact here, potential fiscal impact.
Ask the CAO.
Well, I'd like Mr. Deaton. Well, give him a chance. Come on.
No, Mr. Labange didn't want to ask me. No, I think that you should send the whole thing to committee, and the whole hiring freeze should be looked at as a city as a whole, and in line with the actions we've taken so far. And I am as much for filling librarian positions as anybody, but I don't think it should be taken out of context with the rest of the departments.
I agree with that. I agree with that, especially in light of the fact that a motion that 6 colleagues supported today calls for a 3% cut in all the departments. I mean, this is I don't know why people don't. This has got to be the belt tightening year for the city of Los Angeles. And so I concur with Mr. Deaton. I'd move to send it to committee.
Is there a second to that?
Ms. Mizikowski, second. Ms. Mizikowski.
Mr. Labange, in Budget Committee, we asked about the new libraries, and and we were told by the CAO and Mr. Deaton that as they came online, we would make sure that the librarians and positions that were necessary would be unfrozen to go forward. And I think that's what I'm suggesting. You're saying up front just to unfreeze them all for the whole year. It's better to unfreeze as they come, indicate that the policy, so it's a friendly amendment, that will be the policy, but let's send it to committee to make sure that it comes out as we need them in the basis. And the other thing is to look at the clerk typist and the messenger clerk. Members, it's interesting that I have been asking as we are looking at adding some of these positions back, that I did ask, I think, Mr. Zine on his motion on the street services additional cleanup of the heavy low dumping, whether or not we should add those two positions for East Valley and West Valley, those two teams, before or after we do the 3% across-the-board policy cut of that bureau and add it back. But I mean, that's what we're really talking about. We really got to be hard-nosed with everybody else or not. This is the way to handle the budget. I think the way that the committee report has recommended. This is one up front. Everybody says the new libraries will have the librarians they need. But let's not unfreeze it now. Let's go forward as we have the new libraries come online, because some are not going to even be ready to open until very near the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Just one quick instant poll to members. If I had not said a thing, was there a chance this would have passed? Thank you. I understand. I thank the committee for their work and anticipation of these openings. And I asked Mr. Fujioka, and I want to stick up for clerk typists, and I want to stick up for the messengers who run the books around the city. They're just as valuable and important as the librarians, but this will be opened up. You've anticipated this so much that I would want to just say thank you for that. And I'd like to see it back soon, Bill, and hear from you and focus on that. Because there's nothing worse than to get the support of the people for the libraries that we have throughout the city and have them restored, which a lot of the community's been under severe pressure as they combine, doubled and tripled up some libraries in some regions, now to make sure we have the staff to service them. So I thank the committee, and now that Mr. Deaton's out of the room, I guess we can vote.
All right, we have, I think, before us a motion made by Mr. Weiss, seconded by Councilmember Mizikowski to send the entire matter to committee. Madam Clerk, if you could please open the roll on that first. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is referred to Personnel and Budget and Finance Committees. Next motion, please.
Motion 21 is motion presented by Councilmember Labange and seconded by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, Mr. President, Madam CAO, excuse me, Madam CLA, could you explain, this is a technical amendment, is that correct?
That's correct. This is a technical amendment. These two positions were inadvertently placed in the unappropriated balance. The distinction is here is that these positions are filled, so the authorities would need to be restored back to the city attorney's office.
Thank you. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay. Very succinct, Mr. Labange. Seeing no other colleagues wishing to be heard, Madam Clerk, if you please open the roll on the motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That motion is approved. Next motion, please.
Motion 22, and that's presented by Councilmember Galanter and seconded by Councilmember Pacheco.
Okay. Councilmember Galanter. We're on item 22 now. Motion 22.
Where's my There we go. All right. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Members of the council, I've put this motion in. We have no idea how much money it would save. It's not a whole lot. But I put it in as an example of the kinds of changes we can make in our own house, as it were, to demonstrate a commitment to shaving expenses where we can shave them. Our current policy is that council elected officials can replace the cars, have the city replace the cars that they buy for us every 2 years. I only found that out when the first car I was driving was 10 years old and got stolen from in front of my house. And a reporter said to me, do you realize that in the time you've been driving this wreck, somebody else, and he mentioned someone else on the council, has had 6 different cars? And I said, how can this be? And he said, well, because there's this policy that says that you can replace your car every 2 years. Now, particularly in an era of term limits where we're each only going to be here for 8 years at the most. Personally, I think lots of people drive a car for 8 years, but what I've suggested is that we split the baby. We go for no more frequent than 4 years, obviously, unless the car gets totaled for some reason or other. And that means that if the seat does turn over in 4 years and a new council member comes in, the new council member can get a new car. But I also think, I was also surprised to discover that we don't have any kind of a cap on how much money we ask the city to spend for what elected officials drive around. And I did find out by getting a list of what the cars down in the garage have cost us, that the city, of course, gets a pretty good deal because we buy at fleet prices, not at retail prices. Nevertheless, what the public sees us driving, the public sees at retail price, because it's not that hard to find out what car number X costs outside. So there's no way to document exactly how much money this would produce for us. But it does, I think, commit us to a policy of reasonable prudence. This is not, I must say, excessive sacrifice, because we are still looking at a policy in which the city would supply each of us with a car. The state has policies that limit the prices that the state will pay, the government will pay for elected officials' cars. The state, by the way, doesn't give any cars, doesn't assign any cars to staff members as we do. So there may be many other ways to economize on this. But I think for starters, we ought to establish a policy that we're reducing the rate of replacement and putting a price cap on the amount that we ask the city to pay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galanter. Ms. Hahn.
The problem with this motion, I think the only thing I want to make sure is, which is why it might be more interesting to come back with some sort of a study. I just want to make sure we're not pricing ourselves out of buying hybrid vehicles. So I just asked somebody what the cost of one, and someone told me their cost more than $25,000. Well,
hold on.
So I would certainly say I'd rather see something where there's an incentive.
The only hybrid in here,
vehicles.
The hybrid on this list is listed as a 3-year lease, and it's $24,084. So we would not be.
I mean, I would just like to exempt hybrids from this, because I think that's a way we can give people incentive to buy fuel-efficient vehicles.
And alternative fuel vehicles?
Yes. Yes. Well, and the other thing I would be interested in, why should we limit this to elected officials? Because I would think all general managers should also
that's fine.
Be with this. I mean,
is that an amendment? I accept the amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that as a matter of reality, this is going to have to be revisited at any time that car prices change significantly or there is something new on the market. We did actually adopt, I think it was my motion, a year or two ago, a policy encouraging fuel efficiency as a major criterion in the purchase of fleet vehicles. And so you'll notice we have a lot more hybrids than we used to.
And I think we exempt them from this policy will really increase that incentive.
Fair enough.
That would be my friendly
Fair enough. I'm just trying to get a policy out there, but no, that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, so with those friendly amendments accepted, Ms. Galanter? With the exemption and the application to general managers as well? Okay. Ms. Mizikowski.
I rise to compliment Ms. Galanter on this motion. I think it's long overdue. I like the idea that we put extend the cycle in terms of two-year replacement potential to a minimum of 4. That doesn't mean that they will be replaced. My recollection is I don't think general managers get necessarily a new car. They may get a car that a city elected official has turned over. But in any case, I think there's no problem in looking at that as well.
And let me suggest that, one, I'd like to adopt the policy as it is. Let's look at the exemption on hybrids or alternative fuel, and what else we might need. But then let's have the staff bring back a whole issue of fleet car uses per elected office, per numbers, per departments, and really have a go at it. I don't think we have in a long time, so I would say adopt this policy and bring back a more comprehensive report as to the car distributions, where and how we're doing it. Clearly, we still are going to be purchasing vehicles, but we ought to make sure we're getting the best use and not just buying new cars to buy new cars, when in fact we can get more use. One of the things we did not fund this year or looked at problems was on the police replacement vehicles, some of those high density use, high mileage use cars. Let's make sure we're getting the best mileage use out of the cars we have. But I strongly recommend adopting this motion and getting an additional report back on the whole police services expenses.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. Mr. Labange, to be followed by Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, as Ms. Galanter spoke, Ms. Hahn, as she included general managers, there's an awful lot in the command staff of the LAPD that gets cars, take-home cars. I think it should be looked at anyone who has a car. But I do want to stand, members, for support of staff who have cars and field deputies who have cars. Ms. Galanter spoke that state representatives don't have allowances for staff. I think it's extremely important for our staff to have cars to go do the work in the field, in the community, whatever the type of vehicle that is there, because I think that's an important tool. As someone who did it for 27 years, or 26 years, I know how easy it was for me to accomplish the goal of serving the people as best they can, so I wanted to stand up for the field staff and the assignment of cars there. And also, I wanted to say, too, that if you go to the pool, my car is a pool car, 1999, Crown Victoria, 69,512 miles. I think I looked at it this morning. And it's starting to ride low, so it looks pretty cool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks.
My only request is that as we pick an arbitrary figure, 25,000, that we consider full-size cars. Because some of us that are over 5'7" or 8" cannot fit in a... Pardon?
This is fleet price 25,000, what we actually pay. This is not,
I just want to say that we have the ability to get a full-size car, so that if we every now and then ride somebody in the car, that we won't have them sitting in the back or laying prone because they can't fit in the car otherwise.
Can you make me 5 inches taller in exchange for that?
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Zine, coming in on the motorcycle.
I assume this would not include motorcycles. I hope not. Thank you. The price would be cheaper on a motorcycle. There's a provision now where a council member can elect to receive a compensation, financial compensation, pay for a car. In other words,
It's a monthly car allowance versus the car itself.
I would ask that if the option B, there would not be any more, if a council member elected to do that, it would not be any more than what Councilmember Galanter is proposing. If a member wanted to do that, opt out to do that on their own.
They would still be comparable.
Pay the difference, yeah. I mean, it would be up to that, pay the difference. No, I understand, and I support it. I think the 4-year plan is a legitimate plan. I have no problems with that, but just some people want to have a car and get the car allowance instead.
I understand.
Thank you.
Councilmember Galanter.
Okay, some of the buzzing that's going on around here, and the answer to Mr. Zine's question is, as I was saying on the side, I don't care what you do with your money. You manage your money. It's the city's money that I'm concerned about here, and because that's the public's money. But each of us, as the newspapers remind us frequently, earn enough money that we have some discretion about how we spend it. Ms. Hahn mentioned over here the question of inflation. I think you're going to have to revisit this policy a number of times, so that if inflation is significant, then you'll acknowledge that, and you'll pick the next number based on that. But and technology may change, and hybrids may get cheaper, and something new may come along. So this is not something that belongs in a city charter. This is really a policy. It doesn't even belong in an ordinance. It's really a policy that I'm asking that we adopt. And Tom, I wanted to respond also to your comment about the staff cars. I originally was looking at all the cars that are allocated to different council offices. This motion does not cover all those cars. It covers only the elected officials. Because what we found is that the cars that are assigned to our offices for our staff members are within the way the city operates. Those are pool cars. But they're a subset of the pool cars allocated to each office, and then we assign them as we need to. So the field staff's mobility would not be affected in any way at all by this.
Thank you, Ms. Galante. We now have the motion before us as amended. That would be report back to Budget and Finance. Ms. Galante? We want to just establish it.
We were establishing the policy
Okay.
of the four-year,
And then we'll look at the study.
and then studies about what else we need would be looked at.
Okay, great. So this, colleagues, is to actually establish the policy, and any concomitant issues we'll have report back to Budget and Finance. So on the item, if you'll please open the roll, Madam Clerk. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, that motion is approved. Next motion, please.
Motion 23, presented by Councilmember Gruhl, seconded by Councilmember Lavange.
Okay, Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you. Many of you know, we were recently sent letters asking us not to use our issue cards that we have for our gas cards, because what we were finding is that many employees were using that. It was convenient to use their cards rather than actually fuel up in city stations. It costs us an extraordinary amount of money. The difference between, I think Ms. Galante said last time she heard about it, it was something like, cost us 17 cents per gallon because of the amount of gas we actually purchased as a city. This was years ago. And it was $1 something if you went to the gas station. So this is just to address that issue that we have refueling of city vehicles only at city sites versus having that card.
Thank you. Mr. Zines?
Yes, I'd have no problem supporting that. I know that I receive, I go to Parker Center and get my gas for some city facility, but there is a question, if you are on a city mission to an adjoining jurisdiction, to have a provision where we could check out a card if we're going to be Ventura County or Riverside County or whatever on city business, and if we have to refuel, that we would be able to do that and check out a card from our general services instead of having one, because I know that I have one, my chief of staff has one, we have one in the district, and I don't think we use them that often, but I would say that we should have the ability to check out a card if we need it for a trip. Other than that, no cards, fuel at city facilities. If you've got to go on a trip someplace and you want to take the car, then check out a credit card that you have to sign out for and then turn back in. Friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zine. Ms. Galante?
I'm not sure whether to say that, I don't think I'm speaking either for or against it on this, but I think I don't know how many of these credit cards are actually in circulation, probably more than need to be, but I think that if the people who had those cardholders were reminded on a regular basis how much more it costs to fill up using the card than to fill in a city service facility, lots of people would be willing to do the right thing. I have found that, like Mr. Zine, I occasionally need to refill the car if I've gone to check out some of the wetlands in San Diego County, and you can't get there and back on one tank of gas, so it's helpful to have it. Now, there is another way to do it, which is that you pay for it and you fill out an expense thing when you get back. But sometimes it's also the case that depending where you are and if you've been, out to the valley a couple of times or down to San Pedro a couple of times, and you don't happen to get here on a Friday in time for the regular crew down there to get the car tanked up, then when it's time to go, if you leave late, you don't know which facilities are open and where to go to fill it up. And so I've also found that card comes in awfully handy if I didn't happen to be in City Hall on a Friday. Now, that can be addressed also the same way, or it can be addressed, that is, by having you just pay for it and then fill out an expense claim afterwards. Or while we're telling everybody how much the city pays per gallon by buying in bulk, as opposed to what you pay at the gas station, we might also make sure that our employees really know on a regular basis where they can refill the cars and what hours they can refill the cars, so that we could do a more responsible job, even if we don't eliminate credit cards.
Thank you very much. Is that accepted as a friendly amendment, Ms. Gruen?
The motion include that we should share with those individuals who have a card, or for, educate them about places where they can get filled up. If you have a city car, where the locations are, either near their home or near the office, if they can after hours.
All righty, we have that before us. Colleagues, can you please open the roll, Madam Clerk? Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next motion, please.
Motion 24 is presented by Councilmember Parks and seconded by Councilmember Perry.
Okay, Mr. Parks.
Mr. Chair, I request we hold this to Tuesday.
Mr. President, we'll finish up the budget in the next two motions, but what I would suggest is that on 24, that the chair acts as though this is a Rule 16 and put it on next Tuesday's agenda. In that time, the City Administrative Office can report back on this issue, since this particular center is going to open June 15th, so the timing.
Okay.
Okay.
So ordered then. All right. So that motion is taken care of as well. Okay. Now, I'd like to, before we go to the last two motions, colleagues, I'd like to turn over to the City Attorney Office for a second.
Thank you, Mr. President. The city attorney is preparing ordinance reflecting your proposed fee changes. To sign off on those ordinances, as to form and legality, we need written reports from departments about those fees, detailing the cost of the service that each of those fees supports, including whether the new fee is proposed does not exceed the cost of providing that service. Some of this information was provided to the CAO, and we'll get that, but some of it was not. We request the council instruct the following departments on the following fees to provide a written report. The Bureau of Sanitation, with regard to the sanitation equipment charge and the proposed exemption from the SEC increase for low-income persons, and the sewer service charge. From the Bureau of Engineering, regarding Bureau of Engineering fees as described in the supporting information for the Budget and Finance Committee. The Planning Department fees as described in the supporting information for the Budget and Finance Committee. Cultural Affairs Department, the Community Arts Services admission fees and instruction fees as recommended by the Cultural Affairs Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, that, along with the technical amendments that we're about to take up, I believe, complete the formalities.
Motion A and B basically is reserve fund is the balancing account, and any minor changes, we're authorized to make those changes. And what will happen is the city attorney will prepare a resolution. Hopefully that resolution will be back either Friday or the following Tuesday for your final approval.
So we'll anticipate and prepare just in case for that to be considered this Friday in the full council. In the event that that has not been finalized by the city attorney's office and other relevant parties, then we'll wait till next Tuesday. But let's shoot for Friday, folks. On motions A and B, is there any discussion? They are technical in nature. Madam Clerk, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. And before bringing the fiscal year budget 2003-2004 discussion to a close, let me just recognize and thank the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Councilmember Pacheco, Councilmembers Misikowski, Weiss, Garcetti, and Hahn for all their hard work. Mr. Pacheco?
Mr. President and colleagues, I just wanted to personally also once again thank you for being diligent in the last year and a half. And I really believe that everyone's worked very hard on making a good budget for next year. And I just wanted to personally thank you as chairman of the committee. Thank you.
And again, Mr. Pacheco, we thank you for not just the last couple of weeks, but for your leadership as chair of the committee for the last 2 years. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wanted to thank the Mayor's Office, but also the CAO and the CLA especially for their hard work. I know this is the toughest time of the year, and thank you all for the work that you did to give us the analysis and make this budget move forward. And I'll yield to the CAO. He wants to say a thing or two as well.
appreciation to Councilman Pacheco for the last 2 years as the chair of our Budget and Finance Committee. He's been our policy chair. I think it's been well documented, the relationship we've had with his office, but also the leadership he's had at the committee, and he helped us gain our mutual goals. And from our office, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Other members with comments or announcements? Ms. Han?
Yes, I just want to remind everybody that, in case you haven't heard, we do have a municipal election tomorrow. All day, from polls are open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. Want to make sure they're predicting a low turnout, but let's make sure everybody, particularly in the 10th district and the 12th district, get out and vote for their next council member. And we have community college bond that's also on the ballot. So I just want to remind everybody, this is our greatest right, our greatest privilege. Let's everybody vote tomorrow. You can find 5 minutes tomorrow to go to your local polling place to vote. It probably will take 1 minute to vote tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Han. Other announcements before we adjourn? If not, then thank you all very much for your patience. This has been a special meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Tomorrow. We'll take adjourning motions tomorrow. We have no public comment period scheduled for today other than the public comment we received as part of our budget deliberations. If there are no further announcements, then this meeting is adjourned, and we will see you all again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.